League of Legends, The Glory of Noxus. Chapter 1. Noxus Empire. On the border of Northland, the endless Iron-Thorn Mountains. Between the sea of clouds, a flash of red color seemed to be splashed with ink, soaking into the dark grey and thick buildings, outlining the majestic Noxian camp. With the coming of dawn, the camp on the mountainside was like a lion resurrecting, and the noise was gradually rising. Looking down from the sky, countless hanging red flags are fluttering in the wind. Noxian soldiers wearing armor, like insects emerging from the nest, appear in dense numbers on the blue-grey main roads that extend in all directions. They either entered different majestic buildings to perform their respective duties, or they rode out of the camp on armored war horses, or they marched in groups towards the snow-white world in the distance with solemn expressions. Southeast corner of the Noxian camp. Near the mountain wall, there are hundreds of grey-white buildings built against the mountain. In an independent stone house on the edge, Huo Jixing, who had woken up, was staring blankly at the slightly uneven roof, hearing the continuous noise in his ears. Even though more than a month had passed, he was still in a daze every time he woke up from a deep sleep and looked at this world. Alas! Huo Jixing sighed softly, lowering his eyes and looking at the dry and cracked hands in front of him. The fingers are long but covered with calluses. The palm was as rough as the bark of an old pine tree, cracked with grooves, and a layer of muddy color that could not be washed away penetrated inside. What a thief! Huo Jixing cursed in a low voice, his expression full of helplessness. It's not his body, but it's also his body. To put it simply, he accidentally transmigrated and came to the background universe of the game League of Legends that he often played in his previous life. Valoran Continent. When he first woke up, Huo Jixing thought it was all a dream, a punishment for failure after a consecutive ranked kneeling tour. However, a strange body, a strange environment, and a strange world completely shattered the remaining illusions in his heart. Fortunately, he was able to obtain some fragmentary memories left over from his predecessor, which allowed him to have a rough understanding of his environment. By a coincidence of fate, his predecessor was also called Huo Jixing, a lonely wanderer. While wandering in the Noxus Empire, due to some unexpected factors, he was recruited as a Noxian soldier and then sent to the cold and icy northern border of Noxus. There are countless corpses buried in this snow-covered and harsh northern frozen soil. As a former Noxian recruit, he encountered a brutal and unusual battle not long after he set foot on the northern border. When he was on the verge of death, he revived his body and occupied the magpie's nest. The brilliance of vision flowed, and a concise and clear data panel appeared in Huo Jixing's dark pupils. Name: Huo Jixing, recovered. Quality: 0. Power: 1.11. Physique: 0.96. Agility: 1.03. Spirit: 2.11. Skills: Advanced Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent: none. The average attribute data of a normal adult male is 1. This was a gift from fate that he discovered upon waking up, also known as the Golden Finger. The various attributes displayed on the current data panel are relatively good. However, due to the initial recovery from serious injuries, some attributes are unstable, some are higher than the average, and some are lower than the average. Fortunately, after receiving treatment from Noxian doctors, Huo Jixing's body was no longer seriously injured, and the various attributes of the panel were becoming stable as his body recovered. More prominent spiritual attributes. Huo Jixing had speculated that it might be due to the fusion of souls, causing it to far exceed other attributes. The benefit is that it gives him an almost photographic memory. During the past month of recuperation, Huo Jixing had nothing to do. He had already studied the data panel many times and gained some insights. Strength represents physical strength, including muscle and bone aspects, as well as instantaneous explosive power. Physique represents physical strength and endurance, as well as the body's toughness and durability. Agility represents movement ability, nerve reaction speed, and sensory activity. Spirit represents the ability to comprehend observation and memory analysis, as well as active thinking and stress tolerance. In terms of skills, Huo Jixing relied on the fragmentary memories left by his predecessor to understand his mastery of many weapons, such as swords, axes, spears, bows and arrows, etc. Advanced Warrior means that he is proficient in many weapons and is a qualified and elite Noxian soldier. The bad news is that because it is not his own body, even if the muscle memory remains, the Advanced Warrior entry is in an illusory state and may fall at any time. Survival in the wild is also a skill given by the predecessor. As a wanderer, you must have sufficient survival ability in the wild. As for the essence, Huo Jixing still can't figure out what it means. He has guessed many possibilities in his heart. The most common one is that it can be obtained by breaking down certain items like the essence in the League of Legends game. Similarly, the talent is completely blank, with no specific use at all, so we can only wait and explore later. Call. The cold wind blew through the narrow window and blew through the room. Huo Jixing shuddered suddenly and turned to look out the window at the sky. The crimson morning glow was already filling the sky. It's time to get up. Huo Jixing rubbed his tired face, suppressed the messy thoughts in his heart, lifted up the thick and worn quilt, and prepared to get up. This house near the mountain wall is not large, about 7 or 8 square meters. The entire structure is carved out along the mountain wall. The surrounding walls are undulating and rough polishing marks can be seen. The room contained a shabby wooden bed, a solid original color wooden table, 2 benches and a painted wooden shelf for washing, which looked a bit cramped. This was because he was a wounded soldier and needed to recuperate, so he got a single room. Otherwise, like most ordinary Noxian soldiers, 7 or 8 people would be crowded into a stone room, crowded and without any free space. Huo Jixing stood up and put on a rough linen-colored shirt, and his lower body was also a pair of old black linen pants. Turning around, he walked to the wooden washstand in 1 or 2 steps. The relatively clean water reflected a pale face with black hair, black eyes and a resolute and handsome face. According to the fragmentary memories of his predecessor, his facial features are very different from those of most Noxians. In comparison, it is somewhat similar to the Ionian Islands. In addition to his appearance, what he left behind from his predecessor was a lean body that was much healthier than in his previous life. This may be the reason why his predecessor was recruited as a Noxian soldier. The cold water on his face made Huo Jixing wake up instantly. After hurriedly wiping it, he opened the door. Boom! The silent atmosphere in the room was instantly broken. The noisy worldly atmosphere mixed with a certain sense of depression hit my face. Under the red flags hanging down, the majestic dark grey buildings and the narrow and claustrophobic streets are intertwined and fill the field of vision, like a chess piece in full swing. Walking on the street were Noxian soldiers wearing steel armor and holding sharp blades. Whether it's armor or sharp blades, the style is cold and cruel, with a full sense of oppression. Coupled with the fierce temperament of the Noxian soldiers, it fits well with the impression of the Noxus Empire, which is bloody, warlike and expanding its territory. Occasionally, some Noxian soldiers would look at Huo Jixing, who was leaning against the door, with strange eyes. Most of them would keep serious faces and pass by in a hurry. Huo Jixing stood in front of the door, looking at the vivid pictures in front of him with slightly curious eyes. But he seemed a little out of tune with them. Just like in a painting with thick ink and heavy colors, Huo Jixing's color tone is obviously darker, and it is drawn with simple brushes. It is almost invisible under the cover of the surrounding thick ink. This is caused by psychological differences. The modern and peaceful life in his previous life made it difficult for him to integrate into the current urgent and cruel war environment. Perhaps because he was tired from standing, Huo Jixing squatted down and supported his head with his arms, staring at the Noxian soldiers walking back and forth in front of him with a slightly confused expression. Omniscient and omniscient? Huo Jixing sighed inwardly. There was almost no overlap between the information about Valoran in his memory and the Noxian camp at his feet. And from when he woke up to now. Apart from recuperating from injuries, he rarely had contact with other outsiders, and seemed to be forgotten, living alone in the camp. Ta-ta! 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 The sound of tiny steps rang in my ears, hitting the ground rhythmically, and finally stopped in front of me. Huo Jixing came back to his senses and looked up with confusion, only to see a young Noxian soldier wearing dark grey armor standing beside him. The brown eyes moved in the deep sunken eye sockets, and there was a faint smile on the corner of the mouth under the high bridge of the nose, which looked quite friendly. Huo Jixing. The young Noxian soldier looked at Huo Jixing, then smiled and spoke in a strange tone. DeWitt, Noxian scout. Huo Jixing looked at the open rough palm in front of him, stretched out his hand to pull it up, and said softly, "Seeing, you can call me Seeing." DeWitt nodded slightly, took out a parchment from his dark grey armor, unfolded it and said, "Imperial Military Order, from now on, Private Huo Jixing will be transferred to the 73rd Scout Team." The parchment unfolds. The crimson double-edged axe came into view first. Below it were lines of small black characters, clearly marking Huo Jixing's name and the 73rd Scout Team that was about to report. Patting Huo Jixing's shoulder, DeWitt said, "Let's go, come with me to see the 10th commander." Scouting team? Fragmented memories poured into his mind like water. Huo Jixing nodded slightly as if he had some realization. Then he went back to the house, put on a thick old coat, and followed DeWitt toward the majestic buildings in the distance. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Centurion Eric. The bitter cold wind blew through the camp, but it could not suppress the noisy and violent atmosphere. From a distance, red flags fluttered high, embellishing the solemn and heavy buildings. The narrow and claustrophobic streets paved with dark blue rocks extended in all directions, like a chessboard, separating the Noxus camp into different functional areas. In the southeast corner of the camp, the rest area. Huo Jixing followed DeWitt silently, walking along the blue stone road. It is common to see Noxus soldiers in armor passing by, or heavy carriages carrying a large amount of goods disappearing at the corner of the street. Unlike the medieval records in the previous life, the sanitation system of the Noxus camp is good, without the imagined garbage piles and feces all over the ground. The wide streets and the buildings next to each other on both sides look clean and tidy, and are well arranged. However, the stereotyped dark grey buildings, as well as the quiet and heavy atmosphere, made the camp look more like a strict castle, or a prison, which was so depressing that it made people breathless. This was the first time that Huo Jixing looked at the Noxus camp under his feet. During the past recuperation period, his activities were limited to the house and the pharmacy, and he had never entered other areas. After walking forward for 70 or 80 steps, DeWitt stopped in front of a dark grey 3-story building. Huo Jixing stopped in time and looked up at the 3-story building in front of him. Its architectural style was rough and similar to the surrounding environment. However, the hideous wall battlements distributed at the eaves clearly regarded this 3-story building as an insurmountable fortress. Squeak! DeWitt looked at Huo Jixing and stretched out his hand to push open the heavy door. Hey! Huo Jixing took a deep breath on the spot, adjusted his emotions, and then followed DeWitt's steps. When he first stepped into the building, he felt his vision darken, and after a few steps, it returned to normal, revealing a rough and cold room hall. As the footsteps sounded, several Noxian scouts who were sitting and talking in a low voice in the room looked up and swept their sharp eyes. Coincidentally, Huo Jixing, who had just adapted to the light, couldn't help but hold his breath when he met the glances of several people. Deep red armor, indifferent and cold eyes, undisguised imposing momentum. The next moment, many memory fragments surged in Huo Jixing's mind, as if whispering to him that the few people in front of him were Noxian elite scouts who had experienced hundreds of battles and tasted blood. DeWitt in front seemed to have a premonition, and walked past the few people with a normal look, walked to the center of the room, and turned his back to the tall figure sitting. 10 man. DeWitt spoke respectfully, took out the parchment scroll, and placed it on the table. The parchment scroll was unfolded, and a steady voice sounded after a moment. Huo Jixing. As soon as the voice fell, the tall figure who was sitting upright slowly stood up, like a crouching mountain, bringing an unspeakable sense of oppression. Huo Jixing looked at him intently and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. The person in front of him was really too tall. Judging from his height, he was definitely more than 2 meters tall. Eric Henta, the Centurion of the 73rd Scout Squadron. Eric turned around and introduced himself. His wild eyes looked around, focusing on Huo Jixing's arms and legs, and then nodded gently. Huo Jixing, you can call me Seeing. Huo Jixing said softly, his eyes lowered. It was just the first time they met, and he remembered the striking features of the Centurion Eric in front of him. The rough face was weathered, and the half-closed eyes were filled with unspeakable wildness. The tall and strong body like a fierce tiger, supporting the armor, brought an invisible sense of oppression. Be prepared. In 5 days, we have a mission and need to go to Fruljord. Eric spoke, his eyes fell on DeWitt. If you have any questions, you can ask DeWitt. Fruljord. Hearing this, Huo Jixing felt a sharp pain in his mind, and a large number of bloody memories emerged and flashed, making his heart sink. He forced his head down and answered, yes, Centurion. Yet. Eric nodded lightly and waved his hand to indicate that DeWitt and Huo Jixing could leave. The heavy door closed. The gloomy darkness engulfed the backs of DeWitt and Huo Jixing. Eric sat down at the table again, opened the parchment scroll, thought for a while, picked up the slender quill pen, and began to write something. Huo Jixing, a wanderer. A Noxian soldier. Sent to the border more than 3 months ago. Encountered looters while on a mission in Fruljord 2 months ago. Quiet personality, decent skills. Just experienced the baptism of death and crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. A qualified scout. When he wrote the last line, Eric was a little unsure, because there was no specific answer in the information given by the Legion consultants. Is he our new team member? Behind him, a Noxian scout stood up and walked over to ask. Yes, a new team member. Eric put down the quill in his hand, nodded, and said in a low and gentle voice, the war is getting more and more intense, and every war group is short of soldiers. We don't have many choices. Relatively speaking, Huo Jixing is still okay, at least he has lived and fought in Fruljord. The Noxian scouts, who were a little confused, suddenly realized that as elites, they did not need to be burdened, but the last mission they carried out caused them to lose many companions. Among the many Noxian soldiers who were recruited this time, Huo Jixing, the injured veteran, was favored by the Centurion. More, restrain your actions, this mission is very important. Eric turned his head and looked at the Noxian scout in front of him, and said. Don't worry, since he has been recognized by you, I will tell others. Moore grinned and patted his chest, as if to make a promise. Generally speaking, as veterans, they will prepare some small games to welcome the new team members. But Eric's warning and the next mission about Fruljord made Moore put away his inner thoughts. As the Centurion of the scout team, no one can disobey Eric's orders. In front of the door, Bluestone Street. DeWitt turned his body and looked at Huo Jixing, who looked a little dazed, and asked aloud, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Huo Jixing stood on the right side of the street, shook his head gently, and the blood in his eyes gradually disappeared. Eric's words in the room just now seemed to awaken part of the memory of his predecessor, causing a lot of bloody pictures to emerge in Huo Jixing's mind instantly. After watching carefully, it was the tragic battle that took place when his predecessor set foot in Fruljord. Going north from the camp, along the Ironthorn Mountains, after 70 or 80 kilometers, you can enter the Fruljord area, a polar world covered with ice and snow all year round. One of the protagonists of this protracted war, the Winter Claw tribe, came from Fruljord. In order to win this war, both the Noxus Empire and the Winter Claw tribe have invested a lot of resources, and countless Noxus soldiers and Fruljord people are buried in the frozen soil of the north. The predecessor was one of them. In addition, if Huo Jixing's memory is correct, the highest commander of the Noxus Empire in this war is the Hand of Noxus Darius. Enduring the psychological reaction caused by the bloody scene, Huo Jixing looked at DeWitt and asked, where should we go next? Go to the quartermaster's office and get some equipment for you. DeWitt, who was beside him, was keenly aware of Huo Jixing's emotional changes. His eyes moved, and he thought of the reason why Huo Jixing was seriously injured before, which seemed to be in Fruljord. You are lucky. The recent war situation has become more and more intense. The lazy quartermasters have begun to work hard. They have transferred a large amount of ore from the fort of Digger and forged a lot of high-quality armor and weapons. DeWitt led Huo Jixing to the west, talking about the recent war situation while paying attention to Huo Jixing's emotional changes. Seeing that he was stable, he breathed a sigh of relief. War and death have different effects on everyone, which are unpredictable. DeWitt has seen many people who survived the battlefield, unable to pick up weapons again, and even trembled and collapsed to the ground when they heard the sound of weapons, horns, and war horses. After careful observation along the way, DeWitt found that Huo Jixing's speech and behavior were normal and his behavior was generous and generous. He did not seem to be affected by the war, so he secretly felt relieved. Chapter 3. Winter Season. The golden and brilliant morning rays fall down and penetrate the clouds, like carefully drawn beautiful lines, adding a layer of gorgeous feathers to the buildings halfway up the mountain. As Huo Jixing walked on the bluestone streets, he felt for himself that the vast area of the Noxian camp under his feet and the richness of the buildings were completely different from what he had imagined. It is more like a built war fortress than a camp. Especially after leaving the rest area, Huo Jixing clearly felt the strict order in the camp, which was a bit shocking. Every 100 meters or so there will be sentry posts and Noxian soldiers on duty. You need to show a token before you can pass and go to the next area. With DeWitt leading the way, the two of them reached their destination smoothly. Noxian Camp, Southwest Area. As soon as Huo Jixing set foot in the munitions department, he heard the roar of steel one after another, and the unbearable high temperature, which seemed to sweep through his body like a rolling heat wave. It's the Noxian Forge. Before Huo Jixing could ask, DeWitt spoke excitedly, his slightly burning eyes looking across the buildings in front of him and landing on the tall crimson furnace not far away. Huo Jixing followed DeWitt's eyes and looked up. In the distant field of vision, there was a raging flame burning and rising into the sky. A brilliant red firelight illuminated half of the sky. At the same time, bursts of noisy and chaotic steel roars seemed to never stop, continuing to echo in their ears. Occasionally, there were also the roars and scolds of many Noxian craftsmen. What a beautiful sound! It will continue to ring as long as the Empire continues to march. Hearing DeWitt's whisper, Huo Jixing's eyes flickered, memories surged, and he recalled some information about the Noxus Empire that he had seen in his previous life. Rumor has it that the forges of Noxus never cool down. It has been producing swords, axes, and armor in large quantities to provide a strong guarantee of strength for the Noxus Empire in its battles. Noxian craftsmen pay more attention to the practical functions of weapons and armor than to their gorgeous appearance, so their designs often integrate more uses while ensuring sturdiness and applicability. This also keeps Noxus equipment ahead of other forces in Valoran. As expected of Noxus. Through the two reflecting each other, Huo Jixing clearly imagined the Noxus Empire's fanaticism and desire for war in his mind. The Noxian forge in front of him alone continued to forge weapons and armor, not to mention the other military camps and forges throughout the Empire. Every day, every moment, a large number of countless weapons and armors are sent to every place of death in war through different transportation methods. DeWitt patted Huo Jixing's shoulder and motioned for him to follow him, heading towards the building complex in front of him that was connected to the Noxus forge. The dark grey main building stands majestically, going up to 6 floors. The stone steps are polished and smooth, rough, and dignified. After climbing the stone steps, the thick and solid steel door opened outwards. DeWitt and Huo Jixing walked into the main building of the military supplies department without being questioned. Perhaps because of the early morning, there were not many people in the spacious hall, and only a few people were talking softly. DeWitt chose a familiar passage, walked to the wooden counter, knocked on the table, handed over an iron token, and said softly, "Receive a set of equipment. This is the proof. Alex team." Behind the wooden counter, the quartermaster in red light armor put down his token and looked at Huo Jixing in confusion. "Newcomer." "No." Huo Jixing looked at the dark-skinned quartermaster in front of him with frost on his temples, and explained, "The previous armor and weapons were too damaged and can no longer be used." "Lucky guy," the quartermaster said in surprise. "It is somewhat rare that the armor can survive even when it is scrapped. A set of standard armor and a standard long sword." The quartermaster turned to the back and shouted, then looked at DeWitt and started chatting. "Is there a new mission?" "Yes, I'll go to Fruljord this time," DeWitt said with a smile. "The other party is an old friend of Sir Eric. As long as it doesn't involve specific information about the mission, you can chat freely. Of course, except for Mr. Eric, no one else in the team has the right to know the specific information of this mission." Fruljord. The quartermaster raised his brows lightly, his smile faded, and his solemn gaze flickered between DeWitt and Huo Jixing. At this moment, footsteps were heard from behind, and a Noxian apprentice with his upper body naked walked over holding a set of crimson armor and a sharp sword. "Composite armor, standard long sword." The quartermaster pointed at the crimson armor and long sword in front of him and introduced. "Composite armor, as the name suggests, is composed of a variety of armors. The armor in front of me is composed of dark red iron armor, mixed with hard leather armor and thick cotton armor. It is a robe that covers the whole body. Don't underestimate the style of the robe armor. This is armor specially crafted by Noxian craftsmen to cope with the cold weather in Fruljord. It has quite good defensive capabilities and cold resistance effects. The standard longsword is a steel longsword that looks plain and unremarkable. The length of the sword is about 3 feet, the width is about an inch, it is straight and has 2 edges, and the sword has a blood groove design, which is fully in line with the practical functionality of Noxian craftsmen." Looking at Huo Jixing who was holding up the armor and sword, the quartermaster said softly, "I hope to see you come to collect the equipment next time." Huo Jixing paused, looked at the quartermaster in front of him, and nodded gently, "Thank you for your good wishes." Then he held the armor and sword, followed DeWitt who waved his arm backwards, and left the quartermaster's office. Behind the wooden counter, the quartermaster watched DeWitt and Huo Jixing disappear at the door, and couldn't help muttering, "Damn Fruljord, damn Winter's Claw." The increasingly fierce war situation during this period has swallowed up too many Noxian soldiers' fresh lives. Many people he was familiar with, or comrades in arms, are forever buried in the cruel and ruthless northern frozen soil. Back to the rest area. Huo Jixing stopped, holding the armor and weapons in his arms, looked at DeWitt, and said, "If you have anything to do, go and do it first. I can adapt to the new weapons and armor by myself." He knew his own limitations. Although the Centurion Eric asked DeWitt to take care of him, every soldier's time was precious during the war. "Okay." DeWitt looked at Huo Jixing deeply and did not refuse, "I will live with the Centurion and the others. You can come to me anytime if you have anything." Huo Jixing smiled and nodded, watching DeWitt walk away slowly. Then he quickly returned to his room along the route he had just memorized. Creaky. The wooden door closed, as if it isolated the outside noise, leaving only his own lonely world. Huo Jixing put down the armor and weapons in his arms, and his expression suddenly became much more relaxed. No matter how he behaved, he still had some resistance to the life here in his heart, at least he could not quickly integrate into it. However, when he thought of the mission in Fruljord in 5 days, an inexplicable sense of urgency surged in his heart, and some remaining bloody images flashed in his mind. Huo Jixing's eyes moved slightly and fell on the composite armor in front of him. He immediately took off his thick coat and put on the composite armor with some effort. It was a bit heavy, but within the tolerance range. Because it was a standard armor, the size was not too big or too small, and it was still suitable. You can feel obvious comfort and warmth when wearing it. Huo Jixing moved his body on the spot without any hindrance. He picked up the steel sword casually, and the cold light refracted, reflecting his pale, resolute, and handsome face. Based on the fragmented images and muscle memory in his mind, he tried to swing the sword. Woo! 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 The sharp sword blade cut through the air, making bursts of whimpering sounds, and as it swung, you can see that Huo Jixing's movements became more and more skilled and handy. Click! Inadvertently, the long sword slashed on the original wooden table, leaving a deep mark. This! Huo Jixing looked at the table, then at the long sword in his hand, and stopped practicing helplessly. With nothing to do, he stayed alone in the room for a while, sorting out his chaotic thoughts. When the time was almost up, he went out in composite armor and went to the place where he ate. Although the Noxus Empire was short of resources due to the Rune War, the food provided to the soldiers was quite good. Generally, meat, bread and some vegetables were eaten together, which was enough to fill them up. Of course, this was the standard of the regular war group on the front line, not including ordinary war groups. After eating, Huo Jixing went to line up again, got some water, and brought it back to the room. Speaking of water sources, because the military camp was built on the mountain, Huo Jixing had guessed that water resources would need to be controlled like in the ancient times in his previous life. But unexpectedly, the war masons of Noxus built a water intake system on the spot according to the geographical environment to facilitate the use of the camp. Ordinary soldiers like Huo Jixing only need to line up in advance to get water. War mason. In the silent stone house, Huo Jixing lay on his back on the bed, his head resting on his arms, and many thoughts came to his mind. He recalled the war mason in a brown robe that he had seen from afar, and it overlapped with the scene in his memory. In his previous life, because he was getting older and older, he couldn't play games anymore, and often lost in the rankings. He would take advantage of his free time to look through the settings and background stories of the League of Legends universe. This is why he is more familiar with the Valoran continent. In the Noxus chapter, the war masons were introduced in detail. They are resourceful scouts, engineers and warriors who design and supervise the construction of roads, bridges, and fortifications. They can be said to be rare all-round talents, and they are also one of the most elite soldiers in the Noxus Empire. In addition, other images and information began to appear in his mind, such as soldiers of the Trifarian Legion, and many famous Noxian heroes, etc. Countless turbid and chaotic thoughts flooded into his mind like a tide, and coupled with the words about Fruljord that the Centurion Eric appealed to in the morning, he became more and more upset and anxious. What am I thinking about? Huo Jixing suddenly came back to his senses, exhaled lightly, patted his face, and a helpless look appeared on his face. Fruljord, like a bloody curse, entangled in his heart, broke his peaceful life for more than a month, and completely disturbed his mind that had nowhere to rest. He was a little restless, and his consciousness moved, calling out the data panel. Name, Huo Jixing. Essence, 0. Strength, 1.11. Constitution, 0.98. Agility, 1.03. Spirit, 2.11 Skills, Advanced Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent, none. The average attribute value of a normal adult male is 1. Physique has risen again. Huo Jixing saw that the physique in the data panel was close to the normal value, and his mood improved a lot, which meant that his body was gradually recovering to its peak. And a healthy and strong body is one of the most important conditions for him to survive in the Valoran continent. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly got up and went out again. Chapter 4. Winter has arrived, the weather is getting colder, and time is starting to get a little reversed. Between sunrise and sunset, the days are short and the nights are long. When Huo Jixing went out again, the sky in the camp had gradually dimmed, as if a black curtain was about to fall and cover the mountains. On the blue stone road, Huo Jixing walked slowly, letting the cold wind blow on his face, and his slightly irritable mood gradually calmed down. Across the street corner, a low, staggered, and connected light grey building complex came into view. Grey Pharmacy. The place in the Noxus camp where the wounded are treated and medicines are provided is also jokingly called the Grey Cemetery by the Noxus soldiers. It represents the rebirth of life and the destination of death. The increasingly fierce war situation at the moment has caused a surge of people here, coming and going. The turbid air is filled with the smell of herbs, and some mixed, indistinguishable special gas smells. Huo Jixing stepped into the Grey Pharmacy, skillfully crossed the door, turned right and stepped into an open reception room. In a crowded room, a Noxian soldier was receiving treatment. He was idle, leaning against the wall, looking at the surrounding environment. Old tables, messy wooden shelves, some unnamed metal instruments and colorful liquids. It didn't look like a normal infirmary, but more like a laboratory. After waiting for a while, the treatment was over, and the Noxian soldier hugged his bandaged arm and hurried away. He also sat down on the empty chair in front of him. Across the table, the Noxian doctor in a grey robe saw someone sitting down, looked up at Huo Jixing, and a faint smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "It's you, a little punctual." The Noxian doctor looked around and saw Huo Jixing wearing a crimson armor. His smile faded, his eyes were a little solemn, and finally he whispered, "How is your body recovering?" "It's okay, it's recovering well." Huo Jixing noticed the change in the Noxian doctor's expression, smiled and nodded gently. With the existence of the data panel, he could clearly know the changes in his body. "Let me take a look first." The Noxian doctor walked up to Huo Jixing, stretched out his hands, and gently pressed Huo Jixing's shoulders, heart, abdomen, and thighs. "It's indeed recovered well." The Noxian doctor stood up and looked at Huo Jixing with some surprise. He still remembered the miserable look when he first saw Huo Jixing, but he didn't say much. Everyone has his own special secrets, and he won't be curious to spy on others. The Noxian doctor returned to the table, bent down, opened the drawer, took out a green potion in a glass bottle, and placed it in front of Huo Jixing. "This is the last potion. After taking it, your body will almost recover." "Thank you." Huo Jixing took the green potion and thanked him. He knew the temper of the Noxian doctor in front of him, and didn't stay for long. After thanking him, he turned around and left the room. After walking out of the iron door of the Grey Pharmacy, Huo Jixing looked back at the light grey building complex behind him. As night fell, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some Noxian soldiers wrapped in bandages could be seen going in and out. From time to time, painful groans and cries of death could be heard echoing in the air, or some expressionless medical staff carrying shrouds sent the cold bodies inside to the crematorium not far away. Life. Huo Jixing looked at the vivid but cold scene in front of him in silence, and suddenly understood something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. Taking a deep breath, he tightly grasped the alchemy potion in his hand and walked away with a firm look. After leaving the Grey Pharmacy, the sky gradually darkened. Huo Jixing quickly finished his dinner, and while there was still some time, he washed up and immediately returned to the room. There is a clear ban in the Noxian camp. Rest after sunset, no walking around at night, no noise, no gathering. Violators will be severely punished and no leniency will be given. With the arrival of the dark night, the noisy camp slowly fell into silence, with only the swaying starlight and the bright yellow firelight illuminating the dark curtain. In the narrow room, Huo Jixing sat in front of the bed, and took out the alchemical potion in his arms by the night starlight that soaked through the window. In the simple and rough glass bottle, the turbid green liquid swayed, and a strange herbal smell filled his nose. Huo Jixing looked at the alchemical potion in his hand, recalling the scene when he first saw his body, with hideous scars all over his body, large pieces of blood and flesh frozen to death, and faintly visible white bones and broken organs. If it weren't for the timely rescue of the Noxian doctor and the alchemical potion poured into his mouth, he might not have survived that night. At the same time, the alchemical potion was also the only two items related to the extraordinary that he had seen during this period. Gugu. Without much hesitation, Huo Jixing pulled out the wooden cap, shook the green liquid in the glass bottle, closed his eyes, and raised his head to drink it. It's okay, the taste hasn't changed, it's the same as before. After drinking it, Huo Jixing smacked his lips, the remaining taste was a bit bitter. Putting away the bottle, he sat in front of the bed, not moving, waiting for the alchemy potion to work. After a moment, a warm current seemed to appear out of thin air, spreading from the inside of the body to the limbs, as if someone was massaging the body, or soaking in a hot spring. Especially on the current winter night, the appearance of the warm current made Huo Jixing feel like he was in the middle of summer, and fine sweat appeared on his forehead. But this feeling came quickly and went quickly. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the warm current disappeared, and the cold of winter climbed up the body again. What a pity! Huo Jixing sighed lightly. Thinking about it, the alchemy potion that can be provided to the Legion soldiers must not be a valuable medicine. And as far as he knows, there is a strict hierarchy in the Noxus Empire. The nobles and the extraordinary are the controllers of this empire. While his body was still warm, Huo Jixing wanted to practice swordsmanship again, but after seeing the sword marks on the wooden table, he gave up in disappointment. Then he got up and started to exercise himself in the small room. 150 push-ups. 200 sit-ups. 200 squats. When everything was done, Huo Jixing panted, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and opened the data panel. Name, Huo Jixing. Essence, 0. Strength, 1.22. Constitution, 1.18. Agility, 1.24. Spirit, 2.15. Skills, Advanced Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent, none. The average attribute value of a normal adult male is 1. Sure enough, my body has almost recovered. Huo Jixing looked at the attributes displayed on the data panel, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whether it is strength and constitution or agility and spirit, the data attributes displayed on the panel have surpassed normal adult males. He felt this in the exercise just now, because it was much easier than before. Skills? Huo Jixing's eyes fell on the skills. Advanced Warrior was still in an illusory state and could fall at any time. We must make good use of the remaining time, otherwise Fruljord is not a good place. Whether it is the dead predecessor or the little information about Fruljord in the memory, they all tell the cruelty of the frozen land in the north. He needs to improve himself as much as possible in the following time and survive well in this war. Survive. Huo Jixing, who was resting his head on his arms, seemed to think of something, and a little bitterness rose in his heart. When did it become a luxury to survive? Although 996 was a blessing in his previous life, and the mortgage and car loans made him unable to get up, at least it was a peaceful era. As long as he didn't ask too much of himself and didn't care about other people's opinions, life was still pretty good. And here, he had to aim to survive. It was a bit ironic, but it was so cruel that he couldn't help himself. Thoughts surged into his mind, and Huo Jixing fell asleep under a thick, worn-out quilt. Chapter 5. The next morning, the crimson glow filled the sky, like a layer of gold powder decorating the Noxus camp. Huo Jixing got up early, went out for a simple breakfast, and then returned to the room immediately. Because of the explicit regulations in the camp, he could not carry out his own morning jogging plan, so he mostly chose to exercise in the room. Push-ups. Sit-ups. Squats. Fast running in place. Punching with small steps. Huo Jixing quickly entered a state of concentration. In addition to eating, sleeping, and washing, he spent most of his time on physical exercise. Since the goal is to survive, he must work hard for it. And these exercise methods from his previous life allow him to sweat to his heart's content in a small room. In addition to his own exercise, Huo Jixing will set aside part of his time every day to seek help from DeWitt and do some sword training, in order to better face the upcoming Fruljord mission. In this way, Huo Jixing began to exercise crazily with the sufficient food provided by the camp, and almost worked until exhaustion every day. It was also in such a state of concentration and hard work that he quickly adapted to his recovered body, and at the same time deeply realized how strong and tough a body with the skills of advanced warrior was. Unfortunately, there was too little time. The efforts made could not change the cold and cruel life after all. Time passed, and a few days passed quickly. It was night. The stars in the sky were shining, flickering, looming, and adorning the dark night sky. In the narrow room, Huo Jixing lay on the ground, and the sweat as big as beans covered his naked upper body, accumulating on the ground along the lines of his strong muscles. Huo Jixing panted, finished the last set of sit-ups, bent his arms to support his body, half leaned on the bed, and opened the data panel. Name, Huo Jixing. Essence, 0. Strength, 1.23. Constitution, 1.19. Agility, 1.24. Spirit, 2.15. Skills, Intermediate Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent, none. In terms of data, each attribute has a slight change and improvement, and it can be seen that the training during this period has achieved certain results. But in terms of skills, it is ultimately no match for the cruel reality. Even with muscle memory, Huo Jixing can only barely master swordsmanship, and as for the training of other weapons, he has to give up. This also caused the entry of Advanced Warrior to drop, thus becoming Intermediate Warrior. After a short rest, Huo Jixing's physical strength was restored to a certain extent, and then he stood up, walked to the wooden table, picked up the stone bowl, and drank the cold water in it in one gulp. In an instant, the cold stimulation suppressed the heat in his body, and he was full of energy. With the help of the night starlight, Huo Jixing wiped his body with cold water, lay on the bed, and thought carefully. Tonight is the last leisure time. Tomorrow morning, it will be the time for the mission given by the Centurion Eric, which also means that he will soon step into Fruljord. Huo Jixing sighed lightly and took out a necklace with a linen rope from his neck. A green gem was hung on it. The fine cracks on the gem could be clearly seen, destroying the overall beauty. This is the last legacy left by the predecessor, and it is also the first extraordinary item that Huo Jixing has come into contact with. The night starlight fell, soaking the fine green gems, reflecting the hazy emerald light in front of Huo Jixing's eyes. How did he get this green gem necklace? He searched for the memory of his previous life, but he didn't know. He could only vaguely remember that it came from the tragic battle in Fruljord. As for its extraordinary characteristics, Huo Jixing roughly figured it out after testing it during this period of time. It can slowly and effectively restore physical strength and heal the body's injuries. The reason why his seriously injured body was able to recover so quickly, in addition to the treatment of Noxian doctors and alchemical potions, this broken green gem necklace also played an indispensable role. In addition, during this period, his crazy exercise that almost exhausted his physical strength every day was also based on the confidence brought by this green gem necklace. Otherwise, with his training method, even the body of a high-level warrior would not be able to bear it. As his fingers stroked the broken green gem, the data panel in Huo Jixing's pupils began to flicker, and from time to time, hazy information came, wanting to decompose the gem in his hand that was shining with green light. Decompose? Can I really get the essence like in my previous life? Huo Jixing whispered softly, and the appearance of the green gem was reflected in his eyes. When he first got this necklace, he was somewhat familiar with it, like the equipment healing gem in the League of Legends game. But he lacked extraordinary knowledge and could not be sure in the end. It was also at that time that the continuous flickering of the data panel made Huo Jixing realize something. Recalling the item decomposition in the League of Legends game, he guessed that the essence in the data panel was obtained by decomposing rune items. If it was in the heart of the Noxus Empire, or other safe places, Huo Jixing would choose to decompose this broken green gem necklace without hesitation to seek answers. But the situation now is different. The Noxus camp with red flags, the Fruljord covered with ice and snow, plus a scout mission with uncertain life and death. He couldn't gamble on what he could get after decomposition. The most important thing is that this broken green gem necklace brings him real benefits, which he cannot give up. I hope you can bring good luck to this mission. Huo Jixing kissed the green gem necklace lightly, put it carefully in his arms, and then closed his eyes to rest, snoring gradually. The night passed and dawn came. A golden light appeared in the snow-white sky, soaking the light blue sky and the towering mountains. Almost at the moment when the light of dawn fell into the room, Huo Jixing opened his eyes automatically, and the bright pupils reflected the morning scenery outside the window. Get up, wash, and put on armor. Huo Jixing completed everything silently, and then began to organize the items in the corner of the room. Most of these items were sent by DeWitt yesterday, including cloaks, water bags, rations and military equipment, and finally put them together in the grey-white leather bag. Squeak! After closing the door, Huo Jixing looked back at the stone house where he lived alone, picked up his heavy bag, turned around and walked towards the morning glow. It was just dawn, and there were not many people on the street. Huo Jixing walked along the familiar bluestone road. After a cup of tea, in front of the dark grey three-story building, Huo Jixing saw a group of Noxian scouts wearing dark red composite armor. Everyone in front of him either had a long sword on his waist, or carried an axe and shield, and like him, all carried heavy leather bags. Huo Jixing took a rough look and found that there were exactly 10 people, including himself. While waiting, the Noxian scouts talked and laughed with each other, but Huo Jixing saw the hidden coldness in their eyes and faces. This is the cold temperament that belongs only to the elite scouts of Noxus, which is poured with countless blood and lives. Seeing. DeWitt greeted Huo Jixing when he saw him coming. As soon as the voice fell, the Noxian scouts who were originally talking stopped talking at the same time, and their eyes fell on Huo Jixing one by one, looking at this new partner. DeWitt. Huo Jixing barely suppressed his inner throbbing, walked into the team, smiled and responded to DeWitt, and then spoke respectfully to the tall and strong figure at the front of the team. 10th Captain. Yes. Eric nodded, then clapped his hands lightly, motioning everyone to look over. Everyone is here, then we will set off directly. There was no declaration, no ceremony. Eric simply walked away with his Noxian scouts, as if the mission to be started was not a bloody killing, but a relaxing outing. Although Huo Jixing was a little surprised and doubtful in his heart, he chose to remain silent and walked at the end of the team, with DeWitt in front of him. As the steps moved, the fragmented footsteps accompanied the group leaving the rest area. To the west of the camp, the dark grey heavy rocks built a majestic wall, silently demonstrating the power of Noxus. The red flags fluttering in the wind made a crackling sound, as if encouraging every Noxian soldier who stepped out of the camp. Huo Jixing, who was waiting in line, looked at the open steel gate and was a little shocked. Not only them, but also the crowds of people like red dragons were rushing forward and rushing towards the ice and snow world violently and savagely. Fjord. It was also at this time that Huo Jixing really realized that the cruel war was around him, and he was about to step into this meat grinder and struggle for survival. Hey, Seeing. Relax, don't be nervous. DeWitt in front turned his head, looked at Huo Jixing, who looked a little stiff, and said with a grin. Blood is the wine of victory, you will slowly get used to the taste of blood. Thanks to the bitter sea boater for the 500 starting coins reward, please collect and read. Chapter 6. Fjord. The fierce storm raged, and the biting cold current kept whipping the boundless frozen land of the north. From a distance, the earth was silvery white, and the snowflakes were like catkins and cotton, falling from the dim sky, melting the sky and the earth into a white hole. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the snowy and steep mountain road, Huo Jixing panted and raised his head from the grey fur cloak. His handsome face had long been frozen, and his eyebrows and nose were covered with ice chips. The wind and snow in front of him were too strong, intertwined and entangled into a messy oil painting, reflected in the pupils. At the same time, the ice and snow piled on his body pressed down on his bag, which was a bit heavy, making him more and more powerless and breathless. But Eric, who was at the front of the team, kept his pace, and he could only choose to move forward silently. As time went by, the wind and snow seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and began to compress everyone's vision. Nothing could be seen 4 or 5 meters away, leaving only a silver-white area, filling the sky and the earth. However, Eric seemed to have not been affected and was still on the right path, but how he could tell the right direction was a skill that Huo Jixing could not understand. Or see the situation in the team. Eric turned his head and wiped off the ice debris on his face. His brown eyes looked around at the people behind him, and he said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and rest in front." Yes. The silent team burst into a uniform call. Every Noxus scout suppressed the fatigue in his heart, maintained the formation, and continued to move forward against the wind and snow. The snowflakes fell and swayed all over the ground. After walking 4 or 5 miles, a low hill covered with ice and snow came into view. The hill was not high, about 100 meters, which was very common in the long iron thorn mountains, but it had a leeward area, and bare rocks could be seen faintly. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed Eric's steps, stepping on the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and quickly stepped into the foot of the hill. The solid rocks were rough and cold, and after being polished by ice and snow, they were covered with a layer of smooth and clean ice. In the slightly concave mountain, you can barely stop, cover the scattered wind and snow, and resist the raging cold wind. Wow! Huo Jixing took off the grey fur cloak, shook it gently, and snowflakes fell and covered the ground. Then he turned the fur cloak over, smoothed it on the ground, leaned against the mountain wall, and sat on the cloak. Huo Jixing hates the cold. Hate winter. It brings not only endless torture to the body and mind, but also a cruel test of will. Hey! Huo Jixing stopped complaining in his heart, took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, rubbed them slowly, and a subtle warmth appeared in his palms. He looked down at the grooves that looked like old pine bark, which were full of solidified ice slag. He understood more and more that his predecessor hated and feared Fruljord. And this was just the beginning of the scout mission. Huo Jixing licked his cracked lips, took out a water bag from his waist, and poured cold water mixed with ice slag into his mouth. In an instant, the biting cold permeated his soul, drove away the fatigue of his body, and made him refreshed. Unbuttoning the bag, Huo Jixing took out the hard dry food from it, ground it with his teeth, swallowed it into his stomach in small bites, and absorbed as much nutrition as possible from the dry food. The dry food was rough and hard, and looked like bread mixed with some vegetables and dried meat solidified together. The taste was very ordinary, but it could effectively replenish the consumed physical strength. Huo Jixing observed the surrounding environment while eating. Counting the time, this is the 4th day since he entered Fruljord. Except for the Noxian scout team, no one can be seen along the way, as if entering a cold and silent place. However, the Noxian scouts still move forward cautiously and will deal with all the remaining traces along the way in time. The rest time is very short, and Noxian scouts get up one after another. Huo Jixing swallowed the last bite of dry food, picked up the cloak, put it on again, and looked at the ice and snow world in front of him. The cold wind is still there, and the snow falls all over the mountains and plains, covering the Ironthorn Mountains. Although it has entered the Fruljord area, the long Ironthorn Mountains cross the Noxian border and go deep into this northern frozen land. In the field of vision, one snow-capped mountain after another, one next to another, like a dragon's spine, extending into the distance, majestic and magnificent. This was a magnificent scene that I had never seen in my previous life, but now I have gotten used to it. Just as everyone was about to leave, the sound of chaotic footsteps suddenly broke the calm under the ice and snow. Huo Jixing turned his head and saw Muir rushing in the thick snow, with an excited smile on his weathered face. Muir, a member of the Noxus scout team, was calm and friendly. The biting cold wind wrapped his sturdy figure and poured into the concave hill. 10-man captain. Muir walked past everyone and came to Eric, panting and saying, "I found something good." Hearing this, Eric, who was leaning against the mountain wall, raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the excited Muir in front of him, and looked up at the snowy sky, thinking in his heart. He knew Muir's character and would not do anything without a purpose. Since it was a good thing, it was probably about the same. "Let's go and take a look." Eric looked around at everyone and spoke in a serious voice. The scattered footsteps were left on the white snow, following the traces left by Muir, extending straight to the other side of the hill. The snow covered the ground, and the scattered cedars were like dark green dyes, dotted on the white snow. Huo Jixing was still at the back of the team, and his eyes were vigilantly scanning the surrounding environment. Not far in front of him, Eric and Moore were half crouching, looking at the traces left on the snow, and talking softly. "Is it some kind of animal footprint?" Huo Jixing saw the traces left on the snow from the corner of his eyes, and thought to himself, "But the footprints are too big." The snowflakes danced wildly, seemingly non-stop, rendering and eroding the world. During the time when Moore came and went, the snow still did not cover the traces of the footprints, which shows the size of the animal that left the footprints. Huo Jixing searched for all the animal impressions in his memory. Compared with the footprints he saw in front of him, it seemed that only giant animals such as elephants and rhinos could vaguely match. "It's a snow boar." At some point, DeWitt walked to Huo Jixing's side and spoke in a deep voice. "Let's get ready to hunt. This guy is a rare good thing in the frozen soil of the north. At least we can stop eating the hard and tasteless rotten dry food." The Noxian scout team started again, following the remaining traces and going deep into the cedar forest. On the frozen soil of the north of Fruljord, there is almost no other vegetation, only the cedar, which is still tall and straight despite the cold wind and snow. But after going deep into the cedar forest, Huo Jixing's expression gradually became solemn. Some rough cedar trunks were broken and fell to the ground, and there were only a few dark green leaves on the branches. Occasionally, some hideous marks can be seen on the trunks and branches, as if they were bitten hard by some giant animal. "Hey, Sing, did you hear anything?" Devitt approached, his expression under the cloak was extremely heavy. "I heard it." Huo Jixing nodded, looking straight ahead. In the whistling cold wind, some strange and bizarre sounds were mixed in, echoing over the woods. At the same time, at the front of the scout team, Eric stretched out his palm high and waved forward. Huo Jixing pulled the grey-white cloak tightly, and together with Devitt, he stepped carefully on the snow, followed the shadow of the cedar, and slowly walked to the side of the team. Not only the two of them, but also the other Noxian scouts were like grey-white worker ants, with Eric as the center point, fan-shaped, and slowly surrounded the target area. "What is that?" Behind the tall cedar, Huo Jixing's figure seemed to melt into the snow, his eyes fell on the distance, but his expression could not hide the horror. "This, wild boar." Chapter 7. In the sparse cedar forest. The cedars that should have been tall and straight were broken and fell to the ground, and the exposed stumps condensed into crystal ice. In the middle of the forest, you can see a huge snow boar that looks like a black cloud, disturbing the pale snow. From a distance, the snow boar is about 7 feet tall and about 13 feet long. The completely disproportionate fangs are as thick as thighs, inserted upside down on the bloody mouth, the forelegs are short and strong, and the hoof tips are triangular. As the body moves, deep footprints are stepped on the thick snow. At this moment, the fierce snow boar is swinging its black tail like an iron rod, biting a broken corpse with big mouth, and blood is all over the ground. The remains look like an elk, not big in size, and should be a small elk that was left alone during the chase. Under the bite of sharp fangs, the flesh and blood on the elk's body almost disappeared, leaving only a pale and broken skeleton, but the wild boar still did not give up and continued to lick and bite the last scraps of meat. "Is this our hunting target?" Huo Jixing looked at the wild boar in the snow not far away, and his heart trembled a little. This is not a composite picture in a film and television drama, but a real giant wild boar. Especially in close contact, he smelled the stench wrapped in the cold wind. Huo Jixing's psychological presupposition earlier seemed a little fragile when he really faced it. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at DeWitt. But suddenly found that his side was already empty, and DeWitt and other Noxus scouts seemed to be fearless and were lurking towards the target. Huo Jixing took a deep breath, and the cruel reality was naked in front of him. He suppressed the trembling in his heart, held the sword in his hand tightly, and stepped forward carefully. This was a hunting expedition, and the pause in his steps just now had made him obviously fall behind the team. At the same time, he was vaguely aware of the cold gaze of the centurion Eric behind him. Huff! Huff! As the distance got closer, the gnawing sound of the snow boar echoed more and more clearly in the cold wind. Huo Jixing really saw the hideous appearance of the snow boar. It was covered with hard thorns all over its body, and under the cover of ice and snow, it froze into sharp ice edges. Its ears were like banana leaves, fanning gusts of cold wind, its grey-black skin was as hard as iron, and even if it broke so many cedars, there was no scar. The red eyes were full of ferocity and malice, which made people shudder. Or the distance was too close. The snow boar with a keen sense of smell suddenly stopped gnawing, turned its huge head, and its short and thick nose moved. Huff! The snow boar let out a low roar, its red eyes looked around, its fierce gaze penetrated the snow curtain, and it saw the Noxian scouts surrounding it. Huff! Huff! The low pig cry suddenly exploded. The wild and untamable snow boar became agitated, and its nostrils opened and closed, exhaling bloody white frost. It turned its body frantically, its short limbs trampled the snow, raising waves of snow, and then charged without hesitation. Boom! The black clouds were surging, and its inverted fangs cut through the snow curtain like a blade, and its huge body broke the cedars blocking the way. The snow boar randomly selected a target and rushed straight towards Moor. Moor, who was walking carefully in the snow, looked at the snow boar rushing towards him, his expression changed, and he cursed in a low voice, and immediately focused on the snow boar in front of him. With the wind and snow covering his face, Moor calmed down, and his blue pupils reflected the ferocious posture of the snow boar when it ran, as well as its straight and sharp fangs. Just as the fangs were about to hit him, he jumped to the left with all his strength, and while swinging his body, the sharp sword in his hand stabbed out, cutting through the hard skin of the snow boar. Puff! Boom! Another tall cedar broke. The snow boar used the force of rebound to force its body to stop, but the huge rebound force made it unstable, staggering, and drops of blood fell on the snow. Taking this opportunity, the surrounding Noxian scouts strode forward and attacked alternately. The sharp blades cut through the air, pierced through the hard skin, leaving thin scars on the snow boar, and the dripping blood dyed the snow red. The hunt officially began. Even with the snow obstacles, the Noxian scouts still showed excellent combat capabilities. The fierce and frenzied snow boar, facing the Noxian scouts hunting, was like an unbalanced spinning top, making angry and helpless pig calls. The pure white snow was gradually stained with blood, and the red and white were turbid. Huff! Huff! After the snow boar broke the cedar again, it stepped on the spot. The white frost between its nostrils had turned red, and its grey-black hard skin was covered with blood. With its violent movements, the bright red blood flowed along its huge body and sprinkled all over the snow. Not only its body, but also its forehead was covered with several hideous scars. The most conspicuous one was the left eye, where a 7 or 8 foot scar passed through, and blood and flesh flew. Perhaps it knew the fate of death that was about to come. The red eyes of the snow boar revealed a crazy and desperate emotion, and its huge body swung, like a battering ram, crushing the surrounding cedars. It launched a charge again. The muscular body was like a speeding minivan, shaking the snow. The sharp fangs cut through the dense snow curtain, rolling up snow waves all over the sky. The target of the snow boar this time was Huojixing. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the cold and low-temperature air, layers of fine sweat appeared on Huojixing's pale face. He looked at the trapped snow boar not far away, and the fear that had arisen in his heart earlier gradually disappeared as the battle progressed. It was indeed an easy hunt. Huojixing looked around and saw the Noxian scouts leaning against the cedars and holding sharp blades, trying to end the hunt with their powerful fighting skills. Under the terrifying appearance of the snow boar, a large amount of blood loss has begun to make it no longer have the terrifying power it had before. The staggering steps and the painful low moans all tell of the impending doom of its demise. But the Noxian scouts still did not relax their vigilance. They dispersed, maintained their formation, and slowly, bit by bit, consumed the physical strength of the snow boar. Grunt! 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 The angry pig calls continued to sound. Huojixing looked solemn, holding the standard long sword tightly in both hands, looking at the snow wild boar in desperate situation. The ground shook, and the snowflakes danced. The scarred snow wild boar seemed to be brewing the final killing blow. It stepped on the snow, and its muscular body suddenly ran. And this time, its target was himself. Damn it! Looking at the running snow wild boar, Huojixing's expression changed drastically, and the thick fishy wind, wrapped in grey and white snow waves, rushed towards him. He smelled the smell of rust in the cold air, and death was coming. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person living in a peaceful country. Graduated from junior college, the job was not good or bad, often worked overtime, and played games during breaks. A very ordinary and boring life. But at this moment, Huojixing looked at the snow wild boar close at hand, and the strong visual impact made his mind empty directly, and his body was extremely stiff. Even though he had trained hard before and had some memories of hunting in the wild, when he really faced it, it seemed as if everything was far away from him, leaving him with a frozen soul, standing there in a daze. Move, move quickly. The roar of trampling sounded in his ears, and the bone-chilling coldness permeated his soul. Huojixing looked at the bloody red eyes of the snow boar, no longer relaxed before, his face quickly flushed, and he roared in his heart, intending to drive his body. Hum! Hum! The completely crazy snow boar spread its hooves, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, and came with a bang. At this moment, at the critical moment, Huojixing regained control of his body and rolled to the right with all his strength. He could feel his body shrinking in the air, and at the same time, it seemed that a spear had brushed across his chest, and a touch of pain was transmitted to his mind along the nerves. Plop! It seemed like a long time had passed, and it seemed like a moment had passed. Huojixing was hit by the biting cold wind again, and then fell heavily on the snow. After rolling for several rounds, he stopped when he hit a broken cedar. Hoo! Hoo! Huojixing lifted his head from the snow, his chest heaving, and he was panting violently. He looked down at his chest. The composite armor was not damaged, only some dents. It seemed that he had brushed against the tusks of the snow boar and suffered a slight injury. But now is not the time to check his body carefully. Huo Jixing heard the roar behind him again, and immediately supported his body with his arms and stood up quickly. When he turned his head, Huo Jixing happened to see the fallen snow boar climb up, shaking its ferocious head, and looking at his embarrassed self with red eyes again. "You mother, it's me again." Huo Jixing couldn't hold back his emotions, and cursed in his heart, but he kept moving, leaning on the broken cedar, ready to deal with the snow boar's desperate fight. Without waiting for the snow boar to charge again, a sturdy figure wearing crimson armor smashed the snow curtain and rushed to the front of the snow boar. It was the centurion Eric. Huo Jixing's pupils shrank, and he instantly recognized the identity of the sturdy figure, and at the same time, doubts arose in his heart. What is he doing? An ant trying to shake a tree? The next moment, a look of horror appeared on Huo Jixing's face. I saw that the centurion Eric held the snow boar's inverted fangs with both hands, and the round shoulders and muscles on his arms held up the crimson armor. Bang! The heavy cowhide boots stepped on the ground, splashing large fluffy snowflakes. In a trance, the centurion Eric seemed to be a fierce tiger descending to the world, his arms transformed into sharp teeth, firmly clamping the snow boar, and then smashing it to the left like overturning a mountain. Boom! The dull sound of falling to the ground resounded in the cedar forest. One hug and one throw. The centurion Eric threw the severely injured snow boar to the ground like pulling out a weeping willow. The splashing snow was mixed with some blood and the crisp sound of bone cracking. Then, under the gaze of Huo Jixing and others, Eric drew out the giant sword from his back and inserted it straight into the neck of the snow boar, piercing directly through it, and the surging blood dyed the ground red. Is this power a human? Huo Jixing looked at Eric's back in astonishment, his heart seemed to be churning, and inexplicable emotions surged. Is it extraordinary power? Or the power of ordinary people? Huo Jixing lowered his eyes and looked at the snow boar that had completely lost its breath of life and looked like a small truck. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and fell into silence. Deal with the prey, take away everything you can take away. Eric drew out his giant sword, turned around, and looked around at the people in the snow. There was no emotion on his calm face. Yes, Captain 10. Moore answered, pointing to several Noxian scouts, and walked towards the huge carcass of the snow boar together. Huo Jixing, who is a newcomer, is included. Led by Moore, they began dismembering the snow boar. Half an hour later, the Noxian scouts finished disposing of the snow boar carcasses, put on their fur cloaks again, and stepped into the boundless snow. Behind them, pieces of pure white snowflakes swayed down from the cold sky, covering the bloody ground. Chapter 8. Late at night in the middle of winter. The biting cold wind danced in the night sky, rolling up the snowflakes and making a howling sound. The dim starlight falling from the sky penetrates the snow-white curtain, covering the long iron-thorn mountains with a hazy cloud. Between the low and flat mountains, there is a damp cave entrance covered with ice and snow. The Noxian scouts who had marched for half a day were resting in the cave. They had not taken off their armor, either leaning against the wall or sitting cross-legged. Huo Jixing exhaled a mouthful of frost, squatted down, and took out the fire box from his waist. 2 pieces of iron were rubbed together, and tiny sparks burst out, but were extinguished by the cold wind in an instant. He remained motionless and repeated the action, rubbing the iron again and again. However, Huo Jixing seemed more silent than usual, and his mind was filled with the scene of dismembering a wild boar in the snow not long ago. Although the wild survival skills given to him by his predecessor included some similar bloody scenes, the images in his memory were ultimately 2 completely different concepts compared to reality. He endured the discomfort and suppressed his inner physiological reaction. Poof! The fire suddenly appeared, tiny sparks ignited the rags, and a wave of heat slowly emerged. Huo Jixing came back to his senses, fiddled with the rags, and slowly lit the piled dry and wet branches. The warm fire began to illuminate the dark and damp cave. The Noxian scouts scattered around sat down around the campfire one after another, warming up their cold bodies. Huo Jixing sat in the corner, stretched out his hands and started rubbing them, using the flames to dispel the chill in his body. Since entering Fruljord, as a newcomer, he has been unable to quickly integrate into the team even with the help of DeWitt. So he adheres to the principle of talking less and doing more. Through such efforts, he gained more or less some goodwill. Let's go clean the wild boar meat. Not long after he sat down and before his body had warmed up, DeWitt came over, holding the cut wild boar meat in his hand. After hunting the snow boars, they get a large amount of wild boar meat after skinning and deboning them, which eliminates the need for them to chew hard dry food that tastes bad. Huo Jixing got up and walked outside the cave entrance with DeWitt, washing the wild boar meat with the accumulated ice and snow. Facing the cold wind, Huo Jixing wiped the pork in his hands and thought to himself as he thought of the elk carcass in the cedar forest. This is very fragile. The cycle of life and death looks different in this cold and cruel land, but the harsh environment ensures that little is wasted. After the snow boar has eaten the elk, it eventually falls into their hands and becomes food. One drink and one peck are all reincarnations. After cleaning the wild boar, Huo Jixing and DeWitt quickly returned to the cave entrance. It was too cold outside, so it was better to be warmer inside the cave entrance. Gurgling. 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 In the iron pot hanging above the campfire, boiling water bubbled, with some stains of ice and snow remaining on the edge. Seeing the water boiling, Moore, who was in charge of cooking, quickly cut open the cleaned wild boar meat with a short knife, put it into the iron pot, sprinkled it with salt and covered it with an iron lid. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. Big portion of bone broth. Huo Jixing took a gentle sniff at the air, and his hungry body let out a low groan. It's not that the smell of meat is too good to fill the cave, but in the current severe cold weather, it's very good to have a mouthful of hot soup and a mouthful of meat. Eric stood up and bent down, filling a large bowl for himself first. Regardless of how hot it was, he drank the broth and chewed the meat. Tastes good. Afterwards, the Noxian scouts surrounding the campfire began to grab cups of bone broth and wolf down it. After everyone had eaten, Moore, who was sitting next to DeWitt, began to process the remaining wild boar meat. This part would become the food of the Noxian scouts for some time to come. Of course, the amount of wild boar obtained from hunting must be more than that. But considering the tasks ahead, it was impossible for the scouts to carry them all with them just to add to the burden. They cut and processed wild boar meat, packed it with ice and buried it deep in the cave. Huo Jixing didn't rush to do it this time. He and DeWitt needed to rest early, because in the second half of the night, when it was the coldest, it was their turn to watch the night. The night is getting darker and the sky is dark. The brilliant stars that remain in the night sky may also choose to hide in the clouds because they are afraid of the cold. Between the vast sky and earth, only white snowflakes were left dancing wildly, beating against the mountain wall desperately. Star! The call ringing in his ears made Huo Jixing wake up from his deep sleep. Turning around, he saw that DeWitt had already stood up and was arranging his solid and exquisite composite armor. It's time for our vigil. DeWitt looked sideways, his brown eyes bloodshot and tired. Sorry, I've been asleep for a while. Huo Jixing said in an apologetic tone, stretched out his hands, and rubbed his slightly stiff face vigorously to wake him up. While he still had some free time, Huo Jixing's heart moved and he opened the data panel. Name, Huo Jixing. Quality, 0. Power, 1.24. Physique, 1.20. Agility, 1.24. Spirit 2.15. Skills, Intermediate Warrior, Wilderness Survival. Talent, none. Compared with when he left the Noxus camp, his attributes were almost unchanged. This was also the reason why Huo Jixing had no time to exercise. The whole day, from morning to night, apart from normal rest, is spent on the road. I hope the mission ends soon. Huo Jixing muttered. Then he closed the data panel, stood up, sorted out the messy armor, and put on the grey cloak again. The light in the cave was dim, and the gravel was dense, which was a bit painful to walk on. With the dim light coming from the front, Huo Jixing and DeWitt walked slowly. The nose was filled with an unpleasant smell, which was the smell of sweat mixed with animal fur, and occasionally there would be snoring, echoing inside and outside the cave. This cave was one of the resting points prepared by the Centurion Eric. The interior of the cave was slightly damp, but it was well concealed and could block the invasion of wind and snow. It was a good place. In front of the cave entrance, a bonfire was burning. The fireworks that should have been bright were a little dim in the biting cold wind. Hearing footsteps coming from behind, the two Noxian scouts who curled up in the corner looked back into the depths of the cave and happened to see the figures of Huo Jixing and DeWitt. They couldn't wait to get up, nodded to each other, wrapped their cloaks tightly, and quickly returned to the cave to escape the biting cold of the frozen soil in the north. Seeing this, Huo Jixing shook his head helplessly and chose to sit on the wall near the campfire, where there was still some temperature left. DeWitt also chose a similar position. The two people's vision, while covering each other, can also observe the environment outside the cave. Crackling. Huo Jixing wrapped his fur cloak tightly and fiddled with the campfire in front of him to bring warmth. The dim light flickered, and a few sparks jumped out, crossing the dark grey wall, swaying and pulling out the sleeping figures of the Noxian scouts in the cave. Here. DeWitt whispered, handing over the roasted wild boar jerky. The surface was a little hard, and there were traces of frost around it. The somewhat hungry Huo Jixing's eyes lit up, and he reached out to take it, ignoring the fishy smell, and stuffed it directly into his mouth, chewing it gently with his teeth. How is it? DeWitt asked. Huo Jixing looked surprised and glanced at DeWitt, but still answered truthfully, it tastes good. I'm not talking about wild boar jerky. DeWitt raised his eyebrows slightly, grinned, and then said nothing more. Huo Jixing chewed the wild boar jerky in his mouth, and he vaguely understood that DeWitt was talking about the previous hunt. It seemed that his cover-up was somewhat futile. He lowered his eyes and looked at his chest. After resting for most of the night, coupled with the healing effect brought by the green gem necklace, his body was no longer in danger. As if he couldn't stand the cold wind, DeWitt tried to curl up his body and his eyes fell on the hazy starry sky outside the cave. This is just an appetizer. The ice and snow of Fruljord buried too many corpses. Huo Jixing swallowed the wild boar jerky in his mouth. The real death he faced during the day made him worry about this scout mission. But he had no choice. Escape? Huo Jixing did have such thoughts after leaving the Noxus camp. But the icy environment of Fruljord and the bloody war between Noxus and Winter's Claw directly wiped out his thoughts. Even with the wilderness survival skills given by his predecessor, he didn't believe that he could escape from Fruljord intact. Anything else? Huo Jixing licked the corner of his mouth, seeming to be a little unsatisfied. Although the Noxus camp also provided food, it was not as unscrupulous as it is now, eating meat in big mouthfuls. Don't eat it all, leave some stock, the night is long. DeWitt shook his head gently, with a smile hidden in his deep eye sockets, and threw another piece of wild boar jerky. Thank you. Huo Jixing took it, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. Food. DeWitt looked nostalgic and whispered softly, in the slums of Noxus, food is the most important resource. Noxus, the immortal fortress. Huo Jixing's expression moved, recalling this slightly familiar term, and looked at DeWitt. It is the immortal fortress, but Noxus is more than the immortal fortress. DeWitt looked up at the starry sky in the snowy night and murmured. How should I put it? The immortal fortress is the heart of Noxus, but after a long period of expansion, the capital has already covered the plains. I have seen it from afar and I still remember it vividly. The unfathomable dark grey exterior wall and the countless imperial flags hanging on the tower are firmly engraved in the depths of memory. Nothing can better reflect the power of Noxus than it. But I haven't been in since I was born, which is a pity. Why don't you go in and take a look? Huo Jixing asked doubtfully. Go in. DeWitt looked at Huo Jixing strangely, as if he was looking at a monster, but thinking of Huo Jixing's identity as a wanderer, he shook his head gently. I was born in the slums of the capital. It was extremely dark there, and I couldn't see any light. Only by joining the Imperial War Corps could I have the hope of leaving there with my family. DeWitt's tone was a little low, and then he laughed softly. Maybe after this war, we may enter the immortal fortress because of our military exploits. The fire flickered, and Huo Jixing looked at the smiling young scout in front of him and fell silent. He suddenly understood why DeWitt looked at him with strange eyes. Not only because of his identity as a wanderer, but also because of his ignorance. What does the slum represent? It is hunger and poverty, disease and plague, and even death. The fact that DeWitt can walk out of the slums and survive in this frozen land in the north is enough to show his efforts and extraordinariness. Huo Jixing swallowed the wild boar jerky in his mouth, changed the subject without leaving a trace, and continued to chat with DeWitt to kill the long cold winter night. Chapter 9. The winter nights in Fruljord are a bit long. But as time goes by, a ray of light gradually appears, soaking the gloomy sky. In just a moment, the crimson dawn breaks through the clouds and covers the scattered snowflakes with a layer of brilliant clouds. Huo Jixing stood up and looked at the distant white skyline. The bright dawn light was descending on the world with an unstoppable force. Another day of sunrise. The armored centurion Eric woke up at some point and stood at the entrance of the cave. Centurion. Huo Jixing turned around and looked at Eric in front of him with a little respect. Yesterday's hunting, the scene of Eric fighting the snow boar alive was still vivid, which made him full of awe. "Wake up those lazy guys, I'll go out for a while." Eric patted Huo Jixing's shoulder, walked into the snow against the wind and snow. Looking at the back that was getting farther and farther away, Huo Jixing and DeWitt divided their work. DeWitt went deep into the cave to wake up the sleeping Noxian scouts. Huo Jixing grabbed a few handfuls of ice and snow at the edge of the cave and put them into the iron pot next to the campfire. The flames rose and the ice and snow melted. Half a quarter of an hour later, the snow water was boiling and bubbling. He took out the wild boar jerky that he had processed last night from his backpack and put it in to cook a boiling hot broth. At the same time, Eric returned in the snow and, together with the awakened Noxian scouts, had a simple breakfast and started a new journey. It was winter, close to noon. The howling cold wind kept rolling up the snow and covered the silver-white earth. Huo Jixing wiped the frost on his cheeks, lowered his head and panted, and wrapped his fur cloak tightly. As he went deeper into Fruljord, the wind and snow became stronger and stronger, almost covering the sky. Above the dim sky, the clouds gradually thickened, and no light could be seen at all. Although the sunrise at noon had arrived, the sky was still dim. This was the 9th day of the mission. Since the last hunt, Eric led the Noxian scouts to continue to go deep into Fruljord. Huo Jixing tried hard to open his eyes covered with fine icicles and looked around at the snow-white world around him. After walking so far, he still didn't see any other signs of life except the snow boars he had hunted. Fruljord. Huo Jixing thought to himself. This desolate and cold northern frozen land, with no end in sight, was all silver-white. In the distance, there would occasionally be storms and lightning, ravaging the world. Walking slowly on this northern frozen land, Huo Jixing could not feel the trace of the passage of time, as if time was frozen, and he didn't know whether it was a few minutes or a few hours. He could only follow the team silently, follow Eric's steps, and move forward one step at a time. Whoosh! 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 From noon to dusk, the cold wind became more and more biting. Huo Jixing thought it was another day of ordinary travel, but when the sun was about to set, the silent and low-key team suddenly became a little restless. Huo Jixing's heart moved and he looked up. Not far from him, in the white snow curtain, clusters of hazy and uneven rocks appeared, like a few huge frozen fingers, supporting the hills that blocked the wind and snow. On the top of the hill, a slightly tilted red flag fluttered in the cold wind. "It's a Noxian sentry." Looking at the red flag with a double-edged axe printed on it, the silent team suddenly became restless. "Be careful." At the front of the team, the centurion Eric raised his right hand and spoke in a deep voice. The cold wind and snow blew by, the restless atmosphere disappeared, and every Noxian scout quietly clenched the sharp blade in his hand. Huo Jixing, who fell behind the team, looked solemn. Although he saw the Noxian sentry, Eric asked everyone to be careful. Did something unexpected happen? Huo Jixing thought to himself. But he kept moving, and like all the Noxian scouts, he followed Eric's steps. At the front, the centurion Eric, wrapped in a grey-white cloak, crawled forward in the snow, slowly approaching the Noxian sentry on the top of the hill. Until he approached the hill. Huo Jixing then discovered that the fluttering red flag was a little broken, and the golden double-edged axe mark was stained with a little blood. At the same time, he smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. Something happened. Huo Jixing's heart sank. Not only him, but also the Noxian scouts crawling on the snow at this moment realized that something unexpected had happened in the sentry post in front of them. Carefully pushing away the cold snowflakes in front of him, Huo Jixing poked his head out and observed the Noxian sentry post. The next moment, a trace of horror and fear appeared on his pale face. Under the jagged and solid rocks, the tragic scene of the Noxian sentry post was reflected in his pupils. The once heavy and solemn dark grey building had collapsed for the most part, and the parapets that resisted the invasion had also suffered serious damage, with some traces of frost and a lot of frozen blood remaining on it. And around these collapsed buildings, dozens of naked corpses were thrown away casually like garbage. Some of them were separated from their heads, some of their limbs were broken, and some of their bodies were covered with hideous scars. The broken corpses piled up one by one, and the blood accumulated around them gave off a strong smell of rust after freezing. The most striking thing is that there are layers of crystal frost on the surface of these corpses, turning them into lifelike ice sculptures, as if announcing something. "It's the Iceborne," DeWitt beside him said in a serious voice. Hearing the sound, Huo Jixing, who was in a daze, woke up suddenly, feeling inner discomfort all over his body. Surprisingly, although he was a little frightened, he was not as timid as expected. Perhaps it was the influence of the fragmented memories of his previous life, or perhaps it was the earlier battle of hunting wild boar in the snow. In short, he is quickly adapting to the changes in Fruljord and adapting to the cruelty of war. Iceborne. Huo Jixing chewed on familiar words, and some relevant information quietly emerged in his mind. Iceborne, also known as the Ice Bloodline. It is the extraordinary bloodline unique to Fruljord. Specifically, it can be traced back to the ancient times of the three sisters of Avarosa, Seralda, and Lysandra, along with many related deeds and rumors, but the origin of the Ice bloodline is no longer known. However, one thing is certain, Fruljord warriors with Iceborne can endure the bone-chilling cold brought by immortal ice, and use it on the battlefield to freeze and destroy all life. The hand of Winter's Claw has reached here. It seems that the war is coming much earlier than expected. Huo Jixing turned his head and looked around. DeWitt, who was lying beside him, spoke calmly, but his hands with bulging veins revealed the suppressed emotions deep in his heart. Not only DeWitt, Huo Jixing observed that all the scouts who saw the tragic scene of the Noxian sentry were trying hard to suppress their inner emotions. The wind and snow howled, and it was bitingly cold. The Noxian scouts, clad in grey and white cloaks, blended into the thick snow, awaiting orders. End the mission early and return to camp. Captain Eric, who was observing the Noxian post and the surrounding environment, took a deep look at the ice and snow sculptures piled in the center of the post, and spoke decisively. The low voice ignored the wind and snow and accurately reached the ears of each scout. Get your hands and feet sharp, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Hearing the sound, the Noxian scouts immediately took action, wrapping their fur cloaks tightly around them and slowly retreating behind them. They did not get up, but squirmed like earthworms, using the cover of wind and snow to leave the Noxus sentry and this land of death little by little. Under the wind and snow, Huo Jixing looked back at the ruined Noxian sentry, and a haze appeared in his pupils. He had a feeling that the journey back would not be peaceful. Chapter 10. The snow is getting heavier again. In the silver-white snow, Huo Jixing looked up at the dim sky, trying hard to wrap his grey-white cloak tightly. His face was frozen, his brow and nose were covered with ice and snow, and his body was sweating and losing a lot of water. This is the second day of the return trip. Except for every day at noon and evening, the team kept moving forward rapidly despite the wind and snow. Huo Jixing lowered his eyes and took a deep breath. After leaving the Noxus post, he found that the atmosphere of the team here was a little different. It seemed like a volcano suppressing the anger, waiting for the moment to erupt. Reaching out to wipe the snow and ice from his brow, Huo Jixing looked at the front of the team. As if he was not tired at all, Captain Eric walked forward on the snow, his strong body holding up his grey-white cloak, and guiding the Noxian scouts behind him. Poof! 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 The sound of howling cold wind was mixed with the sound of messy footsteps. Huo Jixing's expression tightened and he looked far away, seeing a hazy figure crossing the snow hills and approaching quickly. It's DeWitt. He saw the young Noxian scout sliding down the snowy hill nimbly, his crimson composite armor covered in snowflakes. After landing, DeWitt gasped and stood up, quickly ran to Eric who was in front of the team, and said hastily, Hu, there are clan warriors. Up here. Under the wind and snow, the atmosphere in the team sank. Eric wiped the frost off his face, frowned, and asked in a solemn voice, how many people are there? There are not many people, 11 or 2. DeWitt gasped, his bloodshot eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Looking at their attire, they are clan warriors affiliated with Winter's Claw. Eric exhaled a breath of frost mist, turned to look at the Noxian scouts behind him who were watching him, grinned, and laughed softly, get ready, we can't let these winter bastards go. There was irrepressible iron-blooded killing in the cold tone. Then, in the wind and snow, everyone began to slowly arrange their composite armor, wipe their sharp weapons, and get ready for everything. The silent volcano has already been rising into flames. The cold wind howled and the sky was filled with ice and snow. The dancing snowflakes swayed and fell from the dark sky, covering the mountains in silver. Brown pulled out his grey worn-out fur boots from the thick snow, whipped them against the cold wind, his face pricked by the ice and snow, and walked forward slowly with heavy steps. Hoo-ho! With heavy breathing, Brown wiped away the messy ice shards on his cheeks and looked at the snow-covered, cookie-cutter hills in front of him. Or it was too cold. He stretched out his hands and tightened his thick fur cloak. While looking around the almost identical environment, he waited for his companions behind him. After a few breaths, a group of clan warriors dressed similarly to Brown walked over despite the wind and snow. They wore dark grey hard leather armor, felt hats made of some kind of animal fur, and held various weapons made of polished bones in their hands. "Hey, Brown, don't be in such a hurry." A low and rough voice mixed with the cold wind sounded in Brown's ears. "There's very little prey in this weather, let alone those damn Noxian bastards." Hearing this, Brown, who was already frowning, looked at the clan warriors in front of him with cold eyes. "We need food, and the clan also needs food. The god of death takes the form of thousands of different faces and wanders the frozen fields of the Freljord. Long teeth, sharp knives, numbing chilblains, and bitter hunger have become the test of death again and again. If you want to survive, you must fight every death, neutralize every threat, and steal every advantage. So going out every day is a choice before the clan. Or survive by any means necessary. Or die." Brown stepped forward, his tall and strong body oppressing the clan warriors in front of him. "Look at your equipment and weapons. They are the hope of the clan. I don't want to return empty-handed. Winter's Claw has already given orders to all subordinate clans. Any clan that offers the heads of Noxian soldiers will receive corresponding food and rewards to survive the increasingly cold winter." The cold wind was still blowing through the silent people, and scattered snowflakes were piled on their shoulders. "Okay, Brown," he also said it unintentionally. The old voice broke the silence under the wind and snow. "Since time is of the essence, let's continue along the road. Well, after crossing the hills in front, we can reach the hunting spot marked by the clan." Holding the bone axe in his hand, Brown glared at the young clan warrior fiercely, turned his head, and looked through the dancing snowflakes to the raised ice and snow hills not far away. "Let's go." The deep grey color is like thick ink splashed into the pool water, rendering the pale snow. The alternately trampled footprints extend straight. The atmosphere that should have been silent gradually disappeared with the howling wind and snow. They are both clan warriors and collateral relatives. Any conflicts can be discussed in just a few words. Brown, who was immersed in moving forward, looked much more relaxed as he listened to the chatter in his ears. He didn't mean to do this, but the atmosphere in the team worried him a little. The clan spent a lot of money on this trip, and they must gain something. Winter's Claw. Recalling the War Mother riding a Juvisk wild boar that he had seen from afar, Brown's pupils showed a touch of fire. How he longed to participate in the Battle of Winter's Claw, which represented blood and glory. It is also the future of the clan. The biting cold wind blew across the earth, and snowflakes like goose feathers fell from the sky, covering the world with silver. On both sides of the winding mountain road, thick layers of white snow piled up, covering the dark grey soil. Huo Jixing crouched in the snow, letting the white snowflakes fall, gradually blending him with the snow. Even wearing a thick fur cloak, he could still feel the biting cold soaking his soul under the snow, and his body was trembling slightly. "Here it comes." The waiting time was not in vain. Huo Jixing's lips, which were frozen purple, moved slightly. There were bursts of messy footsteps on this must-pass mountain road, the sound of grey and worn-out fur boots stepping on thick snow. As the distance gradually increased, there was a low conversation that suppressed the sound of wind and snow. Some of it was unclear, or it was not easy to understand. This is the slang between clans, but occasionally some important and familiar words were passed into the ears with the cold wind. Winter Claw Naku's War. Bang! Suddenly, the fluffy snow, like fireworks, bloomed in the snow. Huo Jixing, who had been waiting intently, immediately lifted his fur cloak, stood up and jumped, his eyes looking over the dancing snowflakes, and saw the panicked clan warriors not far away. He looked fierce, like a hungry snow wolf, quickly pouncing on the prey. On the winding mountain road, Brown took heavy steps, facing the cold wind, and his companions behind him followed him closely. Out of caution, he waved his hand to disperse the snow curtain while looking at the rugged mountain roads and thick snow layers around him. "Hey!" Suddenly, a trace of panic appeared in his heart, and Brown had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Before he could speak, something strange happened. Puff! 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 A dull sound rang out, and the thick snow on both sides exploded, and large flakes of snow danced with it, mixed with the whistling cold wind, disturbing everyone's vision. The next moment, a cold knife light, soaked in the wind and snow, cut through the hard fur, and cut through the throat of the young clan warrior. Brown watched the young clan warrior beside him, covering his throat with hot blood, and fell to the ground, his frightened eyes gradually losing their spirit. Damn Noxian bastard! The cold wind was biting, but it couldn't suppress Brown's roar. Faced with the unexpected raid and the death of their companions, the clan warriors seemed a little panicked. However, under Brown's roar, they quickly adjusted their emotions, waving bone weapons, and facing the ambushed enemies. Noxian soldiers. The crimson armor, the cold eyes, the raised blade, seemed like an erupting volcano, with a violent and bloody momentum, wanting to swallow them up and chew up their flesh and blood. Plop! Huo Jixing kicked the ground with both feet, jumped forward, and pounced on a clan warrior who was trying to fight back. According to muscle memory, he stretched out his left arm, skillfully strangled the opponent's neck, and held on tightly, while his right hand pulled out a short knife from his waist and swung it brazenly. Puff! The flashing knife light soaked through the wind and snow, easily cutting the neck of the clan warrior, and a large amount of gushing blood dyed his face red. Until the struggle gradually stopped, Huo Jixing gasped and loosened his sore left arm. When he stood up again, this premeditated ambush had ended. Looking around the snowy mountain road, the bright red blood, like red dye, was splashed on the white snow. In the interweaving of red and white, the cold corpses that lost their lives and the random decorations dotted the cruel and ruthless frozen soil of the north. Huo Jixing reached out to wipe the blood off his face, lowered his eyes, and could not see the changes in his pupils. What is the difference between killing people and not killing people? He could not describe it in words, but there seemed to be a ripple of helplessness in his heart, and then gradually calmed down. Tisk, I have actually adapted to such a life. Huo Jixing laughed at himself. The baptism of winter, the impact of war, the memory fragments left by his predecessor, etc. seemed to be quietly crushing his former worldview, prompting him to integrate into this war as soon as possible. Then Huo Jixing crouched down, ignoring the dazzling red blood, reached out to hold down the dirty head of the clan warrior, and cut off his ear with the short knife in his hand. After wiping it a few times, he stuffed it into the leather pocket on his waist. This is his trophy, and it also represents the military merit of Noxus. Well done, Seeing. More, walking along the bloody trail, looked at the corpse with its throat cut at Huo Jixing's feet and praised him. Huo Jixing licked the corner of his mouth, smiled reluctantly and nodded. Moore was the third person he met in the scout team. He was calm and friendly. During the days of integrating into the team, he and DeWitt had helped him a lot. Handle it quickly, we should go. DeWitt ran over from not far away and spoke quickly. What's wrong? What unexpected happened? Moore looked surprised, walked towards DeWitt and asked. The tongue is dead. DeWitt looked solemn, thinking of the tough performance of the guy just now, and spit. The guy's bones are very hard, and he didn't speak, so the centurion had to get rid of him. Moore looked at the red and white snow, as if he thought of something, his eyes were gloomy, and he cursed in a low voice. Then he quickly dealt with the spoils and walked towards the team with Huo Jixing and DeWitt. Not long after, the Noxian scouts put on their grey-white cloaks again and set off in a hurry, letting the snow fall all over the sky and drown the bloody battlefield. Chapter 11. The cold wind blew suddenly. The snow all over the mountains and fields compressed everyone's vision desperately. The only thing that Huo Jixing hoped for was that near noon, there would be warm sunshine to warm his body. But in the middle of winter, the sun would set again after just a quick appearance, and this hope was also dashed, leaving only the overwhelming cold. Woo! 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 The howling wind and snow suppressed the sound of the world, and the dark sky became more gloomy, making everyone more silent after venting. No one said much, only the sound of crunching on the snow with their feet. Cry! Suddenly, a high-pitched eagle cry sounded, piercing the sky. Above the grey and dark clouds, a snow-white eagle flew by, spreading its wings and dispersing the clouds. The Noxian scouts who were walking forward subconsciously stopped their steps, leaned over the snow, and clutched their grey-white cloaks to cover their bodies. After the eagle's cry disappeared, they continued to wait for a while. The Noxian scouts stood up from the snow one by one, looking a little embarrassed. And this seemingly useless effort is the truth verified by the Noxian soldiers with blood, and it is also a reverence for Freljord. Huo Jixing reached out to wipe the snowflakes on his cheeks, and looked solemnly at the dark sky, as if a storm was gathering in the clouds. When his eyes fell, he happened to see Eric at the front of the team with a gloomy face, and his brown eyes were filled with a trace of worry. This also made Huo Jixing feel heavier. After a moment of silence, the centurion Eric continued to lead the scout team and walked slowly in the snow. Time passed quietly like flowing water. The long iron thorn mountains, in the familiar damp cave entrance. The Noxian scouts who had been rushing for most of the day were scattered around the campfire, warming their cold bodies. Muir dug out the wild boar meat from the depths of the cave and made another portion of boiling hot broth, which everyone shared. Huo Jixing, who had eaten, found a corner and sat down casually. Huo Jixing, who had just sat down, felt a little uncomfortable in his buttocks, as if there was a sharp stone. He reached out and touched it, and pulled out a piece of grey and white unknown bone. Pa! After spitting, Huo Jixing threw the bone into the depths of the dark cave, and the haze in his heart became thicker. This is not a good omen. Huo Jixing was wrapped in a fur cloak, looking through the narrow cave entrance, looking into the distance, and he could see the grey sky with a few dim stars hanging. After looking for a while, Huo Jixing retracted his gaze, curled up his body with all his strength, leaned against the mountain wall, and looked around. Except for the night watch scouts, most of the others were like him. After eating, they were taking the time to rest and recover their consumed physical strength. Thinking that he would have to continue his journey tomorrow, Huo Jixing sighed, closed his eyes, and opened the data panel. Name, Huo Jixing. Essence, 0. Strength, 1.25. Constitution, 1.22. Agility, 1.25. Spirit, 2.19. Skills, Intermediate Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent, none. The attributes on the data panel did not change much, but the spirit aspect was slightly improved compared to before. But at this moment, Huo Jixing did not look happy at all. The thoughts in his mind were like waves, surging. The duties of the Noxian scouts were reconnaissance and waiting. Each Noxian scout was an elite soldier in the regiment, good at observation and agile. They will carefully scout the ice and snow areas along the way. Clan warriors who should not appear suddenly appear and are still searching for something. The most important thing is that Fruljord is currently in the winter season. In order to avoid death for no reason, many clans in Fruljord will try to reduce going out in winter, but the situation is obviously different now. Huo Jixing recalled the tragic situation of the Noxian outpost, the bloody scene of the ambush of clan warriors, and the high-pitched eagle cry encountered not long ago. Things seem to be getting unusual. According to the fragmentary memories left by the predecessor, the war between the Noxian Empire and the Winter Claw tribe was mostly local fighting or small-scale confrontation between scouts. It is very rare to break through the Noxian outpost and slaughter Noxian soldiers like what is happening now. This may indicate that the war between the Noxian Empire and the Winter Claw will move to another level in the winter season. Huo Jixing opened his eyes and was a little sleepless. He took out the broken green gem necklace from his neck, hesitating. If possible, he would definitely like to keep the broken green gem necklace to improve his physical fitness. But now, time is running out. Huo Jixing thought to himself. The scenes he experienced not long ago flashed through his mind one by one, turning into a thick dark cloud, pressing on his heart, making him breathless. And the clan warriors of the Winter Claw would not let them leave the Fruljord area with the news and return to the Noxus camp. War. Life and death time. Huo Jixing looked at the broken green gem in his palm with a decisive look. Decompose. The data panel, which had been thirsty for a long time, reflected thin dark green data streams from the pupils, competing to cover the broken green gem. It was like the ice melting. The green gem quickly melted in front of Huo Jixing's eyes, turning into a brilliant green light. Congratulations to the host, the decomposition was successful, and the Essence 10 was obtained. A cold reminder sounded in his ears, and Huo Jixing subconsciously looked at the data panel. Essence, 10. Sure enough, on the data panel, the essence that was originally displayed as 00 has become 10. At the same time, Huo Jixing found that no matter whether it was strength and physique, agility and spirit, or skills, there was an sign displayed behind them. Talent? Wait. Huo Jixing's eyes fell on the end of the data panel, and a touch of surprise appeared in his pupils. There was also an sign displayed behind the talent. How should I choose this? Huo Jixing suppressed his inner emotions and thought to himself. He never expected that the effect of the essence would be so great that it could improve any attribute. Strength, physique, agility, spirit, skills. Huo Jixing whispered. He had already figured out most of these attributes, but he knew nothing about talent. Do I have to choose again? Facing the pressure brought by the winter claw, the improvement of other attributes can indeed bring him a lot of help. The most obvious one should be skills. Once it is upgraded to Advanced Warrior, it can allow him to improve his control of the body and weapons to a higher level. Talent. Hesitation and hesitation climbed into his heart. Huo Jixing took a deep breath and decided immediately. Open. Talent. The next moment, the dark green data stream filled his eyes, and the extremely brilliant light flowed rapidly, as if endless energy was surging and agitated, and it seemed that there were many strange scenes reflected. For a moment, Huo Jixing's dark pupils were rendered into colorful colors. Until the end, a touch of red fireworks burst into bloom, suppressing all the strange phenomena and occupying the dark pupils alone. Congratulations to the host, open the talent. Star Spirit Sozaku. The cold reminder sounded again. This time, Huo Jixing seemed to be in a trance, his body stiffly leaning against the mountain wall. In a trance, he seemed to leave the wet cave covered with ice and snow and step into a silent and boundless starry sky. Looking at the universe from afar, everything appeared in his vision as if it were real. Even his own body, every inch of the texture, was clearly visible. The most eye-catching thing was that above the boundless starry sky, there was a condensation of bright starlight, which was slowly flowing along the starry sky lines. Then it flowed into the extreme south with a strange trajectory. Boom! The dim starry sky shook, and blazing flames filled the air. In Huo Jixing's pupils, a red star hanging upside down in the starry sky, thousands of miles away, was reflected. The southern well, the southern gate of the sky. Start the fire of Nenli and get the balance of the vermilion bird. As he watched, a strange wave merged into his sea of consciousness, and then he looked up at the increasingly blazing flaming star and the outlined flame phantom, which was faintly familiar. That was Clang. There was a red bird crying, and it was born with fire in the south. The extremely gorgeous red bird that existed in mythology revived and appeared in this boundless starry sky. The wings covered with red feathers stretched out, and endless flames surrounded the body, the golden and red crown feathers were raised high, and the flame eyes like gems overlooked the universe. Then, a brilliant fire fell from the red star and fell on Huo Jixing, who was standing alone. Talent Star Spirit Red Bird. Chapter 12. The night is deep. The dark clouds cover the pale moonlight. The snowflakes are endlessly falling from the sky, decorating the silver earth and the rolling mountains. How far do we have to go? It's not clear yet. We need to wait until White Fang comes back. On the rugged mountain road, the dull and low voices of conversation broke the silence in the dark night. With the dim starlight, a line of armored and fur-wrapped clan warriors came into view. They were struggling to move forward in the wind and snow. Call back White Fang first. At the front of the team, Mondel turned his face covered with ice and snow and spoke in a low voice. The strength of those Noxian bastards is not simple. We must be fully prepared and leave them in Fruljord. Behind him, Gibbon, who was also wearing a fur cloak, raised his eyes and looked at the rough and wild face, and nodded gently. The grey fur cloak was lifted, and a young face smeared with blood and ashes was exposed to the cold wind. Jai Ben exhaled a mouthful of white frost, looked up at the hazy snowy night sky, and then closed his eyes and concentrated, put his right hand in his mouth, puffed his cheeks, and whistled. Whoosh! 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 The sharp and rapid whistle pierced through the quiet night and spread to the distance. After a moment, as the whistle stopped, a huge figure ran on the snow at an extremely fast speed, smashed the dark night, and entered the sight of the clan warriors. Frostfang Giant Wolf. A predator living in Fruljord, who likes to hunt prey invaded by the cold winter. In groups, they can chase and drive away giant bears and tigers, and even attack weak clans in the cold wave. The Frostfang Giant Wolf that appeared in front of the clan warriors at the moment had a sturdy physique like a calf, and its thick grey-white hair could perfectly resist the invasion of wind and snow. While walking, its dark blue eyes swept over many clan warriors, its bloody mouth opened, its sharp teeth exposed, and it let out a low roar. White Fang, come here! Hearing the shout, the Frostfang Giant Wolf put away its ferocity, walked slowly to the side of Jai Ben, lowered its head, and rubbed Jai Ben's chest hard. Jai Ben laughed softly, stretched out his hand and gently stroked the snow-white hair that was messed up by the wind and snow. Then he lowered his head and looked into White Fang's dark blue eyes, whispering a few times, as if communicating. As if he understood, White Fang squatted obediently, his dark blue eyes looked back at the snow behind him, and sobbed. The wind and snow are too strong, and White Fang is somewhat unable to determine the enemy's scent and traces. Gibbon smoothed White Fang's thick hair, stood up and walked to Mondel's side, his expression quite solemn. Frost Fang giant wolves are particularly good at tracking scents, and even blizzards and cold winds cannot stop them. This is their signature skill for surviving in the frozen soil of the north. How sure are you? Mondel's tone was low, and there was an irrepressible killing intent in his brown-grey eyes. The fleeing Noxian bastards not only accidentally broke the tribe's plan, but also ambushed and killed the clan warriors of the Winter Claw when they left. Their crimes are unforgivable. Their heads must be cut off and presented as trophies to the Great War Mother. Gibbon shook his head and answered with practical actions. In the midwinter of Fruljord, the environment is even more severe and the climate is becoming more cruel and ruthless. Even the Frostfang giant wolves cannot accurately track the enemy's traces after a long time. Mondel breathed rapidly, his gloomy eyes looked at the falling snow. After a moment of silence, he waved his arms, "Keep going. The war between the Winter Claw and Noxus has begun, and killing is inevitable. What they have to do is very simple, defeat all the legions on the border of Noxus, enter the fertile land, and plunder enough food for the Winter Claw and subordinate clans to survive the winter. So, they can't let those Noxian bastards leave Fruljord." Gibbon knew what Mondel meant, patted White Fang's head gently, and whistled. Whoosh! The Frostfang giant wolf stood up, shook his head, looked back at Gibbon, let out a low roar, and once again faced the wind and snow, stepped into the winter night, and pursued the traces of the Noxians. The cold wind was howling. The sky continued to snow, and the biting cold current eroded all life in the frozen soil of the north. Gibberon tried to shrink his body and hide in his armor and cloak, but the cold followed him. Snowflakes and ice slag soaked his cloak and covered his face. He felt his physical strength was depleting, but the wind and snow in front of him did not weaken at all, and he could not see the scene a few steps away. Despite this, Gibberon's steps did not stop, following behind Mondel. Mondel was the leader of the team, and no one could question his orders, even if they were walking on this frozen land in the north where there was a risk of death at any time. Until... Awoo! Awoo! A low roar sounded, adding a touch of coldness and cruelty to the howling cold night. Gibberon's expression straightened, and he wiped the ice slag and snow from his face. He walked forward quickly and saw the Frostfang giant wolf returning in the snow. Without waiting to open his mouth to call, the running White Fang crashed into Gibberon's arms. This collision made Gibberon's steps stagger a little, and he subconsciously stretched out his hands and hugged White Fang tightly. "You bastard!" Gibbon stabilized his body, stroked White Fang's shaking head, and laughed softly. Woo! Woo! The whimpering and low roaring sounded at the right time, and gradually, a light appeared in his eyes. "We found their traces." Looking back at Mondel who was striding over, Gibbon spoke with unstoppable excitement in his voice. Crunch! Mondel raised his eyebrows, a ferocious smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his hands tightly grasped the terrifying bone hammer, making a dull sound. He looked back at the people who were in high spirits in the snow and starry sky, and spoke in a deep voice. "Speed? Up the pace." In the brief command, the uncontrollable killing intent trembled the wind and snow. The midwinter in Fruljord is the most unbearable. Everyone is doing their best to fight against the wind and snow, but the old people and children in the clan are not as strong as them. Mondel looked at the dim sky and prayed in his heart that the War Mother would protect them and cut off the heads of the Noxians. Victory! Only victory can allow the Winter Claw to survive the increasingly cold midwinter. Under the dark sky, the snowy road is difficult to walk. Even these natural Fruljord warriors could not overcome the bitter cold snowy night with their firm will. After walking for about 2 or 3 hours, Mondel and his party had to stop in the leeward area of a mountain. Leaning against the cold mountain wall, Mondel looked back at his companions, pointed to the leather bag on his waist, took out the dried meat, chewed and swallowed it, and recovered his strength. With the presence of White Fang, they would not lose their target. But before the encounter, they must ensure that they have sufficient physical strength to fight. Jaiben pulled his cloak tightly, leaned against the lying White Fang, took out the frozen dried meat from the leather bag, swallowed it, and stuffed a few pieces into White Fang, watching it swallow. Noxus. With red murderous intent in his eyes, Jaiben looked at the hazy mountains not far away and tried to chew the stiff meat in his mouth. Roll exchange. This group of Noxian bastards who entered Fruljord have become their prey. Chapter 13. Boom. Huo Jixing suddenly woke up, his dark pupils filled with surprise, horror, excitement, and other emotions, mixed. He took a deep breath and looked around. He found himself still in the damp cave, leaning against the cold mountain wall, as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. No. It's not an illusion. Huo Jixing lowered his eyes, clearly sensing the difference in himself. There seemed to be a touch of warmth in his body, flowing along his blood, bringing a burning feeling. Nanli fire. Huo Jixing whispered to himself, thinking of the red Sozaku he had just seen. His consciousness moved slightly, and the data panel unfolded in his pupils. Name, Huo Jixing. Essence, 0. Strength, 1.84. Constitution, 1.87. Agility, 1.90. Spirit, 3.21. Skills, Intermediate Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent, Star Spirit Sozaku. This Huo Jixing looked at the data panel, his expression filled with unspeakable surprise. Just by turning on Talent Star Spirit Sozaku, his attributes in all aspects have undergone almost earth-shaking changes. God, you finally favor me. Huo Jixing couldn't help but grin. Compared to the known, the unknown choice, although erratic, is always fascinating. Now, he is glad for his choice. If he had chosen to improve other attributes or skills at the beginning, there would not be such a big change. Huo Jixing looked at the data panel carefully, and the attributes such as strength, constitution, agility, and spirit were greatly improved. Especially in terms of spirit, it has reached more than 3 times that of a normal person, which makes the previously hazy memories in my mind clear again. Huo Jixing gently clenched his fists, and clearly noticed the changes in his body caused by the Nanli fire. And such changes are far from stopping. He can feel that the warm current in his body is still flowing to all parts of his body. Talent, Star Spirit Sozaku. Huo Jixing's eyes fell on it, and he felt a faint burning sensation. Then he realized that the talent framework seemed to be able to be opened, and his consciousness moved. An ancient and mysterious red star map slowly unfolded in the field of vision, and the upper and lower universes burned with blazing flames. In the center, there were 7 stars engraved and shining. Is this Sozaku 7 stars? Huo Jixing looked at the stars in the red star map, and felt inexplicably familiar. The 7 southern constellations, which form an image in the sky, are in the shape of a bird, and are called Sozaku. This is a record of Sozaku 7 stars. At this moment, on the red star map, 6 of the 7 stars were dim, and only the southernmost star was glowing red, like a blazing flame. Jingxiu. Huo Jixing thought of the wonderful fluctuations that came to his mind when he just stepped into the starry sky. The southern Jingxiu is the southern gate of the sky. The fire of Nanli is activated, and the power of Zuk is obtained. It means that I lit up Jingxiu, and thus obtained the fire of Nanli controlled by Zuk. Huo Jixing thought secretly, then if I light up the other 6 stars, will I get all the power of Zuk? Huo Jixing looked a little dazed. Even if he didn't know much about the stars, he certainly knew what Zuk represented. The 4 spirits of the sky. But now is not the time to think about these. The activation of Talent Star Spirit Sozaku gave him the extraordinary power he dreamed of, as well as the power to change his current situation. Huo Jixing leaned against the cold cave wall, his bright eyes looking over the snow and the hazy and illusory snowy night sky. Even though the stars were hidden in the snow, he was no longer the same as before. After all kinds of fantasies arose about the future. How long has it been? Huo Jixing seemed to remember something, and pulled his mind away from the Nanli fire and the data panel, and looked at the environment in the cave again. In front of the cave entrance, a bonfire was burning, and the warm flames were swaying. The grey sky outside the cave, and the almost invisible stars hanging. All this, as if in memory, has not changed. It seems that the time in the data panel is independent. Huo Jixing thought to himself. When his consciousness was in the data panel, reality was relatively still, which allowed him to avoid unexpected situations. With a sigh of relief, Huo Jixing began to concentrate on studying the role of the Nanli fire and the changes it brought to the body. The haze that had been weighing on his heart earlier had eased somewhat, but it still hung over his heart like a dark cloud. He had to adapt to the changes brought about by Talent Star Spirit Sozaku as much as possible. With his eyes closed, Huo Jixing seemed to be able to look inside himself and see a red warm current like a rushing stream, surging through his body, driving away the winter cold while burning his strong body. Yes. The Nanli fire that was flowing through his blood vessels seemed to be burning his flesh and bones. He could feel himself falling into an endless flame, with subtle pains transmitted to his nerves, and even his body was changing a little bit, becoming stronger and stronger. Everything was so wonderful and intoxicating. In the silent cold night, the frozen time was like ice and snow melting, slowly dissolving. Huo Jixing, who was almost selfless, noticed movement beside him, and immediately opened his eyes to see that the Centurion Eric, 3 or 4 steps away, was waking up the sleeping scout. As if he had noticed Huo Jixing's gaze, Centurion Eric looked back with a slightly surprised expression. It's time to set off. We need to return to the camp as soon as possible. Hearing Eric's words, Huo Jixing's heart sank and he turned to look outside the cave. The sky was dark, with a little light, and the whistling wind and snow had subsided a lot, and scattered snowflakes could be seen swaying in the air. Is it so early? Huo Jixing stood up and began to tidy up his armor and cloak, his heart becoming increasingly gloomy. Compared to the previous travel time, this time it was about an hour earlier. In the cave, the Noxian scouts finished their breakfast in silence, wearing grey-white fur cloaks, carrying leather bags and water bags, waiting for the order to set off. The cold wind gradually rose, blowing the mountain wall, and a little wind and snow soaked the cave, blowing the depressing atmosphere. The Centurion Eric did not rush to give orders. He stood at the entrance of the cave, looking up at the dark sky with a glimmer of light, and spoke solemnly. Someone is following the team. Nothing can be seen in the vast grey snow, but years of experience have told him that there are Fruljord people taking advantage of the wind and snow, like hunting, following the team. Eric looked back, his eyes fell on the Noxian scouts one by one, and finally stayed on Huo Jixing for a while, sighing in his heart. Everyone, get ready, it's time to fight for your life. Putting on the grey cloak, Eric's calm eyes suddenly showed cold murderous intent. Everything was doomed from the moment they found the Noxian outpost. The Winter Claw clan warriors following behind them would never let them leave the safe and sound Fruljord. Escape in all directions. Never underestimate the clan warriors living in Fruljord. The ice and snow gave them mysterious power. Turning your back to them will only be broken by them one by one, and buried in the frozen soil of the north. Eric had thought about relying on the cave under his feet for defense, but that would only delay the arrival of death. Most importantly, they must bring the reconnaissance news back to the Noxian camp. The Winter Claw tribe is quietly extending their dirty claws to the Noxian border. Let's go! Following the order of the Centurion Eric, the Noxian scouts filed out of the damp cave, stepped onto the mountain road covered with fresh snow, and moved forward with difficulty. Chapter 14. Taisi Mountains, Winding Mountain Roads. Huo Jixing, who was walking on the thick snow, clearly noticed his own difference. The biting cold wind blew in his face, but he was not as afraid of the cold as before. The Nanli fire flowing in his body was dispelling the biting cold that was constantly eroding his body. After walking 100 meters, Huo Jixing felt more and more that he had changed. Compared with the past, it was incomparable. The whistling cold wind, the scattered ice and snow, and the rugged and winding mountain roads were no longer obstacles to moving forward. He walked at the end of the team with a relaxed demeanor, and the heavy bag he carried seemed to be nothing, without any pressure. As if realizing something, Huo Jixing's heart moved, and he looked at the scouts in front of him who were still suffering from the invasion of ice and snow. He silently wrapped up his grey-white fur cloak, and his relaxed steps became heavy. Hide your skills in clumsiness, and use obscurity to make it clear. He didn't want to show it too obviously and attract other people's attention. Then Huo Jixing lowered his eyes, a dark green data stream flashed, and a simple data panel unfolded in his pupils. Name, Huo Jixing. Essence, 0. Strength, 1.85. Constitution, 1.89. Agility, 1.92. Spirit, 3.22. Skills, Intermediate Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent, Suzaku. Only half of the night had passed, and the various attributes on the panel had been slightly improved. As expected of one of the 4 spirits of heaven. Huo Jixing sighed inwardly, the Nanli fire brought by Talent Star Spirit Suzaku seemed to never go out, flowing along the blood vessels, subtly changing his body. He didn't know how long this process would last, but he could clearly feel that he was slowly getting stronger. This feeling made him a little fascinated. Time was slowly passing. The Noxian scout team faced the bone-chilling cold wind, stepped on the thick new snow, and walked alternately on the mountain road back. Stop! Suddenly, a low roar exploded, suppressing the whistling cold wind and resounding over the team. At the front of the team, the centurion Eric stopped. Even with the fur cloak covering his face, his hair and beard had already turned silver and his face was covered with frost. "Hey!" Eric took a breath, waved his hand to sweep away the falling snow in front of him, and with his excellent eyesight, he saw a hazy figure coming towards him not far away. "Plunderer!" Eric's eyes narrowed and he spoke word by word. He didn't expect that the route he deliberately chose would encounter the robbers in front of him. As far as the field of vision could see, the cold faces smeared with blood and ashes, and the heavy fabrics and animal furs, made his heart sink. According to Noxian intelligence, the raiders are different from ordinary clan warriors and blood alliances. They are elite warriors who truly belong to the Winter Claw and are directly commanded by the War Mother Sejuani. The scope of the raiding is from the border of Demacia in the south to the border of Noxus in the east, almost everywhere. And in many rumors, they are better at killing than raiding, and their fierce character is terrifying. Once they are overwhelmed by bloodthirsty rage, their opponents can only pray for a quick death. Clang! Eric decisively drew out the giant sword on his back, pointed at the target from a distance, and spoke in a deep voice. "Kill!" Bang! The next moment, Eric, wearing a grey-white cloak, was like a white tiger out of a cage, stepping on the snow, waving a sharp giant sword, and brazenly rushed towards the raiders not far away. From the beginning of the encounter, this war was inevitable. All Eric did was to seize the initiative and win a chance for his scout team to win. In the back, without any gestures or orders, the Noxian scouts held the sharp blades in their hands, formed a triangle, and quickly lined up. They put their determination into action. Although the enemy was notorious, they were also fearless. On the snow-white ground, one Noxian scout after another began to run, like a hungry wolf pack, following Eric's steps and rushing towards the looters not far away. In the queue, Huo Jixing held the standard long sword tightly and followed everyone. After the baptism of recent time, he deeply understood that in this frozen land of the north, the law of the jungle is the absolute truth. In order to return to the Noxian camp safely, the looters from the Claw of Winter must be eliminated. Bang bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! The dull footsteps mixed with the dancing snow and wind, interweaving together, like an exciting horn, resounding through the snow. On the snow, 100 meters away, the armored and fur-covered raiders also stopped in the snow and wind, looking at the Noxian scout team they met from afar. "Haha, the War Mother is protecting us." Mondel wiped the frost off his face and grinned. Even the snow and wind could not cover his cold eyes. He casually untied the grey-white cloak he was wearing, and his sturdy body like a giant bear was exposed in the snow and wind. But Mondel didn't care. He took off the ferocious bone hammer on his back and pointed it at the Noxian scouts rushing towards him. Roar! 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 In an instant, many raiders shouted in unison, roared war songs, and brandished their bone weapons, like angry Jovisk boars, rushing towards the Noxian scouts with ferocious expressions. Looking down from the dark sky, on the flat snow, two giant dragons with bared fangs and claws suddenly appeared out of thin air. One was covered with dark grey scales, and its swinging body stirred up waves of thick new snow, and its violent momentum broke through the cold wind. Under the scattered snowflakes, the dark red dragon scales danced, cutting through all obstacles, and then with fearless momentum, it blatantly crashed into the oncoming dark grey dragon. Rumble! Rumble! The low roar echoed in the mountains. There were only 20 or 30 people, but the waves they raised pressed down the snow curtain. The sound of sharp blades slashing, mixed with roars, played an impassioned song of steel death. The spraying blood and falling corpses outlined the tragic background of this confrontation. Clang! In the rising wind and snow, Huo Jixing lowered his body to avoid the bone blade that passed over his head. Then he stepped forward, slashing at the ribs of the robber with the standard long sword in his hand, but the bone blade suddenly changed its direction, fell back and slashed down, accurately hitting the sword body, interrupting his attack. Retreating, rolling, snowflakes covered his armor. Huo Jixing dodged the bone axe that swung from the side in time, and just as he was about to turn around and slash behind him, a Noxian scout knocked away the sneak-attacking robber and cut the opponent's throat with the sword in his hand. With his eyes staggered, Huo Jixing recognized the figure of the Noxian scout. It was more. Then in silence, the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, once again faced the surging robbers. Clang! 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 The dull sound of slashing rang non-stop. In the life and death confrontation, Huo Jixing truly felt the physical changes brought about by the Nanli fire. Fighting almost with all his strength, he consumed very little physical strength, and the Nanli fire flowed through his blood vessels, and both physical strength and spirit were gradually recovering. Hey! There was a fishy sound in his ears. Huo Jixing swung his sword with all his strength, cut the robber in front of him, and slid sideways. The next moment, the heavy battle axe fell across his chest, scratched his armor, and brought up a few snowflakes. His eyes condensed, and according to muscle memory, he stepped heavily on the snow with his left foot, turned his body, and tried his best to lift the long sword in his hand. Puff! The sharp sword blade, wrapped in a powerful force, directly cut off the robber's arm, and the gushing blood dyed most of his body red. The robber whose arm was broken was angry, and he endured the severe pain, using his head as a hammer, and hit Huo Jixing in front of him. Bang! Huo Jixing was a little unable to dodge this collision. After enduring the headbutt, he clenched his teeth, leaned forward, and the tightly grasped sword blade went straight into the robber's head. Puff! The two men fell into the snow at the same time, hitting some snowflakes, blood and white pulp mixed together, flowing on the snow. Huo Jixing spat out a mouthful of blood foam, looked at the robbers under him, and his red eyes overflowed with deep unwillingness and surprise. He didn't wait for the joy to end. The heart-piercing pain came from his back. A slender bone blade, along the right shoulder, from top to bottom, cut a hideous scar on his back, and hot blood flowed. If Huo Jixing hadn't heard the terrible wind sound, he would have rushed forward in time. This sudden attack almost cut off his spine. It was this knife that pulled him back from the excitement to the bloody battlefield at the moment. Huo Jixing panted violently, knelt on one knee, and raised his face. The dark pupils were filled with blood, and with the red face, it was like an evil ghost coming to the world. In front of him, a cold face covered with ashes was looking at Huo Jixing coldly, and the bone blade in his hand was dripping with red blood. Noxian bastard, I will chop off your head and drink. Facing the cruel words of the plunderer, Huo Jixing responded with silence. He slowly straightened up, pointed the bloody long sword at the other party, and then rushed towards the other party fearlessly. Death? Of course he was afraid of death. But the blood in his heart and the blazing fire of Nanli were flowing through his body, eliminating the fear in his heart and driving away the coming of death. Bang! Huo Jixing stepped on the snow with his footsteps. The sharp sword in his hand cut through the cold wind, making a sharp and piercing sound. Under the gaze of Huo Jixing's red eyes, the plunderer wielding the bone blade trembled. He seemed to see a flame blooming in his dark pupils, captivating his heart. Before he could react, the plunderer suddenly felt the bone blade in his hand tremble and fly, and the boundless pain invaded his mind, and then darkness fell. Puff! The blade cut across his neck. The head covered with ash rose into the air, and the blood spurted out like a fountain, falling on Huo Jixing's leaning body. Hunting! Frost freeze escape! The bright red blood soaked into his pupils, and Huo Jixing looked at the blood-red hills around him. Since he stepped into the fjord, all the scenes he had experienced appeared in his mind one by one like slides. Kill! Huo Jixing straightened his body, shook off the blood on the blade, raised his long sword high, and roared. It seemed that at this moment, he completely integrated into the Valoran continent and adapted to his identity as a Noxian scout. Holding the sword in front of him, Huo Jixing rushed towards the increasingly chaotic battlefield again. Victory is to be immersed in the sea of blood. Noxians are used to tasting blood wine. Chapter 15. Clang! The hard, heavy and ferocious bone hammer, wrapped in dancing snowflakes, smashed the broadsword. The face of the centurion Eric sank, and he bent his knees and bent his waist, using the snow to remove the terrifying force from the giant's sword. However, the predator in front of him was like a giant bear, and he was aggressive. The heavy bone hammer, more than half a person's height, was as light as a feather in his hand. Every time he swung it, he whimpered continuously, and with great force, he intended to break the defense of the giant sword and kill Eric on the spot. Clang! 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 In a moment, the sound of the sword blade and the bone hammer clashing was like a steel sonata, which was endless. The strong wind rolled back, crushing the snowflakes all over the sky, and drowning the terrifying figures of the two. Clang! After the sword blade and the bone hammer collided again, two figures of similar size flashed by. Mondel, who looked like a snow bear, turned around, and a blood-red sword mark appeared on his fierce face covered with blood and ashes, extending to the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the Noxian in front of him, and the solid and exquisite composite armor he was wearing, with a hint of desire in his eyes. Even the most elite warriors of the Winter Claw rarely had such composite armor. Noxian Scout. Mondel spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Eric with an extremely cold expression. It turned out to be you. I thought it was those fleeing prey. But don't worry, I will also take off your heads, along with them, as a gift to the War Mother. Prey. Eric's eyes flickered. Of course, he knew that the prey the predator in front of him was talking about was not an ordinary northern animal, but a Noxian soldier. So, there are still people alive in the breached Noxian outpost, but it is unknown whether they can safely leave Freljord and return to the Noxian camp. Hehe, it is still unknown who will win. Eric held the long sword tightly with both hands and said in a serious voice, "Do the dirty guys of Winterclaw like to brag so much? Big talk." Mondel waved his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth as if he heard a joke, and a cold smile filled his face. Bang! Snowflakes splashed out of thin air. Mondel no longer hesitated, took a breath, stepped heavily on the snow, swung the bone hammer, and rushed towards Eric. Blade slash! Eric was fearless, waving the giant sword to cut through the snow curtain, rolled up the scattered snowflakes, and attacked the looters. This time, the two of them no longer had any reservations and tried their best, like a wild tiger and a violent giant bear, fighting a life-and-death battle on the cold snow. As they crossed, scars covered their bodies, and blood stained the snow. Eric's eyes were cold, and his hands tightly grasped the giant's sword. His neck, arms, abdomen, ribs, and knees were all his targets. While pursuing the ultimate killing, he almost gave up his own defense. Puff! The sword passed through the wind and snow, cutting through the thick fabric, and a touch of blood fell on the snow. Mondel staggered and trembled, as if he couldn't hold on. He began to choose to retreat, and the bone hammer he swung seemed to lose his mind and was a little confused. Eric's eyes flickered, and he stepped forward almost subconsciously. He would not miss the rare opportunity in front of him. Just when he was about to pursue the victory, he suddenly saw the sarcasm flashing in Mondel's fierce eyes. Puff! Eric was shocked and immediately rolled on the ground with his sword on his back. But it was too late. A subtle sound of breaking air rang in his ears. At the same time, the piercing pain spread from his shoulder, causing him to groan. Eric saw from the corner of his eye that the shoulder guard of the composite armor was completely broken, and a large piece of flesh and blood on the shoulder disappeared, exposing the miserable white bones in the cold wind. Enduring the pain, Eric half knelt in the snow, his eyes narrowed as he glanced at the white giant wolf that suddenly appeared and wandered in front of him. Frostfang Giant Wolf. Freljord people never talk big. Mondel, stained with blood, walked slowly over, and formed a horn with the Frostfang Giant Wolf, intercepting in front of Eric. Looking past the man and the wolf in front of him, Eric seemed to be looking for something, and finally saw a young face smeared with blood and ashes not far behind the plunderer. Beast Spirit Walker? No. Not a Beast Spirit Walker. It's a Beast Spirit Apprentice. Eric slowly stood up, moved his left foot back, stepped forward with his right foot, and held the giant sword tightly with both hands. If the young Freljord man covered with blood and ashes was a Beast Walker, then these looters in front of him would directly break up their formation and kill them wantonly. There is still a chance. Eric exhaled a breath of frost, and was strong and prepared to make the final desperate move. In the field of vision, the calf-like frost-fanged giant wolf seemed to have received some instructions. After a low roar at Eric, it suddenly turned around and left, running towards another battlefield on the snow. Damn you! Eric's eyes were instantly bloodshot, but what greeted him was the bone hammer that fell down. Mondel saw what he was thinking, and directly stepped forward, exchanging injuries for injuries, firmly entangled Eric, and trapped him in this battle area. Don't worry, your head will be placed in the most eye-catching place. On the red and white snow. The tragic momentum rose to the sky, disturbing the falling snowflakes. Puff! Huo Jixing pulled out the long sword from the throat of the plunderer in front of him, and the blood gushed out, staining his face and armor red. Even though his skills were only intermediate warrior, his physical fitness, which was nearly twice that of an ordinary person, made him adapt to this cruel killing very quickly. Pushing the corpse in front of him, Huo Jixing looked at the unwilling face under the heavy fabric, spit out a mouthful of blood foam, and laughed softly. With his eyes lowered, the sharp bone blade from the plunderer pierced through the composite armor and almost stabbed into the abdomen. But it finally stopped between the muscles. The swords, bows, and axes used by the Fruljord tribe are usually made of a mixture of wood, steel and bones, and they are also covered with hard leather armor or heavy fabrics. In comparison, the craftsmanship of the Noxus Empire is exquisite. The swords, axes, and armor cast from steel provide the most powerful guarantee for the Empire's conquests. This small-scale encounter perfectly reflects the practicality of Noxus weapons and armor. Huo Jixing pulled out the sharp bone blade from his abdomen, and his eyes were like an eagle, sweeping across the tragic battlefield. The life and death battle not only allowed him to quickly integrate the skills of his predecessor, but also to adapt to the changes in his body caused by the Nenli fire. Compared to the past, these plunderers from the Winter Claw tribe who had experienced the baptism of death were definitely enemies he could not defeat. But now they have turned into cold corpses, lying in the snow. Huo Jixing could feel that his strength was much stronger than before, his endurance was more durable, and he had a perverted recovery ability. The most obvious manifestation. The hideous scars on his back had stopped bleeding, and from time to time there was a slight itchy pain. The scars were healing. Huo Jixing pursed his slightly thick lips, looking for the next prey. However, looking around, in the chaotic snow, the Noxian scouts gradually gained the upper hand with the sharp blades and armor produced by the Noxian forge, and many plunderer corpses were discarded around. It seemed that everything was moving in a good direction. Victory will eventually belong to Noxus. Ah! Just as Huo Jixing had chosen another prey, a terrifying wolf howl suddenly sounded. The looters, who were originally in low morale, roared fanatically and launched a desperate counterattack. Frostfang Giant Wolf. Not far from Huo Jixing, Muir stepped on the corpse of the looters under his feet, looked at the man and the wolf walking on the snow, and spoke in a serious voice. Hearing this, Huo Jixing was shocked and narrowed his eyes to look at the giant wolf that broke through the snow curtain. Compared with the snow boars he had hunted, the threat posed by the Frostfang giant wolf in front of him seemed to be even greater. Under the thick grey and white hair, there was a sturdy physique like a calf. When running, the thick limbs were soft and weak, but the sharp claws with a cold glow made people tremble. The Frostfang giant wolf leaped into the battlefield, wandering around, its dark blue eyes firmly locked onto the many Noxian scouts, its bloody mouth opened, its fangs exposed. Be careful, Muir's eyes fell on the young face beside the giant wolf, and he was about to continue speaking. Ah! Wild secret art Frostfang wrath spirit. The sudden howl shook the snowflakes falling from the sky, and then turned into an invisible wave, like a torrent, rushing towards the Noxian scouts who were still fighting on the battlefield. In an instant, Huo Jixing, who was hit head-on, only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his head felt like it was cut by a knife, and waves of pain came. Fortunately, such pain came quickly and went away quickly. When Huo Jixing opened his bloodshot eyes, the scene in front of him made him inexplicably frightened. The Noxian scouts, who should have had the upper hand, were completely in chaos. The intense pain in their heads made the Noxian scouts' steps disordered and their figures swayed. But the raiders were safe and sound. They seemed to have expected it, and seized the fleeting opportunity, swinging their blades with ferocious expressions, harvesting the lives of the Noxian scouts. In addition, the Frostfang giant wolf and the young raider were also slaughtering the Noxian scouts who intended to resist. Every time the claws jumped up and swung, every time the teeth opened and bit, a Noxian scout would fall to the ground. In just a moment, several Noxian scout corpses fell on the red and white snow. It's the beast spirit apprentice. With bloodshot eyes, Moore staggered to Huo Jixing's side and said hoarsely, the extraordinary person of Fruljord. Huo Jixing frowned and cursed in a low voice, damn it. The dawn of victory was just before their eyes, but in a flash, it was completely shattered by the appearance of the beast spirit apprentice. When it comes to beast spirit apprentice, Huo Jixing's eyes flickered, as if he remembered something. He recalled some information he had read in the past, and vaguely remembered that this was an ancient extraordinary person born on the harsh land of Fruljord. This group of people seemed to have a deep connection with spiritual magic by nature. They were the combat shamans of various tribes, also known as beast spirit walkers. The most outstanding and great beast spirit walker was a legendary existence named Udur. And after completing all the studies, the beast spirit apprentice can be promoted to beast spirit walker and become the shaman of the tribe. Or it may be fear of the beast spirit apprentice. In the bloody battlefield, the remaining Noxian scouts began to gather, hoping to join forces to fight against the beast spirit apprentice and the Frostfang giant wolf. More, Devitt. The broken armor could not cover the scarred body, but there was no fear on the face covered with dirty snow and blood. Huo Jixing licked his dry lips, and stood back to back with Moore and others, forming a simple battle array. The three of them were the only ones left in the previously full scout team, and the others were buried in the ice and snow and melted into the north. No, there is also the Centurion Eric. Huo Jixing's eyes passed over the pale snow curtain and saw Eric, who was entangled and fighting bloody. Hey, now we can only rely on ourselves. Huo Jixing joked, but Moore and Devitt behind him could not answer, as they were highly alert to the approaching enemy. For them. Fortunately, they encountered a beast spirit apprentice, not a beast spirit walker. But misfortune came at the same time, and the Centurion Eric, who could barely fight against the beast spirit apprentice, could not get away for the time being. Chapter 16. On the mixed red and white snow. The rich smell of blood filled the air, and wisps of frozen blood seemed to be painted with swaying white snowflakes. Call. Huo Jixing, who was hunched over, took a deep breath and looked at the marauders, beast spirit apprentices and frost-toothed giant wolves surrounding him with a cold look, his heart gradually sinking. Amidst the low and restless roars, the bone blades glowing with cold light and the face covered in blood filled the field of view. Sonoras! 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 Several bone blades fell, and the dull sound of clashing continued to resound through the red and white snow. Huo Jixing waved the long sword in his hand as hard as he could, and it seemed to turn into an airtight wind wall, resisting the incoming attacks. Just a moment. The plunderers relied on their superb skills and high-intensity oppression to make Huo Jixing helpless and extremely embarrassed. Unexpectedly, a pale cold light penetrated the snowflakes and fell on him one after another. Poof! 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 Red blood splashed, and the strong composite armor could no longer bear it. It was damaged and opened, and several hideous scars crawled up the body. Ahoy! Huo Jixing groaned, his blood-red eyes saw the bone blade approaching again, and he had to roll to the ground to avoid the subsequent attack. Fresh snow stained his body, mixed with red blood, and covered his face. Huo Jixing glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that the remaining formation of 3 people had already been breached. DeWitt and Moore were also trapped in the siege at the same time, staggering and struggling to hold on. Oh shit! Huo Jixing spit out blood and felt an uncontrollable restlessness in his heart. He could feel the increasingly hot Nanli fire, not only burning his body, but also affecting his emotions invisibly. The good situation took a turn for the worse. The reorganized Noxian scouts suffered heavy losses, and he was also in a deadlock. No one else would be able to accept such a change. Extraordinary. Huo Jixing looked violent, ignoring the injuries all over his body, and strode towards the marauders who were walking through the snow. Poof! 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 Letting the bone blade pass through his body, the blood spurting out stained his armor red. Huo Jixing didn't care and ran into the arms of the marauder in front of him. Die! Looking at the face covered with blood and filled with fear, Huo Jixing roared angrily, clenched the sword with both hands, and slashed with all his strength from bottom to top. Sonoras! The blade cut through the thick leather fabric, chopped off the falling bone knife, and then viciously embedded itself in the plunderer's neck. Poof! The skin and flesh were torn, and blood overflowed. Huo Jixing didn't have time to see the final result. The sound of breaking through the air came from his side and behind, like the scythe of death coming towards him, forcing him to turn around and deal with it. The killing resumes. And his almost crazy desperate actions not only drove back the raiders, but also won him a short respite. Fight for your life! Gibbon, who was looking for an opportunity not far away, noticed the changes in the battlefield, looked at Huo Jixing, who was bathed in blood with a cold expression, and let out a low roar. Ouch! 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 Beside him, the giant frost-fang wolf wandering in the red and white snow responded to Gibbon and howled. Then the frost-toothed giant wolf opened its bloody mouth, smelly mucus dripped, and Huo Jixing's figure was reflected in its blue eyes. The next moment, the huge white shadow rolled forward in the snow, its sharp claws quietly reaching out and piercing the snow curtain. On top of the pool of blood, Huo Jixing, who barely got a chance to breathe, was standing on the spot, scanning the surroundings for the plunderers who did not dare to step forward, and silently recovering his strength. Suddenly, a flash of palpitations suddenly appeared. Out of the corner of his eye, Huo Jixing saw a huge white shadow approaching from the left side of his body. He had no time to make a defensive posture and hurriedly waved his long sword. Sonoras! The long sword was erected in front of him, and the hard steel rubbed against the sharp claws, making a sharp sound. Blocked. Huo Jixing's expression moved, but before he could react, his hands suddenly began to tremble, as if there was an unstoppable force coming from him. At the same time, bursts of pain also came from the armor-covered chest. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, Huo Jixing jumped into the air, hit the snow hard, and rolled. The standard longsword also fell in front of him, the blade was curved, and the sharp blade had several gaps, which was extremely dazzling. Ahem! Ahem! In the snow, Huo Jixing coughed violently, and blood flowed from his mouth. He stared intently at the giant frost fang wolf in front of him, sensing his own bad state. The tiger's mouth was cracked and blood was flowing out, there were ferocious claw marks on the body, causing severe pain, the ribs on the chest were broken, as if they had been inserted into the lungs, making it difficult to breathe. And this was just a culling attack by the frost fang giant wolf. The strength gap between the two is like a chasm, insurmountable. Damn beast! Holding a long sword, Huo Jixing stood up slowly from the red and white snow like a red evil ghost, with many complex emotions hidden in his expression. My body has just recovered and adapted to the life here as much as possible. There is also the awakened data panel. And the extraordinary future that I imagined. Now, everything is going to end. Facing the approaching frost-toothed wolf and the plunderers that were once again surrounding him, Huo Jixing felt a little unwilling, a little angry, and a little scared. Whether it is an ordinary person, a high-ranking extraordinary person, or a noble, their fear of death is unavoidable. Huo Jixing has already died once, and if his predecessors are included, he has died twice, so now he has the courage to face death. Beast Spirit Apprentice. Huo Jixing took a deep breath, feeling the sharp pain in his chest, and suppressed the many thoughts that were rising in his heart. He adjusted his breathing rhythm, looked across the snow screen, and looked behind the giant frost fang wolf, the young marauder who was following step by step. He felt his body becoming increasingly hot and wanted to make a last stand. He's not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean he wants to die. As he thought in his heart, he just wanted to live well, and then walk around to see the many scenery of Valoran. Just when Huo Jixing was about to make a desperate move, he seemed to have an hallucination in front of his eyes. From the red blood flowing between his palms, he saw a scorching golden red firework. Suzaku Nenli fire. In the battlefield that is almost over. The biting cold wind rolled up fresh snow that looked like pear blossoms, covering it with red blood. Suddenly, a terrifying temperature rises, as if burning everything in the world, igniting a hazy and illusory white mist, covering the snow. Not far away, the blood-stained DeWitt was staggering, dodging the raiders' attacks in a panic. His crimson composite armor had long been broken, unable to cover his scarred body. Moore's back was almost the same, or more serious. There were scars more than 2 feet long, from his right shoulder to his abdomen. Seemingly losing a lot of blood, Moore could no longer hold on, and fell down on the snow, looking helplessly at the bone axe that was about to fall with huge force. Moore, who was waiting for death, looked at the looters in front of him in surprise. The arms holding the bone axe high seemed to be petrified, and they did not fall down for a long time. The forward steps also stopped suddenly, and a look of horror appeared on the face smeared with blood and ashes. Following the plunderer's gaze, Moore turned his head with difficulty and looked behind him. Flame. Golden red flame. On the red and white snow, a scorching golden red firework was burning fiercely, and in the center of the flame, Moore saw a slightly familiar figure. Xing Huo Jixing. Not only Moore, but also the embarrassed DeWitt also discovered abnormalities on the battlefield. He looked back at the increasingly scorching golden red flames and the familiar figures, and fell into horror and fear. The raiders who were surrounding him had already observed Huo Jixing's condition. They looked at the Noxian scout who was burned in flames and retreated slowly. As raiders from the Winter's Claw tribe, they had heard that many ordinary people had awakened and controlled terrifying supernatural powers, thereby changing their life's destiny. In the distance, Captain Eric and Marauder Mondel also noticed the anomaly in this red and white battlefield, and looked at the torch-like figure. The two of them separated at the same time, their expressions changing inexplicably. Gibbon! Mondel roared loudly, his brown-grey eyes filled with fear and cruelty. And it was this roar that brought back Gibbon's mind. He looked at the blazing human-shaped torch, and his slow pace suddenly became swift, and he rushed towards the Noxian scout with a sharp stride like a meteor, swinging his sword. The giant frost-toothed wolf running beside him seemed to understand. Like Gibbon, he opened his mouth and let out a sharp and ear-piercing howl. Ouch! 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 Wild secret technique Frost Fang Fury Spirit. The seemingly transparent mental fluctuations reappeared, whipping up the cold wind and snowflakes, and rushed towards the Noxian scout who stood frozen in place with the force of a torrent. Behind the wind and snow is the leaping frost-toothed giant wolf, the beast spirit apprentice wielding a sword. It was the plunderers who suppressed their inner fears and attacked again. Compared to the Noxians, the Freljordians living in the frozen land of the north understand the horror of the extraordinary better. Not to mention, there are many extraordinary beings in the Winter's Claw tribe. For example, beast spirit walkers, iceborn, shamans, etc. These extraordinary beings often show terrifying power beyond ordinary people. Now, they can win this war and the only chance to survive. Kill the awakening Noxian scout. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Sozaku Flurry. Sozaku Nanli Fire. Huo Jixing, whose face was stained with blood, was looking at the golden red fireworks igniting between the tiger's mouth in shock. He felt an immense sense of intimacy from it. The terrifying high temperature and the soul-searing fireworks seemed unable to harm him, and they slowly changed shapes as he controlled his consciousness. It turns out that this is the real way to use talent star spirit Sozaku. Huo Jixing had a realization. At this time, I felt a little ashamed when I recalled my knowledge of Nanli Fire. Sozaku, one of the 4 spirits in heaven. How could it be possible that the Nanli Fire it gave him could only improve his physical fitness and make him unafraid of the cold wind? Fortunately, it's not too late now. In the fight between life and death, Huo Jixing finally understood some of the ways to use Nanli's fire. However, the moment Huo Jixing came back to his senses, the blazing golden red fireworks seemed to be relying on the biting cold wind to explode and sweep across the whole body in an instant. In shock, Huo Jixing lowered his eyes. The blazing golden red fireworks were reflected in the dark pupils, and he noticed something unusual. This Nanli fire does not seem to be duckweed without roots. It seems to be sweeping across the body, but it is actually moving along the red blood. Use my blood as firewood. Huo Jixing thought about it and wanted to continue to explore something, but... oh! Ouch! Ouch! Suddenly, a shrill howl of a wolf sounded, interrupting Huo Jixing's thoughts. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Huo Jixing saw in the hazy white mist the frost-toothed giant wolf flying into the air to kill, the young beast spirit apprentice coming with a sword, and the many looters who returned to surround and kill. The faces smeared with blood and ashes were mixed with many different emotions, including fear, horror, viciousness, madness, and so on. Are you afraid of me? The shrill wolf howl sounded, and although Huo Jixing knelt down, he didn't behave as badly as before. Because the Nanli fire covering the whole body is burning everything close to him, including the spiritual power carried in the howling. What a pity, your plan. Huo Jixing grinned, his thin face covered with blood revealed a violent and cruel smile. Failed. Huo Jixing walked with his waist down, his feet crushed the ice and snow, and he was buried deep in the snow. Then he turned his wrist, and the curved and broken sword blade cut through the hazy white mist, and a golden red firework covered the sword body. In an instant. In the silent battlefield, in the red and white snow. Suddenly, countless golden red Nanli fires spurted out. Their momentum was so violent, so turbulent, and so fast that they suppressed the biting cold wind and falling snowflakes. Boom! Sozaku Flurry? Huo Jixing waved his sword lightly. The bright yellow and blazing fire of Nanli suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and bursts of white mist rose. Faintly. There seemed to be a red bird reflected in the white mist of the snow, its golden and red crown raised, its red wings spread out, covering the attacking marauders and the frost-toothed giant wolf. Boom! Fireworks are raging and the Sozaku is crowing. In the sea of golden red fire, the sword blade covered with fireworks cut through the hard and thick fabric and penetrated straight into the strong bodies of the marauders. As the sword moved, the flames burned, burning out all combustible objects. The offensive continued. Huo Jixing stepped in front of the giant frost fang wolf and the beast spirit apprentice, facing the sharp claws and bone knives. The pyrotechnic blade he held tightly in his hand rotated with the force, like a crimson half-moon, rising from the sky. Come down! Ouch! On the red-white snow, within the violent golden-red Nanli fire, there were whining and howling sounds. It was accompanied by the sound of the sword cutting the flesh, and the sound of thunder as the flames burned the fur. At last, all sounds stopped within the fire of Nanli. Plop! Plop! Amidst the dull sound, a completely charred corpse of a giant wolf and a head with disheveled hair rose into the air from the fireworks and rolled down to the snow, stained by patches of fresh snow. Beast Spirit Apprentice. In the place where the fireworks were burning, Huo Jixing lowered his head, looked at the rolling head on the ground, and then looked at the burnt frost-toothed giant wolf, with a hint of joy in his expression. With the power given by Suzaku, he turned the tide in a desperate situation and supported the people in danger. And this feeling is really addictive. Huo Jixing looked up at Luoxu and wanted to laugh, but suddenly felt a pain in his throat and was extremely thirsty. Goo goo! Goo goo! Goo goo! At the same time, there was a low growl in his stomach, and there was bitterness in his stomach. It's hunger and thirst that's attacking. An extremely strong sense of hunger and thirst suddenly appeared, attacking Huo Jixing's nerves. So hungry! So thirsty! Huo Jixing stretched out his left hand tremblingly, wanting to touch something. But that strong sense of hunger and thirst seemed to turn into a boundless wave, overwhelmingly attacking Huo Jixing's weak nerves, forcing him to bend down and arch up. The fire of Nanli that filled the body had been extinguished at some point, with only a few sparks swaying. Damn, what's going on? Huo Jixing's expression changed, and there was a little bit of blood in his dark eyes. Under the influence of a wave of hunger, he began to look around, looking for something, until he saw the broken and burned corpses, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No, no. The remaining reason forced him to look away, but the hunger was eating away at him little by little, twisting his pale face with the intention of pulling him into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, Huo Jixing raised his sword and ran forward, fell on the snow, and crawled towards the charred corpse of the giant wolf. He used the curved sword blade to laboriously cut open the belly of the giant wolf, and inside was half black and half red flesh. Huo Jixing didn't care whether it was raw or cooked. Under the pressure of hunger and thirst, he began to bite and eat the flesh, swallowing it directly into his stomach without chewing and digesting it. Perhaps because he ate too quickly, some of the flesh was mixed with snowflakes and soil and entered his mouth together. But Huo Jixing now had only one thought. Fill his stomach. Resolve hunger and thirst. The falling snow covered the mountains. The lonely cold wind blew across the red and white battlefield. Hoo! 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 Huo Jixing lay on the snow, panting constantly, his face and mouth were stained with flesh fragments, and the belly of the giant wolf in front of him had mostly disappeared, and the internal organs were faintly visible. Gradually, he began to regain his sanity, and a glow appeared in his dark eyes. What on earth is going on? Huo Jixing was confused and afraid. Although the feeling of hunger still existed, he could barely suppress it, unlike just now, when it almost made him lose his mind. Is this my hand? Huo Jixing just wanted to get up, but when he used his arms, he saw the shriveled hands that seemed to have lost flesh and blood. The skin was loose and the bones were protruding. In the grooves that once covered the palms, there was no mud and ice residue anymore, only the flesh and blood that was attached to the bones. Huo Jixing's expression suddenly changed, and he lowered his head hurriedly. It was not until this time that he realized that the damaged composite armor no longer fit him. The tough body that had been trained seemed to be dehydrated, shriveled and ugly, with all uneven bones. Damn it! Huo Jixing cursed in a low voice, vaguely understanding the reason. As he staggered to his feet, he grabbed a ball of snow and stuffed it into his mouth to dilute the strong fishy taste in his mouth. Seeing. Just as Huo Jixing was observing the battlefield, a familiar shout rang in his ears. Looking back, he saw DeWitt and Moore, who were walking over with each other, with the bodies of the looters lying around them. It seems that victory belongs to Noxus. Huo Jixing thought secretly, and a touch of joy rose in his heart, but when he looked into the eyes of DeWitt and Moore, his expression paused. Fear? Afraid? And envy and desire? Huo Jixing saw different changes in their eyes and expressions, and even when they were close to him, they stopped and were unwilling to move forward. Snowflakes fell on his shoulders, and Huo Jixing frowned slightly. He looked down at the corpses of the looters around him, the traces of burning, and the charred and broken giant wolf corpse, as if he had realized something. Is there a difference between extraordinary people and ordinary people? Or are they afraid of extraordinary power? Huo Jixing's thoughts surged, and he vaguely remembered an article about the conflict on the Valoran continent that he had read in his previous life. It has been too long, and he can't remember the details. It seems to be related to the Rune War and many extraordinary powers. It said that even after thousands of years, the impact and damage brought by the Rune War are still circulating in the Valoran continent, telling the world the horror of runes and magic. The Noxus Empire was born on this chaotic land where the Rune War was most deeply affected, which caused the empire to lack resources and had to establish a country through war. And within the empire, the extraordinary represents another class, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary people and soldiers. Congratulations! In the snow behind him, the centurion Eric walked over, patted Huo Jixing on the shoulder, and said softly. Huo Jixing turned around and looked at Eric, who was inconvenient to move and seriously injured. The tall body, like a fierce tiger, was covered with scars, and the wild eyes could not hide the sadness, but the ferocious head in his left hand silently told the glory of blood. Awakening in the wild, a rare scene. Eric looked at Huo Jixing in front of him, and a trace of envy rose in the depths of his eyes. He knew more about the Empire's desire for extraordinary power than the others, and thought about what kind of changes Huo Jixing would have after returning to the camp. Not only status, but also power and strength, and even if it is strong enough, the title of nobility is not a luxury. The price of all this is not small. Eric saw Huo Jixing's pale and dry face, and his body like a dry bone, and realized the erosion of the body by extraordinary power. But we won, didn't we? Huo Jixing seemed to see through Eric's inner thoughts, raised the curved long sword in his hand, pointed to the many corpses in the snow, and said with a smile. Victory belongs to Noxus. Eric was shocked at first, then laughed and roared. Victory belongs to Noxus. Victory belongs to Noxus. Victory belongs to Noxus. On the other side, Devitt and more also walked over slowly, roaring at the same time, venting their inner emotions and celebrating this hard-won victory. In the red and white snow. After a short rest, the remaining few people harvested the spoils in the bloody battlefield and continued their journey back to the Noxus camp along the rugged mountain road. Chapter 18. Noxus border. The north wind howled and snow fell everywhere. On the winding ice and snow road, a group of 4 people, wearing grey and white fur cloaks, walked slowly. Under the sparse snow curtain, Huo Jixing's face became paler and paler, and his body, which looked like a withered skeleton, looked a little scary. Although there were no looters chasing him along the way, it was still difficult for him who had not recovered from his injuries. If it weren't for the powerful healing ability of the Nanli fire, he doubted that he would be able to get out of the vast fjord. Exhaling a breath of frost, Huo Jixing lowered his eyes, and the dark green data stream filled his pupils. Name, Huo Jixing, severely injured. Essence, 0. Strength, 1.55, 0.3. Constitution, 1.62, 0.27. Agility, 1.69, 0.23. Spirit, 3.43, plus 0.21. Skills, Intermediate Warrior, Wilderness Survival. Talent, Suzaku. It can be clearly seen from the unfolded data panel that attributes such as strength, constitution, and agility have been affected by the state of severe injury and have been reduced accordingly. Only the spiritual attribute is still outstanding, increasing instead of decreasing, far exceeding other data. In addition to the spiritual attribute, Huo Jixing also digested the gains brought by the encounter during the difficult return journey. In terms of skills, he has made some improvements. Broadly learned and erudite, focused and refined. Huo Jixing is going to continue training in swordsmanship after returning to the camp, and perhaps he can return to advanced warrior. As for talent star spirit vermilion bird, after this period of exploration and experimentation, Huo Jixing has a deeper understanding and has analyzed the reasons that caused him to be hungry and thirsty before. Under normal circumstances, the Nanli fire given by talent star spirit vermilion bird can strengthen and improve physical fitness without loss. From this point alone, we can see the perversion of talent and the fundamental changes it brings. However, once Huo Jixing starts to really use the power of Nanli fire, he must provide enough firewood for burning. And firewood, Huo Jixing understands it as his own flesh and blood. The hunger and thirst that almost made him lose his mind before was because he used too much power of Nanli fire. Although he killed many looters, beast spirit apprentices and frost fang giant wolves in one fell swoop, he turned the tide and saved the building from collapse. But the price afterwards was unbearable for him. He almost sank into bestiality and killing because of hunger and thirst, and couldn't extricate himself. As for the unconscious moves used in that encounter, Suzaku Renryu. It can be said to be an epiphany at the moment of life and death, or a spark of inspiration given by talent star spirit Sozaku. Even now, his mind is still somewhat immersed in the violent flames not long ago. That brilliant and terrifying power is like the rising sun, instantly suppressing the cold wind, frost, and snow, wrapped in an extremely noisy flame, destroying everything it touches. Of course, Huo Jixing also tasted the bitter fruit after being rotten. Just swinging the sword to slash this move, it almost burned all his flesh and blood. Crossing the corner of the snowy road, the view changes, and a towering fortress that seems to be clinging to the mountainside like a vine can be seen in the distance. Red flags fluttering, drums and horns sounding together through the clouds. I'm back. In front of the snowy road, Eric stopped and looked at the majestic Noxus camp, his expression changing constantly, and finally turned into a smile. Yeah, I'm finally back. Huo Jixing sighed lightly, his pale face was much more relaxed. He looked back at DeWitt and more. Along the way, the two were not as afraid as before. Influenced by the moral concepts of his previous life, Huo Jixing still maintained a normal mentality after awakening the extraordinary. Although their previous relationship had changed, they could still talk normally, and there was no such thing as being superior and bossy. Looking far away, Huo Jixing stared at the snow-covered fjord at sunset, and many emotions emerged in his heart. It was just a normal scout mission, but because of a sudden encounter, the Noxus scout team, which was fully staffed at the time of departure, returned with only 4 people, and they were all injured to varying degrees. Noxus, Winter's Claw. Huo Jixing thought of this war that would continue, shook his head gently, followed Eric's steps, and walked towards the camp. The bluestone paved mountain road extends from the foot of the mountain to the camp. It is like a long dragon of red people pouring down. Occasionally, some Noxian cavalry squads can be seen escorting carriages covered with linen, galloping into the distance. Walking along the bluestone road, the state of Huo Jixing and his party quickly attracted everyone's attention. The blood-stained damaged armor, the embarrassed and injured figure, and the faint smell of blood around them made every Noxian soldier who passed by look at them in awe. The Noxian camp located on the mountainside is about 40 to 50 kilometers away from fjord. In addition to the cold wind, frost, and snow along the way, the smell of blood was not washed away. It can be imagined how tragic the battle was. There was no obstruction, and no unexpected episodes. Centurion Eric led Huo Jixing and his party into the Noxian camp safely. In front of the rest area, Eric looked at Huo Jixing, who looked exhausted, and said softly, "Go back and rest first. I will report on this scouting mission and your awakening." Huo Jixing pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a grateful smile. "Thank you, Captain Centurion, I'll go first." He really couldn't bear it anymore, especially after returning to the Noxus camp. It was as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and he felt physically and mentally exhausted and weak. Huo Jixing hurried back to the stone house, pushed open the wooden door, did not wash at all, and fell asleep directly, snoring. The next morning, the winter sun was a little cold, like ice rain, sprinkled in every corner of the camp. Huo Jixing opened his bloodshot eyes, looked through the narrow window, and looked at the crimson color left in the sky. Then he rubbed his tired face, quickly got up, and walked to the canteen of the camp. He was awakened by hunger. Since experiencing the hunger and thirst that almost destroyed his reason, Huo Jixing's hate options have added hunger and thirst. The canteen of the Noxus camp is located on the edge of the rest area. It's called a canteen, but it's more like a place to eat big pot meals. Huge iron pots are filled with different foods and placed on the dining table. Perhaps it's too early, and there are not many people in the spacious canteen. Huo Jixing received a rice bowl from the soldier who served the food. It was full of food, mostly vegetables, mixed with some meat, and a few thick breads piled on it. Huo Jixing found a corner and didn't care about his image. He started to eat with big mouthfuls. After a cup of tea, he finished a bowl of food and his stomach was a little full. He wanted to get more, but considering that he was still seriously injured, he waited until he digested it and came back to eat at noon. After cleaning the rice bowl, Huo Jixing walked back slowly, digesting the food while looking at the changes in the camp. More than half a month later, the camp looked more and more solemn. The dark clouds of war covered the inside and outside, and many Noxian soldiers with hurried expressions were seen. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think of the destroyed Noxian outpost, and his heart gradually sank. The border, which was already filled with smoke, seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction, and as soldiers of the Noxian regiment, they were all caught in the vortex of war. Huo Jixing raised his eyebrows slightly and saw a middle-aged man in a red and grey robe standing in front of his stone house. Chapter 19. So fast? Huo Jixing was shocked. In just one night, the Noxus camp had sent people over. The middle-aged man in a red-grey robe heard the footsteps and turned around to see Huo Jixing returning. He immediately stepped forward. The robe was covered with golden red patterns. The middle-aged man had a straight figure, a square face, and bright eyes, which made him look very capable and experienced. Wilson, Legion Consultant, nice to meet you. Legion Consultant? Huo Jixing was confused, but he didn't stop. He immediately stretched out his right hand and said softly, Huo Jixing, you can call me Sing. Don't you want to invite me in? Wilson pointed to the simple stone house in front of him and said with a smile. Squeak. Pushing open the wooden door, Huo Jixing pulled out a wooden stool from under the wooden table. Sorry, the place is simple and there is nothing to entertain. It's okay. Wilson bent down and sat down, his eyes moving, looking at the rough stone house in front of him. The walls and corners were full of traces of polishing, and the worn-out quilts on the wooden bed were neatly stacked. Compared with other soldiers' dormitories, the hygiene was much cleaner and tidier. Eric had already reported the situation encountered during the mission last night. Wilson retracted his gaze and stared at Huo Jixing in front of him, with curiosity in his heart. Looking at his appearance, his face was thin and his expression was extremely pale, but he could not hide his vigorous spirit. His thin and shriveled figure was so skinny that a little water on his chest would be reflected on his back. However, Eric's words last night seemed to mention that Huo Jixing's fire ability was related to his own flesh and blood. While Wilson was looking at Huo Jixing, he was also observing him. Unlike the impression of the elite soldiers of Noxus, Wilson's temperament was slightly gentle, especially his piercing eyes, which seemed to be full of kindness, but could see through everything, making Huo Jixing suddenly feel a little nervous. Legion Advisor. This is a special military rank unique to the Noxus Empire. Many imperial generals highly praised the work and abilities of the Legion Advisors, saying that they were an indispensable part of the Imperial Legion. Because they have a pair of ruthless and discerning eyes, they can select the most elite soldiers for the Empire, just like being able to select a sheep from a pack of wolves a mile away. Their abilities are very unique and rare. Huo Jixing, the Wanderer. Wilson took out a parchment roll from his arms, which contained a feather pen. After unfolding it, a low voice came. Under the Imperial Army order, I was recruited as a Noxian soldier. I entered the camp 3 months ago and performed 2 missions in total, 1 reconnaissance mission and 1 scout mission. I was seriously injured while performing the reconnaissance mission and recovered after a month of recuperation. I then joined Eric's scout team to perform the scout mission of sneaking into Fruljord. Wilson paused and looked at Huo Jixing in front of him. His pale face was very different from most Noxians. In the deadly battle with the looters, I unexpectedly awakened extraordinary power, suspected to be of the fire type. Yes. Huo Jixing's expression did not change, and he had expected it in his heart. This is indeed everything he has experienced, and there is nothing to deny. From this aspect, it can be seen that the Noxus camp reacted very quickly. Before knowing it, he was just an ordinary Noxus soldier, but in such a short time, he collected all the information since he entered the camp. Ionian. Faced with Wilson's sudden question, Huo Jixing frowned, his face trembled, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. It seemed to be a simple question, but he smelled a hint of unusual smell from it. It seemed that his next answer would directly affect the fate of the following turn. Noxus. Ionia. A lot of information suddenly emerged in Huo Jixing's mind. With the memory of his previous life, he certainly knew the blood feud between the two. And now Wilson's question made him realize something he had overlooked. Time node. The time node he was in. Huo Jixing's eyes were obscure, and his thoughts were surging. At most, he had just arrived in Valoran for more than 2 months, and most of the time he had been on missions, so he could not understand the outside world in detail. But now Wilson's sudden question made him vaguely guess the time node he was in. Noxian. Huo Jixing licked the corner of his mouth, suppressed many emotions in his heart, and finally answered very firmly. This time it was Wilson's turn to change his expression, as if he was a little surprised by Huo Jixing's firm answer. The feather pen in his hand was dipped in ink and splashed on the parchment scroll covered with words. Then he continued to write without caring, adding the 4 words Noxus after Huo Jixing's name. This is your token. For Huo Jixing's answer, Wilson smiled and was in a good mood. He reached out and took out an iron token from his arms and slowly pushed it in front of Huo Jixing. The Empire longs for every extraordinary person to join, especially the citizens of the Empire. It's a great honor. Huo Jixing nodded solemnly, stretched out his right hand, and picked up the iron token in front of him. The token is not big, and can be easily held in the palm. It is made of fine iron and looks simple and clear. The edge of the iron is decorated with rough patterns, and Huo Jixing's name and his new position Centurion are written on the front. The double-edged axe symbol of the Noxus Empire is engraved on the back. It is painted with a deep red color, and it looks like it has a strong bloody killing aura. You will have a new room in the center of the rest area. Wilson looked around the slightly simple stone house and smiled. And the Empire will also make corresponding arrangements for your awakened extraordinary abilities. Runes and magic are one of the most important strategic resources of the Valoran continent. Even with the far-reaching impact of the Rune War, every force on the continent is vying to win over the extraordinary people who control these powers. They are not afraid of repeating the same mistakes, but they are afraid that when the disaster comes, they will have no power to resist. Even the most conservative Demacia Empire, which hates magic the most, is also undergoing different changes. Huo Jixing put away the token calmly. He understood the approach of the Legion consultant in front of him and the conditions given by the Noxus Empire. In the memory of his previous life, there was relevant information about the Noxus Empire. It was also one of the factors that affected his answer. In this huge and prestigious empire, no matter what their social position, family background, homeland, or personal wealth, anyone can gain power, status, and respect in Noxus, as long as they can demonstrate the necessary ability. In particular, those who can use magic will be looked up to. The Noxian Empire will even actively seek out such people, so that their special talents can be trained and used most efficiently for the Empire. Any more questions? Wilson put away the parchment, put away the quill, and spoke softly. Chapter 20. I want to learn more about runes and magic. Huo Jixing pondered for a while, then his dark eyes met Wilson's bright eyes and he spoke in a solemn voice. Most of the memories about the League of Legends universe in previous lives only briefly introduced the grand background of Valoran and the stories of heroes, and the power system was extremely confusing. Looking through it all, there are very few articles that provide a detailed and in-depth analysis of runes and magic, as well as the powers of many heroes. And what happened to Fruljord and the appearance of the Beast Spirit Apprentice? Huo Jixing realized that he lacked knowledge about extraordinary power, so he now most urgently wanted to understand runes and magic. Can. Wilson agreed directly without any hesitation, however, I cannot give a specific time. It needs approval. It just so happens that I need to recuperate for a while to recover, so I'll wait for your reply. Huo Jixing breathed a sigh of relief and said. Haha, actually during the break, you can ask Eric for advice and practice your skills. Wilson stood up, shook hands with Huo Jixing again, and laughed softly. Skills and prowess can sometimes be both. Listening to the whisper in his ears, Huo Jixing, who stood up to say goodbye, stood in front of the door, thoughtfully. Until Wilson's back disappeared into the street. In the silent stone house, Huo Jixing leaned on the wooden chair, took out the Noxian token that symbolized status again, and gently rubbed it, his eyes shining with a special light. From an ordinary soldier to a captain of 10, it is the change from a soldier to a non-commissioned officer. This was a gap that the veterans in the camp could not overcome even after several years, but he had easily achieved it with just one extraordinary awakening. A leopard can be seen in a tube. It can be completely seen that the current Noxus Empire's desire for extraordinary people. Red appeared in his pupils, and Huo Jixing felt the Nanli fire flowing along the blood vessels in his body, and thoughts surged in his heart. For him, the most important thing now is to obtain extraordinary knowledge. The numerous memory fragments from his past life were too hazy and vague. He needed to understand Valoran more comprehensively. In addition, it is also urgent to improve one's physical fitness. The Nanli fire given by Talent Star Spirit Sozaku possesses terrifying flame power, but it requires flesh and blood as fuel. If Huo Jixing wants to fully utilize the power of Talent Star Spirit Sozaku, he must have a stronger body and extremely abundant blood. And skills. Huo Jixing originally put his skills last. Because compared to the violent Nanli fire, the effect brought by skills is like the difference between a grain of rice and the radiance of the bright moon, but Wilson's words seemed to have a meaning. Captain Eric. With that wild face in his mind, Huo Jixing whispered, it seems that we need to find Captain Eric and have a good chat. But at the moment, he needs to recover from his serious injury as soon as possible. Dusk night. The mottled glow creates a brilliant golden edge for the light grey buildings in front of you. Huo Jixing came to the grey pharmacy again. The crowds of people that came into view, as well as the frequent appearances of Noxian doctors, were silently telling the tragic situation of the war. Along the familiar steps, he came to the infirmary. A queue had already formed in the slightly narrow passage. Huo Jixing followed the order and lined up one by one, waiting for treatment. Time passed quietly until the stars appeared in the night sky. Behind the old desk, Dr. Noxus rubbed his messy hair, raised his tired face, his eyes fell on Huo Jixing, and suddenly chuckled, "Haha, congratulations, you returned to the camp safely. A narrow escape from death." Huo Jixing sat on the wooden chair, recalling this scouting mission, shook his head, and spoke in a low voice. "Coming back alive is the best thing." Dr. Noxus stood up and walked closer. His originally gentle gaze glanced solemnly at Huo Jixing's pale face and body that was almost a bone, and he frowned. Huo Jixing's appearance is really miserable now. There was too much blood loss, not only blood loss, but also muscle loss. Dr. Noxus stretched out his hands and pressed Huo Jixing's arms and abdomen. "It seems that you have paid a heavy price for returning safely this time." After returning to sit behind the table, the Noxian doctor's eyes flickered, as if he saw something, and said, "According to imperial law, those who are above the rank of non-commissioned officers or extraordinary people who are seriously injured while performing tasks can receive a life potion for free." Huo Jixing's expression changed and he asked, "Is there any difference from the previous alchemy potion?" "One is a potion diluted many times, and a normal life potion." Dr. Noxus leaned over and took out a pine box from the drawer, with the double-edged axe symbol engraved on it, and placed it in front of Huo Jixing. "Use it as soon as possible. Although your body is somewhat strong and you haven't gone into shock due to excessive blood loss, it's better to recover as soon as possible. For ordinary people, excessive blood loss may cause a series of compensatory reactions in various organs of the body, causing hemorrhagic shock, which may even be life-threatening." Huo Jixing's initial performance was similar. Extreme weakness invaded his body, and his unspeakable hunger almost destroyed his will. If it weren't for the extraordinary corpse of the Frostfang giant wolf, he doubted that he would be able to withstand the compensatory reactions of various organs in his body. "Thank you." Huo Jixing picked up the pine box on the table, feeling the slight weight, and said softly. After saying that, Huo Jixing turned around and left the room without interfering with the work of the Noxian doctor, and there were still many wounded waiting behind him. When leaving the grey pharmacy, Huo Jixing saw that the crowds inside and outside the building were still there. His eyes flickered, and he guessed secretly. Perhaps the war between Noxus and the Claw of Winter is heading towards the end, because no one can continue to consume like a bottomless pit. Noxus Camp. Rest Area, the center of the single-family stone buildings. A two-story grey-white stone building stands, with a rough architectural style and sharp eaves. In the spacious stone building, there is a restaurant on the first floor. Huo Jixing sat upright, and the table in front of him was filled with various foods, including vegetables and meat, and there were many kinds. He reached out to unbutton his collar and began to eat in big mouthfuls, and every time he swallowed the food, his cheeks were supported. In a short time, the food on the table was completely wiped out, and the remaining sauce in the bowl was eaten by Huo Jixing with white bread. Then he stood up to clean the table, piled the bowls together, and waited for others to collect them. Since returning from Fruljord, Huo Jixing found that his appetite has increased a lot, about 3 times as much as before. The increase in appetite can allow him to quickly replenish his body energy. Although his body still looks a little thin now, it is already very refined. This is also due to one of the characteristics of the Nanli fire, which can burn any food that gets energy and heal the damaged body. However, in 2 days, Huo Jixing's pale face has a touch of blood, and his body, which looks like a dry bone, has gradually become rounder. After leaving the restaurant, Huo Jixing walked to the side room, stretched his body, and started to exercise. Because his body was not fully recovered, he could only do simple self-training, still the same old routine, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, fast running on the spot, and small steps and punches. The not-so-intense training allowed him to slowly adapt to his body that had been refined by the Nanli fire. Time passed. When Huo Jixing stood up again, it was getting dark outside, with dim stars dotting the hazy sky. "Hey! It looks like another day of waiting in vain." Huo Jixing took a breath and wiped off the fine sweat on his face with a towel. 2 days had passed, and the Legion consultant Wilson had not responded to the extraordinary knowledge he had promised, and he was a little worried. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 21. Can't wait any longer. Huo Jixing is very self-aware and knows very well that he is not a supernatural awakener. Instead, he relied on the data panel to awaken the talent star spirit Sozaku and then master the fire of Nanli. Therefore, he had to use the excuse of awakening in the wild at the very beginning to cover up the loopholes that might be caused in this aspect, so as not to expose the data panel. But plans can't keep up with changes. The extraordinary knowledge he was waiting for seemed a bit far away. There are options. Huo Jixing was thinking about what Wilson mentioned about transcendence and skills, and was going to talk to Captain Eric tomorrow. Back in the restaurant, Huo Jixing finished the prepared dinner and returned to the bedroom on the second floor. He took out the pine box from under his pillow. This was the potion of life he had received from the Noxian doctor in the Grey Pharmacy. Although Huo Jixing's body has gradually healed, he wasted 2 days. He needs to take advantage of the rest period of the mission to become familiar with the power of Nanli fire. And a strong and healthy body is a necessary prerequisite. Opening the pine box, there was a round glass bottle inside. The mouth of the bottle was sealed with metal. The body of the bottle was wrapped with a circle of leather, with a line of numbers engraved on it. Life potion? Number. Huo Jixing thought to himself. It seems that when it comes to extraordinary items, the Noxus Empire will not reward them for nothing. Instead, they will be numbered and each user will be recorded. Opening the metal lid, Huo Jixing gently shook the glass bottle. The crimson liquid inside rippled, and an inexplicable fragrance filled his nose. Well, it looks a bit similar to the health potion in the League of Legends game. Goo goo. Goo goo. Goo goo. Huo Jixing raised his head and drank the life potion. The red liquid followed the blood vessels and soaked into the body. Boom. The moment the life potion melted into the blood, a burning sensation appeared out of thin air, as if it was about to burn the body, extremely violent and restless. Huo Jixing's pale face turned red instantly, and crimson fireworks could be faintly seen. He could feel that the liquid derived from the life potion was being violently burned and decomposed by the Nanli fire, turning into majestic energy and pouring into his body. Hot. Heat. Huo Jixing resisted not moving and allowed the hot feeling in his body to rage. At the same time, he seemed to hear his heart roaring, and the Nanli fire wrapped in blood and energy was like a stream rushing along the blood vessels and soaking into various internal organs in the body. In the invisible corner, the bright red liquid stimulates the body, and the muscles regenerate layer by layer, filling the shriveled body and quickly filling it up. It took almost half an hour. The feeling of heat is no longer there, and the surging fire of Nanli has gradually subsided. Is it over? Huo Jixing opened his eyes, and bright yellow fireworks filled his pupils. It's a bit fast. Eat the marrow and know the taste. Compared with the alchemy potion that was diluted many times before, Huo Jixing could clearly feel the healing effect of the normal version of the life potion this time. Coupled with the characteristics of Nanli fire, he seemed to have the illusion of being reborn. In front of a glass mirror of equal height, Huo Jixing looked at himself in the mirror. His pale face was no longer pale, a touch of blood crawled onto his cheeks, and his shriveled body gradually returned to its original shape. On the whole, he has a handsome face, a strong body, obvious muscle lines in his arms and abdomen, and a smooth feeling. Huo Jixing lowered his head and lowered his eyes, clenching his palms slightly, and a flash of red gold fireworks appeared, and slowly changed according to his will. Very nice feeling. Huo Jixing stood on the spot, moving his body, and his expression could not hide his excitement. The healing effect brought by the life potion combined with the properties of Nanli fire is very obvious. Then he suddenly realized and opened the data panel. Name, Huo Jixing. Quality, 0. Power, 2.14. Physique, 2.20. Agility, 2.31. Spirit, 3.50. Skills, Intermediate Warrior, Wilderness Survival. Talent, Sozaku. Twice the physical fitness of ordinary people. Huo Jixing whispered softly, the serious injury status on the panel had disappeared, and various attributes had been significantly improved. This is not 1 + 1 = 2, but a complete doubling of physical fitness. Huo Jixing can feel the terrifying growth of his own power. Coupled with the Nanli fire given by talent star spirit Sozaku, it can be said that the current self can easily kill the self when he first awakened. And who would have thought of such a change? Recalling that not long ago, he had just transmigrated, he was just a Noxian soldier recovering from a serious injury, living silently in a cornerstone house. And now he has become a captain of 10 who has extraordinary power and owns his own small building. Less than a month. A scout mission, a battle, and an awakening in the wild can completely change your destiny. Let Huo Jixing's life undergo earth-shaking changes. Can't relax yet. Huo Jixing thought about the scene he saw in the Grey Pharmacy and the destruction of the Noxian outpost in the Fruljord. It seemed that the situation of the war was quietly changing. You must do your best to improve yourself. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Huo Jixing took out a broken wolf tooth ornament tightly wrapped in linen from under the pillow and next to the pine box. This is a trophy from the Beast Spirit Apprentice. The bone ornament was in the shape of a wolf's tooth, with a rough feel and traces of wear on the surface. There was a small hole on the top, but the rope running through it had turned to ashes. Extraordinary item, or rune item. Huo Jixing rubbed the broken wolf's tooth with his fingers and could feel a hidden energy fluctuation from it, but he had studied it many times and had never found any extraordinary characteristics. Does it tend to be a beast spirit scholar? At the same time, the data panel that was originally stable and motionless was rippling with green ripples, conveying the meaning of decomposition. Decomposition. Huo Jixing thought for a while and chose to decompose. As soon as the meaning was conveyed, the data panel that had been impatient for a long time reflected a dark green data flow, soaking the pupils and slowly melting the wolf's tooth ornament in the palm of his hand. However, in a moment, the broken wolf's tooth ornament disappeared. Congratulations to the host, the decomposition was successful, and the Essence 5 was obtained. The cold prompt sounded in his ears, and Huo Jixing frowned slightly. Compared with the broken green gem before, the amount of essence was reduced by half. Is it a different quality? Huo Jixing's thoughts turned, and his eyes fell on the data panel. This time, whether it was strength and physique, agility and spirit, or skills, there was no and sign behind them. Insufficient essence, unable to improve attributes. Rune. Magical extraordinary. Huo Jixing whispered, and with a move of consciousness, he tapped the talent on the data panel. A red star map slowly unfolded in the depths of his pupils, with 7 stars dotted on it, outlining the shadow of the vermilion bird. Looking at the 7 stars, Jingxiu has lit up, giving the ability of Nanli Fire, and to open the next star Gaixiu, the data panel prompts that 20 points of essence are needed. It's a bit short. Huo Jixing closed the data panel, lay on the bed, and pondered. He was not in a hurry to add points to attributes such as strength and physique, because the surging Nanli fire in his body was still calcining and refining his body, and there was still a certain room for improvement. At present, the most important thing for Huo Jixing is to continue to open the 7 stars of Sozaku and get more Sozaku power. So, everything comes down to one thing. He needs more extraordinary items. Chapter 22. Early in the morning, rest area. Huo Jixing stood on the bluestone street, looking up at the familiar 3-story building in front of him, and stepped forward. Knock. Knock. The dull knock on the door broke the tranquility of the morning light. After waiting for a moment, the door opened. DeWitt, who opened the door, looked at the person in front of him with a surprised look. Why, don't you recognize him? Huo Jixing laughed softly, patted DeWitt on the shoulder, and greeted him. No, no. DeWitt smiled and shook his head, turned his body sideways, and let Huo Jixing in. It's just a little unexpected. What's the surprise? Before the transfer order came down, we were still teammates. Huo Jixing thought of the fate that was changed by the transfer order, and chatted with DeWitt as he walked. Although he has become a centurion now, there is no distinction between upper and lower classes, and he still regards DeWitt as a friend. It's just that Huo Jixing himself doesn't care, but it doesn't mean that others don't care. DeWitt looked at Huo Jixing in front of him. The friendliness in his eyes was still there, but there was more awe and respect. Along the narrow corridor, Huo Jixing walked to the hall, looking at the somewhat empty environment, with a melancholy look, recalling the scene when he first came here, with many people. Are Moore and Centurion Eric here? DeWitt fell behind half a step and replied, Moore is out, Lord Eric is on the 3rd floor. Before he finished speaking, the young Noxian scout saw through Huo Jixing's thoughts. Are you looking for Lord Eric? The Lord said earlier that if you come, you can go upstairs directly. Thank you. Huo Jixing did not hide anything. After thanking him, he turned and went upstairs. The dark grey wooden stairs stretched up, and each step would make a slight sound. After passing the second floor, at the end of the stairs was an open wooden door, and the tall figure of Eric sitting upright could be seen. Looks like he's recovered well. After seeing Huo Jixing's face, Eric spoke first, his expression unable to hide his surprise. It was really because Huo Jixing looked too miserable after squandering the Nenli fire, and compared with the appearance he saw before, there was a world of difference. Thanks to the camp, the doctor's skills and the medicine provided are extraordinary. Huo Jixing sat opposite Eric at Eric's signal. Just say it if you have anything to say. Eric looked at Huo Jixing in front of him, put away the envy in his eyes, and smiled. He was a straightforward person and didn't like to beat around the bush. Then I'll get straight to the point. Wilson, the Legion consultant, recommended me here. Huo Jixing looked at Eric's wild face and told him the content of his previous conversation with Wilson in a straightforward manner. Huo Jixing was still unfamiliar with this world, and he was only familiar with 2 or 3 people before. And Eric, who had performed missions together and experienced life and death, was within the scope of trust in his heart. It's Wilson, no wonder he said hello the day before yesterday. Eric laughed softly, seemingly casually, but he remembered Wilson's kindness in his heart. Supernatural skills. Eric repeated his words, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Although for them, some common sense about supernatural and skills is not a secret. With Huo Jixing's current supernatural identity, it won't be long before he will be exposed to this knowledge, even more detailed than what they know. The proposal of Wilson, the Legion consultant, is actually to let Eric get a favor from Huo Jixing. After all, it is a time of war, and no one can guarantee the future. And the attitude of the Empire towards supernaturals may make Eric himself or related people take care of them secretly. After the Rune War, after countless scholars' research, they called runes and magic supernatural powers. Eric thought for a while and spoke softly. As it should be, those who master runes and magic are called extraordinary people. Thousands of years ago, with the rediscovery of the world runes and the fall of the Helia arcane secret vault on the Blessed Island, dangerous rune power and magic artifacts began to flow into the hands of people with ill intentions. A few years later, the mighty Rune War kicked off and intensified, dragging most of the known regions and forces in the world into destruction. After more than 10 years of apocalyptic wars, people began to fear the terrifying power of runes and magic. Even the Noxus Empire, which advocates power and believes in power, also has offer runes and magic. Runes and magic are special. Not everyone can touch and master them. Only the chosen ones can become extraordinary people. In order to fight against runes and magic, newly born forces such as the Noxus Empire and the Demacia Empire began to pursue other paths. Skills were born. And it became one of the ways to fight against runes and magic. This does not mean that skills can fight against runes and magic, but it gives ordinary people a glimmer of hope. At least for the growing extraordinary people, powerful skills can bring fatal dangers. Over hundreds of years, from the beginning to now, the road of skills has matured and divided into different levels of strength. Eric looked dazed, as if he was trapped in the long river of history. But in his words, he did not hide his admiration for skills. Of course, this is only a division of skills, not runes and magic. Eric said in a serious voice. The deeper he understood runes and magic, the more awed he was. Assassin Division. Apprentice Assassin, Junior Assassin, Intermediate Assassin, Senior Assassin, Shadow of Slaughter, Grand Master of Slaughter. Warrior Classification. Apprentice Warrior, Junior Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Senior Warrior, Blade of Conquest, Grand Master of Conquest. Shooter Classification. Apprentice Shooter, Junior Shooter, Intermediate Shooter, Senior Shooter, Eye of the Eagle, Grand Master of Shooting. Shield Guard Classification. Apprentice Shield Guard, Junior Shield Guard, Intermediate Shield Guard, Advanced Shield, Fearless Shield, Grand Master of Shield Guard. As a listener, Huo Jixing quickly found his skill positioning Intermediate Warrior, and the following levels include Advanced Warrior, Blade of Conquest and Grand Master of Conquest. Is there hope for ordinary people to resist extraordinary people? Eric's narration was simple and clear, without any intention of looking down on runes and magic. On the contrary, it was very respectful. Even the status of skills was slightly lowered. After listening, Huo Jixing's thoughts surged, his eyes fell on Eric's tall body that looked like a fierce tiger, and he thought secretly. Because he had seen Eric's true strength. Or seeing Huo Jixing's curiosity, Eric smiled and said, my current skills are at the stage of conquering the blade, but... After a pause, Eric thought of the battle in Fruljord not long ago. His face was gloomy, and he shook his head gently, but it can only resist ordinary extraordinary people. Only resist. Huo Jixing frowned slightly, grasping the key point. Then in Eric's next words, he had some subtle understanding of extraordinary people. For example, the extraordinary power in the Fruljord area, the Beast Spirit Walker, they can communicate with animals through the spiritual realm and obtain some of the abilities given by animals. The Beast Spirit Apprentice encountered before can control the Frostfang Giant Wolf and even cast extraordinary spells such as Wild Secret Art. Finally, Eric looked at Huo Jixing and spoke faintly. Wilson is right. For the extraordinary, the improvement of skills can also make better use of their own power, or runes, and magic. The existence of skills is to pursue and explore the ultimate strength of the body. Whether ordinary people or extraordinary people, they can improve their skills through training. Due to their own special characteristics, extraordinary people learn much faster than most ordinary people, and their advantages are more obvious. Eric stood up, his eyes lowered, and fell on the empty backyard separated. He seemed to have some interest and whispered, it's better to practice it than to talk about it on paper. Okay. Huo Jixing's eyes lit up and he agreed immediately. Not to mention the Grandmaster level, the Blade of Conquest is already the second to last level of skills, far exceeding the intermediate warrior. It is natural for Huo Jixing to benefit a lot from having such a strong man as a sparring partner. Chapter 23. The scorching sun rises and hangs in the sky. Fragments of sunlight fall down, dispelling the biting chill of winter. Behind the three-story building, there is an open courtyard separated. It occupies a small area, and the distance between the front and back is only about 3 feet. The hard and flat ground is paved with large pieces of blue stone. There are many wooden piles mixed with iron and wood standing around it, as well as weapon racks placed close to the wall, with different types of steel weapons placed on them. Artisans are good at using all kinds of weapons. Especially for legionnaires, the use of swords, axes, spears, bows, and arrows, etc., is not a matter of proficiency. Huo Jixing and Eric stood more than 10 feet apart, facing each other. DeWitt, who came with a learning mentality, followed him to the edge of the courtyard. In his deep-set eye sockets, his brown eyes turned and looked at the two curiously. One is a newly awakened transcendent, and the other is the Tenkapian commander whom he respects and worships. Viewed from a distance, there is a huge difference in body shape between the two. Eric looks like a fierce tiger, about 7 feet tall and strong. Huo Jixing is less than 6 feet tall, obviously much shorter and much thinner. Call. Huo Jixing took a breath and straightened his posture, holding the standard long sword that had just been taken off the weapon rack tightly in his hand. The discussion with Eric in front of me was an unexpected gain from this meeting. It's a good time to try the progress made during this period. After quickly adjusting his mentality, Huo Jixing's eyes narrowed, and red surged in his pupils, falling on Eric. Conquering blade, let me see what level of skill it is. Before his passion had even begun, when Huo Jixing met Eric's eyes, he suddenly felt a huge sense of oppression coming towards his face. This is far beyond what can be compared to the snow boar, frost-toothed giant wolf, or beast spirit apprentice. Eric held the giant sword easily with one hand. His seemingly casual gesture gave him an endless sense of fatal threat. Chi! The sword blade broke through the air, and white marks emerged. Huo Jixing suppressed the restlessness in his heart, stepped forward, and bullied him forward. He used the long sword against the giant sword. He would have a certain advantage at close range. Unfortunately, the idea is very good, but the gap is too huge. Chi! The giant sword slashed down, its force was like a mountain avalanche, compressing and solidifying the air, instantly restricting Huo Jixing's forward direction. The next moment, sonoras. The sound of blades clashing was heard, and the long and narrow standard sword fell to the ground and bounced gently, as if it was telling something. One blow. Falling sword. The intention is too obvious, continue. A cold voice came. Huo Jixing walked over, picked up the sword, continued to straighten his posture, looked at Eric who looked relaxed, and launched another attack. Sonoras. The sword fell to the ground. The strength is okay, but the reaction is too slow, continue. Sonoras. The sword fell to the ground. This time the reaction is okay, but it's still too slow. Continue. Sonoras. The sword fell to the ground. Making progress, stay focused. Keep going. Sonoras. Faced with repeated failures, Huo Jixing was not discouraged and repeatedly waved the standard long sword to attack Eric. And during such frequent sparring sessions, he could vaguely sense Eric's physical attributes. Whether it is strength, physique, or agility, it should be much better than him, at least 3 points or more. Coupled with the skill level of the conquering blade, Eric can easily knock down the sword with one blow every time. Continue. Huo Jixing grinned, sweating with the name of hard work, and launched another attack. After dozens of sparring sessions, Huo Jixing gradually failed in one move, then failed in 2 moves, and occasionally persisted until the 3rd move. This is due to the fact that Eric will provide corresponding guidance and corrections after each sparring session. After another defeat, Eric stood on the spot, frowned slightly, looked at the standard long sword in Huo Jixing's hand, and said, "You don't seem to be suitable for using a long sword, or in other words, it doesn't match the flame power you possess." Although Huo Jixing did not use the power of Nanli fire, Eric could easily see it with his own skill level. Huo Jixing's attack was paving the way for the flames, waiting for the violent catharsis. Not suitable for using a long sword. Huo Jixing stopped, took a breath, lowered his head and held the standard sword in his hand, his expression filled with confusion. "Then what should I use? The long sword is too light and does not go well with your fire power." Eric recalled the life and death fight in the snow of Fruljord not long ago. The violent fire that was ignited seemed to have no advantage compared to Huo Jixing's swordsmanship. After pondering for a while, Eric's eyes fell on the weapons rack not far away and he answered. "Knife." Among the many cruel wars that Eric has experienced, the applicability of knives and swords has some overlap and differences. A knife is edged on one side, and a sword is edged on both sides. The knife is thick and heavy, the sword is thin and light. The knife can be used to cut, shave, cut, and chop, and the sword can be used to cut, whet, and stab. When wearing armor and fighting at close range, the effectiveness of a knife exceeds that of a sword. The power of a knife lies in cutting. One slash is worth many sword thrusts. In the previous sparring session, Eric observed Huo Jixing's sword drawing movements. It was obvious that there was no systematic training under the guidance of a famous teacher. The knife is different. Its movements are simple. It does not require years of suffering and training. It only needs enough strength to exert a terrifying effect. Once the sword is in motion, it moves like fire, and every swing of the sword will accumulate. In the end, it will be like a raging flame, turning into a prairie fire. The slashing of the sword can also achieve a similar effect, but in the battlefield, it is far less fast than swinging the sword. Of course, heavy weapons may be more effective. However, Huo Jixing's body size limits his use of heavy weapons. Even if he can swing heavy weapons, the effect is far less obvious than that of the sword. The above is just his suggestion. Whether he listens or not depends on Huo Jixing himself. Sword. Huo Jixing looked down at the standard long sword in his hand, thinking. To put it bluntly, it is difficult to practice a sword without the guidance of a famous teacher and the tormenting practice since childhood. The sword is different. The single blade is heavy and can produce good lethality when it is waved casually in the hand. Even if you study it seriously, it takes much less time than swordsmanship. Long weapons and heavy weapons such as spears, halberds, and spears are suitable for array confrontation. It is not suitable for single soldier combat. As for the Grandmaster level, Eric's implication was that the Grandmaster level was too far away, and perhaps he would never reach it in this lifetime, so he should settle down and practice his skills. Try it. Huo Jixing walked to the weapon rack, put the standard long sword back on it, and picked up a single-edged heavy long sword. The blade was more than 3 feet long, and the handle was about 1 foot and 2 inches long. The sharp blade reflected the cold light, reflecting his handsome face. Whoosh! Whoosh! Huo Jixing waved the knife casually, and the blade cut through the air, making a whimpering sound. Then he walked to Eric with the knife and continued to practice. At the beginning, because Huo Jixing was not familiar with the long sword, the effect was not very good. But as time passed, he gradually adapted to the long sword, and the effect of training suddenly rose. He didn't have to worry about the effect of the move at all, and just waved it randomly. Chop, wipe, turn, jump vertically. Huo Jixing seemed to have changed into a different person, his body moved with the sword, and his momentum was fierce, which was obviously different from the state when he was swinging the sword. Clang! The sword slashed, stirring up waves of air. Huo Jixing took 4 steps back, panting, and his arm holding the sword trembled, but the long sword did not fall. Not bad. Eric put down the giant sword in his hand, without sweating all over his body, and looked very relaxed. Compared to swordsmanship, it seems that you have a better talent for swordsmanship. Can weapons be customized in the camp? Huo Jixing's chest rose and fell, swinging the long sword, which was a little unsuitable. Yes, but you need to register at the military supply department. Eric came over, his eyes full of appreciation. Recently, a lot of new fine ores from the Daiguo Fort have been transported to the camp. You can go there early, pick some, and make weapons suitable for you. Thank you. Huo Jixing nodded gently and thanked him. This meeting was very rewarding. Not only did he learn about the skill system, but he also discovered some extraordinary knowledge about runes and magic. Eric did not hide his knowledge. In addition to sparring, he also taught in person. Huo Jixing silently accepted this favor in his heart. There is also the Legion consultant Wilson. Although the promised extraordinary knowledge has not been fulfilled, his advice is also very important. Eric then invited Huo Jixing to have dinner together. The two had a good chat and agreed to continue sparring later. This is not a polite remark. Huo Jixing needs to improve his skills, and Eric himself is eager to fight with extraordinary people. This can be seen from the previous scout mission. If you go deep into Fruljord to perform missions in the future, you may encounter extraordinary people frequently. Those extraordinary people belonging to the Winter Claw tribe will not chat and laugh with you politely. When you meet them, it will only be a life and death fight. Chapter 24. Sonoras. 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 The familiar courtyard was shrouded in the light of swords and shadows. The sound of light steel clashing lasted for a long time, like rain hitting banana trees or beads falling on a jade plate, with an unspeakable charm. Stab! Suddenly, a harsh and sharp friction sound appeared, breaking the flash of swords in the courtyard. Huo Jixing's figure suddenly retreated from the shadow of the sword, and waves of surging air lifted up his clothes and armor. Bang! Using his left foot as a support point, Huo Jixing forced himself to stop retreating. The slender long knife in his hand was erected in front of him, his eyes stared at Eric's wild face, and his fighting spirit rose. Zhizzy! Zhizzy! The giant sword dragged the ground, and Eric shook his neck and walked slowly. His strong body and fierce momentum seemed like dark clouds pressing down on the city, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Huh! Huo Jixing took a long breath, and the heart in his chest beat like a drum, and the hot blood burst out and rushed along the blood vessels. The dark pupils have already been dyed red, and wisps of golden red fireworks extend from the palm of the hand and fill the blade. Considering his current strong physique, this is just a normal consumption of energy and blood and will not affect his body. Boom! Huo Jixing stepped forward, and the blue stone ground under his feet groaned. The terrifying power was released from his body, passing through his feet, waist, shoulders, and finally through his arms. Suzaku Flurry! The slender long knife danced, wrapped in blazing flames, and turned into afterimages, spreading across the courtyard like burning clouds. Phew! 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 At the same time, there seemed to be a cry. It's the sound of a knife cutting through the air. There was a burst at first, and then in a moment, they formed one after another, just like the chirping of thousands of birds. Sonoras! 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 After a moment, the low chirping of the birds disappeared, and the sound of swords clashing like a sudden rain resounded in the sky. In the courtyard, the spreading fire cloud boiled completely, like hot molten lava, burning the steel sword wind formed by the giant's sword. Open! The fire burned in the cloud, and a low roar exploded. Eric stepped forward, the muscles of his arms stretched out the armor, and the giant sword swung in his hand suddenly. Instantaneous! The steel sword roared loudly, carrying Pyron's power, and cut through the fireworks in the sky. Whoops! Whoops! In the hot air, the fireworks gradually extinguished. Huo Jixing panted, looked at Eric who came out, put away the slender knife, and shook his head slightly. Eric's beard and robe seemed to be curled up with heat, and the giant sword also had burn marks, but overall it looked like there was no serious damage. You are becoming more and more proficient in mastering the power of fire. Eric stepped forward and looked at Huo Jixing who was approaching, with surprise and admiration in his eyes. The progress is so great. Compared with the previous terrifying battles in Fruljord, the flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea swallowed up many marauders, frost-fanged giant wolves and beast spirit apprentices with violent force. The current Huo Jixing is far from exerting his extraordinary power. But his physical fitness has improved significantly. His strength, speed, physique, and physical coordination are far higher than a few days ago. Like a clumsy giant bear with wings, the change is obvious. In addition, the progress in skills was also staggering. He began to work hard to integrate transcendence and skills with each other. The violence of the flames and the drizzle of sword light, he was searching for the balance between the two. Eric shook his head and thought to himself, no wonder he was favored by Legion advisor Wilson. From what he saw, Huo Jixing's talent was unparalleled. Ha ha! Huo Jixing laughed softly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you for your appreciation. He is also very satisfied with his training during this period. Not only did he quickly improve his skills, but it also made him more able to master the Nanli fire. For example, the fireworks that just covered the blade were one of the fruits of his day and night efforts. With his eyes lowered, Huo Jixing opened the data panel. Name, Huo Jixing. Quality, 5. Power, 2.15. Physique, 2.23. Agility, 2.35. Spirit, 3.50. Skills, Advanced Warrior, Wild Survival. Talent, Suzaku. Under the characteristics of Nanli Fire, Huo Jixing's physical attributes are still slowly improving, increasing compared to before. In terms of skills, Huo Jixing adheres to his own philosophy. Learn widely and be erudite, be specific and precise. He spent almost all his time and energy on sword training, plus being a sparring partner with Eric. His hard work finally paid off. His skills have been promoted from intermediate warrior to senior warrior. In terms of exploring talent star spirit Suzaku, because the body is still too weak. Once it exceeds the threshold and is used forcefully, it will have the same impact on the body as it did in Fruljord. Therefore, he could barely maintain the normal use of Nanli fire. Even so, he benefited a lot during this period. Let's go get something to eat. Eric's voice brought Huo Jixing back to his mind. He looked at the departing figure and stepped to follow. Inside the restaurant filled with aroma. Rich food has already been placed on the table, mostly meat, with some vegetables and white bread, and a pot of vegetable soup. Captain 10, Star. DeWitt and Moore, who had already arrived, stood up, looked at the two people who came in, and said respectfully. You two are here to eat and drink again. Eric pointed at the two of them and said with a smile, but did not drive them away. Huo Jixing also waved his hand nonchalantly, motioning for the two of them to sit down. With the improvement of his status, Huo Jixing became more and more aware of the benefits brought by the Empire's power. The food in front of him was just the tip of the iceberg. Then he pulled out the wooden chair, sat down at the dining table, and started eating. No, Xing, why don't you tell me in advance? Eric's expression changed suddenly when he saw that Huo Jixing was already eating. He quickly sat down, picked up the bowl in front of him and started swallowing. On the other side, DeWitt and Moore were not far behind. They used their hands together to eat the food on the table as if they were reincarnations of hungry ghosts. Unfortunately, compared to Huo Jixing, their eating speed is still too slow. After almost opening his mouth 2 or 3 times, Huo Jixing ate a portion of white bread and a large amount of meat without chewing. After swallowing, he continued eating. In just a moment, he destroyed most of the food in front of him, but his abdomen did not swell at all and remained flat. Eric and the others were already accustomed to the horrifying scene in front of them. When we first ate together, we had a friendly attitude and exchanged a few words with each other, but when we turned around, we almost ended up eating the leftovers on the table. So now I have developed the habit of not talking while eating, just to save my hungry belly. Belch. Huo Jixing drank the vegetable soup in the bowl in one gulp, smacked his lips, and made a belching sound. The food in front of them has been completely destroyed, and Eric and the others have only eaten less than half of it. The key is that their food portion is not much, only about 1/3 of his food. In comparison, it does seem a bit shocking. The reason for this is that all the food Huo Jixing eats will be automatically burned by the Nanli fire and turned into pure energy, flowing along the blood and pouring into every part of the body. Eric and the others also need their stomachs to digest food, and the speed is obviously not comparable. After eating and drinking enough, Huo Jixing said hello and left, went to the next room, closed his eyes and rested, preparing in advance for the afternoon training. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. Huo Jixing is increasingly convinced of this. Unlike others, because of the data panel, he can see his progress all the time and taste the fruits of his efforts. Such an incomparably real feeling made him want to stop and enjoy it. Training continues in the afternoon. In addition to him and Eric, DeWitt and more will also be watching and learning. Not long ago, the brutal death battle in the Fjord made them, as Noxus elite scouts, understand that the situation in the war was different. If they wanted to survive, they had to work harder. Time passes quickly. The hazy night covered the mountains, and the camp gradually fell into silence. Huo Jixing dragged his slightly tired body back to the small single-family building, but his bright eyes were full of brilliance. He took off his armor and wiped his body. Huo Jixing was sitting in front of the bed in the bedroom wearing single clothes. It was still winter, but with his current physique and the warmth brought by the Nanli fire, he didn't have to worry about the cold weather at all. He reached out and pulled out the long knife at his side, and a cold light suddenly appeared in the bedroom. The sword is about 3 feet 7 inches long, about half the height of a man. The blade is as slender as a seedling. With the cold light, flame patterns are tempered on the handle, extending around the blade. The snow-white rag wiped the blade, and it looked like a mirror-like blade. No trace of damage could be seen, and it could perfectly reflect Huo Jixing's handsome face. This sharp long knife was made by a Noxian battle blacksmith based on the style of the Miao knife he remembered from his previous life. He also spent a lot of military exploits on it. But after the finished product came out, Huo Jixing felt it was very worthwhile. Perhaps his talent was really good. Under Eric's guidance, he gradually understood the essence of sword skills. The use of the knife is brave and fast, imposing, strong and powerful. He also relies on body skills, can jump far and beyond, and has quick eyes and quick hands. With Huo Jixing's physical fitness being twice that of ordinary people, after the initial adaptation, he quickly took advantage of the sword. And compared to the dexterity and precision of the long sword, he began to like the wanton feeling when swinging the sword. Bite! Huo Jixing flicked the blade, and a pleasant sound sounded. Then he placed the long knife on his knees, closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to recall the day's sparring and Eric's teachings. Even with the blessing of Nanli fire, the gap between him and Eric was still very obvious based on his skills as a new advanced warrior. Therefore, the night summary after every sparring session has become a necessary homework for him in recent times, and it is also one of the reasons why his actual combat ability has improved rapidly. Boom! 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 Just when Huo Jixing was sinking into his mind, a sudden and urgent knock on the door broke the silence in the bedroom. Who is it? Chapter 25. Who is it? In the quiet bedroom, Huo Jixing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes with a puzzled look on his face. There is a clear ban in the Noxus camp that no one is allowed to walk around at night. Violators will be severely punished. Who would go to him so late at night, regardless of the camp ban? Looking at the dark night outside the window, Huo Jixing looked a little hesitant, wondering whether to open the door. Then he seemed to remember something, his eyes gradually brightened, and he quickly got up and went downstairs. Squeak! The door opened, and Huo Jixing saw a middle-aged man in a red and grey robe in the hazy night. Wilson! Huo Jixing suppressed the excitement in his heart, turned his body sideways, and motioned Wilson to come in. In the living room, the oil lamp was lit. Under the dim light, Huo Jixing and Wilson sat opposite each other. A slightly dull atmosphere permeated between the two. Huo Jixing looked at Wilson's gentle face, and his bright eyes lost some of their luster, unable to hide their fatigue. It seems that he has been busy with work recently. And with Wilson's special status as a military advisor, he seems to be able to ignore the camp's ban to a certain extent. So what is the purpose of his coming here? The knowledge of runes and magic. Huo Jixing secretly guessed in his heart. Don't think about it, I have a military order. Wilson seemed to see through Huo Jixing's inner thoughts and spoke. The camp ban, as long as General Darius is here, no one can violate it. Huo Jixing raised his eyebrows slightly, noticing the change in Wilson's tone. The previous words were fine, but when talking about General Darius, the tone became high-spirited, and the fatigue in the bright eyes disappeared, filled with fanaticism and awe. Darius's charm? Huo Jixing suppressed his curiosity, looked at Wilson, and waited for the next words. Good news or bad news, which one should I listen to first? Wilson noticed the silence in the atmosphere, reached out and knocked on the table, and said jokingly. Huo Jixing, who was waiting intently, raised his face, a trace of surprise appeared, as if he had never thought that Wilson, who was gentle and serious in his impression, would have such a bad taste. Okay, no joke. Wilson pondered for a while, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, there is no way to study fire magic for you in the camp for the time being. Most of the extraordinary people who have free time in the camp are studying black magic or runes, so. Huo Jixing nodded gently to show his understanding. He had some premonitions in his heart after not responding for so long. Good news. The good news is. Wilson straightened his posture, stared at Huo Jixing in front of him, and spoke. I have an old friend in the capital. Due to some unexpected factors, he came to settle in a village near the Iron Thorn Mountains. He has extraordinary knowledge about fire. I wrote a letter a few days ago and just got a reply. The letter said that he can help the Empire and teach you about the knowledge of the extraordinary and fire. Choose one of the two. Huo Jixing crossed his hands and moved unconsciously. Yes. Wilson replied in a deep voice, you can choose to stay in the camp, but the camp can only teach you about extraordinary knowledge temporarily. Your fire ability can't be helped. What I may learn from my old friend is related to your fire ability. Huo Jixing lowered his head, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his dark pupils. He chose to stay in the camp. He could use the excuse of awakening in the wild to perfectly cover up the existence of the Nanli fire. But recently, he found that the Noxus Empire didn't seem to care about how he got his extraordinary abilities. What the Empire needs is how to use extraordinary abilities to serve the Empire more efficiently. Flame, the fire of Nanli, Suzaku Huo Jixing murmured in his heart, and finally looked up and met Wilson's eyes. How far is it? Hearing this, Wilson smiled, and he already knew Huo Jixing's choice in his heart. Not far, it's within the Iron Thorn Mountains. With your ability, you can get there in about 2 days. This is my letter of recommendation. You can give it to my old friend when the time comes. Wilson took out a wax-baked letter and a tattered map from his arms and placed them in front of Huo Jixing. As for the map, the detailed location has been marked on it. Don't get lost. Before leaving, Wilson remembered something, stopped and looked back, looked at Huo Jixing in the room, and spoke. My old friend's name? Gregory. The starlight was lonely, soaking through the dark clouds, and fell into the bedroom like a cold drizzle. Huo Jixing sat cross-legged in front of the bed, gently wiping the slender long knife in his hand. With each wipe, his slightly impetuous heart gradually calmed down. Before yesterday, the extraordinary knowledge that was out of reach has been reported. This rekindled hope for him who had given up. After all, it was related to the existence of the data panel. He wanted to use it to cover up and hide to avoid being remembered. The memory of the previous life told Huo Jixing. There are many gods in the Valoran continent, as well as many powerful creatures comparable to gods. There is more than one such existence in the Noxus Empire alone. The sky gradually brightened, and dawn was approaching. Huo Jixing looked at the sky full of rosy clouds, put away his long knife, and stood up to wash. Splash! The sound of water sounded, and Huo Jixing put his face into the basin and let the cold water invade. After a while, he stood up and wiped his face while looking at himself in the glass mirror. Her face was fair and handsome, her eyes were bright, her figure was tall, and her arms and abdomen had obvious muscle lines. With her fierce temperament, she looked more and more like a soldier who had experienced many battles. Your hair is a little long. Huo Jixing fiddled with the black hair that almost covered his eyes in front of his forehead, muttered softly, and then fiddled with the scissors to cut off the long hair. Well, it's better to have broken hair. He looked at himself in the glass mirror with satisfaction. After breakfast, Huo Jixing went to see Eric and David again, and roughly explained the reason for leaving. Then, in their envious eyes, he left the rest area. He carefully calculated the time he would be out this time. The original rest time for the mission, plus the study time Wilson helped to apply for, was exactly 20 days. With enough time, he could learn the extraordinary knowledge about the Valoran continent. Walking along the familiar Bluestone Mountain Road, Huo Jixing saw the magnificent steel gate standing in the distance, and the crowd in front of the gate, which looked like a red dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! After leaving the steel gate, Huo Jixing stood on the snowy hill, and the cold wind blew across his face. He looked back at the noisy and lively camp, thinking in his heart. This was his second time leaving the Noxus camp. He hoped that good luck would favor him and that this trip would be safe and smooth. Walking on the snowy road, Huo Jixing followed the map given by Wilson and started this journey to extraordinary knowledge along the Iron Thorn Mountains. Grunt! Grunt! On the snow-covered mountain road, a figure covered with snowflakes was walking slowly in the bleak snow, and every step he took would create a snow pit several feet deep. This was the second day after Huo Jixing left the camp. He thought he would see the customs and scenery in Noxus on the way, but what he saw along the way disappointed him greatly. Most of them are snowy mountains, and the roads are also rugged mountain roads. The most important thing is that after leaving the camp, there are almost no people. Spitting out a mouthful of frost, Huo Jixing wiped off the ice on his face, looked at the unchanged snowy scenery, and his helplessness gradually deepened. Continuous snow-capped peaks, huge ice and snow forests. It is indeed a magnificent scenery on earth, but what he wants is someone to ask for directions. Alas! Huo Jixing took out the map from his arms, and his fingers followed the marked road. Compared with the route in his memory, it should be correct. Right? Looking at the peaks in the distance, he shook his head, suppressed his inner emotions, and started to move forward again. With the skills of surviving in the wild, he was not worried that he would starve to death, and it was nothing to camp in the wild. What he was worried about wasting time. I should have mentioned it to Wilson earlier and sent someone familiar with the route to take me there. Leaving the right and wrong place under my feet? Huo Jixing had long since given up such an idea. Who let the conditions provided by the Noxus Empire be so good? They gave him status, power, good food and drink, and taught him skills, and provided him with the opportunity to learn extraordinary knowledge. So, why leave alone and fight for an uncertain future? The warmth brought by the midday sun dissipated. Huo Jixing crossed the steep mountain road in front of him, his expression paused, and then he hurriedly took out the map and unfolded it. Mountains, forests, villages. Comparing the different elements dotted on the map, Huo Jixing murmured in a low voice, and finally his finger fell on the house representing the village. It's here, that's right. Putting away the map, Huo Jixing stood on the mountainside, overlooking the snow-covered village not far away, and he saw the magnificence and wonder of the Iron Thorn Mountains. Snow, clouds, and mists around the peaks, connecting heaven and earth. And between the peaks and the snow forests, a village with people is outlined in the picture of heaven and earth. Seeing this beautiful scenery, Huo Jixing opened his mouth and wanted to recite poems, but he was speechless for a while. Finally, with head down and face red, he hurried down the mountain road. Chapter 26. The mountains are undulating and surrounded by snow forests. White snowflakes cover the small village, and fine ice edges freeze on the eaves. Occasionally, hazy figures appear in the village, and then disappear in an instant. This is a normal thing on the northern border of Noxus. Compared to the raging snowstorm outside, most villagers would choose to stay inside their houses. The entrance to the empty village. Huo Jixing rubbed his hands and looked at the red flag dancing in the wind above his head. He put on his cloak and walked in casually. The roads paved with earth and rocks are somewhat muddy and difficult to walk after being stained by snowflakes. Huo Jixing walked silently through the snow. He could detect a lot of prying eyes on the way. Obviously, his arrival has attracted the attention of the villagers. But after seeing the armor in his cloak and the long knife at his waist, they all withdrew their gaze, not daring to pry. Boom! Boom! Looking at the earth and stone house in front of him, Huo Jixing smiled helplessly and knocked on the dark grey shabby wooden door. The village was not big, but the houses under the snow were so similar that he couldn't recognize the road clearly. Moreover, since he had already reached his destination, in order not to waste time, he was going to ask Gregory directly where he lived. Crunch! The wooden door opened, and a slightly fiery breath hit his face. The villager wearing thick linen clothes looked at the Noxian soldier in front of him with a timid expression, and whispered, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Huo Jixing raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, "I would like to ask, where does Mr. Gregory live?" "Oh, are you talking about Master Gregory?" The villager looked confused. He leaned out half of his body from the door and pointed to the back of the village. Continue walking forward, and after seeing a two-story wooden house, it is Master Gregory's residence. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Huo Jixing nodded slightly and looked at the closed wooden door in front of him, thoughtfully. The villager who had just opened the door was wearing linen clothes that seemed to fit him well, and there was firewood burning in the room. His life was not bad, but he was thin, with a sallow complexion and a slight malnutrition. Lack of enough food. Huo Jixing shook his head and threw away his thoughts. He followed the direction pointed by the villagers and walked 110 meters before he saw a two-story wooden building standing in the wind and snow. Looking from a distance, the small wooden building is surrounded by a low wall of grey-white earth and stone. The snow-covered oak trees tower over the wall, casting a layer of afterglow from the setting sun. The roof was covered with ice and snow, and the ice-condensed roof sent out curls of green smoke, mixing with the wind and snow in the sky. In the hazy moment, the exquisite wooden building in front of you seems to be full of a tranquil atmosphere, which is fascinating. Huoji stood in front of the thick and heavy solid wood door, shaking his body gently, and the snowflakes piled on his body fluttered and fell all over the ground. Boom! Boom! There was a dull knock on the door. Huo Jixing waited for a moment, and the wooden door opened from the inside out. Pregnant woman. Huo Jixing, who was looking at the small wooden building, turned his gaze and looked at the person in front of him in surprise. A thick dark blue sweater covered her tall belly, and she wore a short leather jacket on both sides of her shoulders. Perhaps she was a little too tired when opening the door. She was leaning on the door, with her long brown hair hanging loose, half covering her cold face. Who are you looking for? Amarin frowned slightly, her gem-like blue eyes staring at the armored Noxian soldiers in front of her. Good day, madam. Huo Jixing greeted respectfully, then took out the letter Wilson gave him from his arms and prepared to hand it over. I'm here to see Mr. Gregory. Oh, you were introduced by Wilson, right? I heard that Gregory mentioned that someone will come to visit him in the near future. Amarin did not pick up the letter, turned sideways, motioned to Huo Jixing to come in, and prepared to lock up the thick heavy courtyard door. I'll do it. Huo Jixing, who had just entered the courtyard, had not had time to adapt to the change in temperature, so he quickly stepped forward to hold the hand and closed the courtyard door. Thank you. Amarin bowed slightly and said thank you. You're welcome, madam. Huo Jixing waved his hand, then followed Amarin's slow footsteps towards the two-story wooden house standing not far away. It was also at this time that Huo Jixing caught a glimpse of the magic runes engraved on the door from the corner of his eye, shining with brilliance. Sure enough, the power of magic. It turned out that just when he stepped into the courtyard, Huo Jixing suddenly noticed a sudden change in temperature. There seemed to be two different worlds inside and outside the door. Outside the courtyard door, it was freezing cold and the wind was howling. On the other hand, looking inside the courtyard gate, in the dead of winter, the temperature is suitable and not cold at all. Looks like we've come to the right place. Huo Jixing's expression changed and he looked at the exquisite and elegant two-story wooden building in front of him. The wooden building is not high and combines the solemn architectural style of Noxus, but it also has a unique small style. While Huo Jixing was observing, a flash of panic suddenly emerged, as if there was something in the delicate wooden building in front of him that could threaten him. Pushing open the wooden door of the small building, the hot breath hit my face. Amarin walked on the soft carpet and guided Huo Jixing to the fireplace, and said softly, sit down first. Gregory is still in the study. It is his research time now. He needs to wait patiently. Okay. Huo Jixing nodded, looking curiously at the exquisite decoration inside the small building. Although it is not as gorgeous and elegant as seen in his previous life, having such a small wooden building in a village shows that Gregory himself is extraordinary. Didn't you invite anyone? Generally speaking, if you live in a two-story building with a good environment, you will hire some servants to clean the room, but he has never seen a servant since he came in. Haha, it's just Gregory and I living here, and we didn't hire anyone. Amarin spoke softly, as if she remembered something happy, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then madam, how should I call you? Huo Jixing sat upright on the soft sofa, with his waist straight. You can call me Amarin. Gregory and I have been married for quite a while. Amarin saw the empty table and said apologetically, holding the chair to get up and go to the room next to her. Oh, sorry, the guest has been here for so long, I forgot to bring you a cup of tea. Huo Jixing looked at Amarin, who was pregnant, got up and walked over, holding her shoulders, and took out a pot of hot tea and some snacks from the next room. In front of the warm fireplace, the red flames jumped, swaying the figure. Huo Jixing and Amarin talked quietly, mostly telling about the customs of Noxus, and some life in the military camp. During the conversation, Huo Jixing learned that Amarin came from a small village called Finsworth. She and Gregory met on the road and came to the Ironthorn Mountains together. The Noxus Empire is in a turbulent period, and many people choose to leave the imperial capital. Gregory and I think that instead of getting involved in the conspiracy of the nobles fighting for power, it is better to go to the border areas of the empire to educate the power of Noxus. So I came to this village, taught the villagers some knowledge, and found some people with special talents. Amaran looked at Huo Jixing meaningfully, then she turned her head to look at the sky outside the window and spoke softly. It's almost time, Gregory should finish his research, you can go to the study on the second floor to find him. Chapter 27. Thank you for your hospitality. Huo Jixing stood up and nodded to Amaran. Then, with an inexplicable mood, he walked towards the wooden stairs close to the wall. Tap. Ta-ta. The sturdy wooden stairs are made of solid wood, with handrails on the left and right sides, painted with some unknown paint, smooth and not piercing. Huo Jixing walked up the wooden stairs, step by step, to the second floor. The decoration style of the second floor is similar to that of the living room. Except for the bedrooms in front and on the left, there is a closed door on his right-hand side with a dim light. Gregory. Huo Jixing chewed the name. This is an old friend introduced by the Legion consultant Wilson, but in his previous life memory, it seems to have no effect. But being introduced by the Legion consultant must be unique. While thinking, Huo Jixing walked to the study, and before knocking on the door, a gentle voice sounded in his ears. Come in. Squeak. Huo Jixing pushed open the door, and a quaint and quiet study came into view. The study room doesn't occupy a large area. There is a carpet in the middle. There is a wooden bookshelf on each wall, which is full of books. The fragrance of paper and ink shrouds the room. The south window is open, and the evening glow and the lights in the study are intertwined, which is somewhat magical and hazy. Moving his eyes slightly, Huo Jixing saw an elegant figure behind the dark wooden desk. Gregory raised his angular handsome face, his brown hair scattered in front of his forehead, and his deep eyes looked at Huo Jixing standing at the door of the study room. Gregory, a warlock who likes to study the extraordinary and ancient history. Pointing to the chair in front of the desk, Gregory first introduced himself, then took the letter from Huo Jixing's hand, put it on the right, and spoke. Wilson mentioned you to me, Huo Jixing, a Noxus newcomer who awakened in the wild and has outstanding talents. It is Sir Wilson who praised you. Huo Jixing bowed modestly, thinking to himself. I didn't expect Wilson to have such a high opinion of me, which was somewhat unexpected. Haha, there are few humble people like you in Noxus. Gregory said with a chuckle. In the bloody and barbaric environment of war, most Noxians are warlike, proud and complacent. I know why you are here. Let me tell you in advance that the extraordinary knowledge of fire is indeed one of the extraordinary directions I am studying, but it is still under research. I may need your assistance in the future. Okay. Huo Jixing replied solemnly. All he wanted was to understand the extraordinary knowledge of the Valoran continent to cover up the existence of his own data panel. As for the extraordinary knowledge of fire, it was just one of the incidental purposes of this visit. After getting Huo Jixing's answer, Gregory nodded with satisfaction, and a light appeared in his deep eyes, and then disappeared. Looking at the darkening sky outside the window, he stood up and invited, You are a little tired after all this journey. It's almost dinner time. Let's go downstairs first. Gregory walked out of the study and whispered, Yesterday, a villager hunted a snow rabbit from the surrounding snow forest. There happened to be some rabbit meat left. You can try Amaran's extraordinary craftsmanship. In the restaurant on the first floor, bright candle light lit up. Amaran seemed to have known that they would come down. She was wearing a white apron and putting food on the table. In the center was a plate of steaming, delicious cut rabbit meat, surrounded by vegetables and bread, and a colorful salad soup. Perhaps to take care of Huo Jixing, who had just arrived, Gregory and his wife frequently brought up topics and told some interesting stories. Amid the cordial and cheerful conversation, Huo Jixing finished his dinner. Then he returned to the fireplace, listened to the sound of washing in the restaurant, and waited quietly. After a cup of tea, Gregory helped Amaran out of the restaurant. The two looked at Huo Jixing apologetically, and then Gregory helped Amaran walk to the bedroom on the second floor. In the hot fireplace, the rising flames swayed and made a subtle sound. Sorry, Amaran has been a little sleepy recently, and I need to take care of her more, so. Gregory came down from the second floor, holding a heavy crimson wooden box in his hand, and walked gently to Huo Jixing with an apologetic look. I'm sorry for bothering you. Huo Jixing got up hurriedly and waved his hand, his eyes fell on the crimson wooden box, shining brightly. Let's go and see your room first. Gregory walked in front and guided Huo Jixing. To the right of the fireplace, the southeast area of the wooden house. Gregory, wearing a grey robe, stood in front of the door, pointed to the clean and tidy room, and said, "This is where you have lived recently. The room is neither big nor small, the window faces south, and there is hazy starlight falling to the ground." The 4 flat walls showed traces of recent cleaning, and with some boxes placed in the corners, it was vaguely seen that this house should have been a utility room before. But after careful tidying up, it became the place where Huo Jixing lived during this period. "A very nice place, much better than my place in the camp." Huo Jixing looked at the decoration of the room and joked. "Haha." Gregory laughed along. As an old friend of Wilson, he certainly knew the life in the Noxus camp. Then he saw Huo Jixing's increasingly scorching eyes, and he immediately placed the crimson wooden box in his hand on the wooden table covered with velvet. "Before teaching extraordinary knowledge, you need to first understand the Valoran continent we live in. What kind of strange, magnificent, and colorful world is it?" Facing Huo Jixing's gaze, Gregory was calm and spoke while opening the crimson wooden box. The wooden box was opened, and the red silk cloth covered the box. In the center, an ancient book bound with a black cover was placed squarely. From the slightly curled corners of the book, it can be seen that the book has been read countless times. Runeland Chronicles. Huo Jixing's heart moved when he saw the name of the book on the black cover. Then he slowly stretched out his right hand and stroked the heavy book. There are golden patterns, carefully engraved along the edge of the cover, and surrounding the center, representing the crimson double-edged axe of the Noxus Empire. He saw a line of small characters below the name of the book, Runeland Chronicles, written in red letters with gold edges. Noxus Calendar. Huo Jixing's eyes gradually brightened, and he whispered, "Noxus Calendar, does it represent the Noxus Empire?" In his spiritual perception, the book in his hand, apart from being luxurious and simple, was very ordinary, without any extraordinary power reaction. Only the strong historical atmosphere was refreshing. He gently opened the cover, and a delicate yellowed page came into view, with tadpole-like words written on it. Prologue. Chapter 28. Runeland, also known as Valoran. Composed of the material and spiritual realms, it is the only barrier between the creative power of the stars and the destructive power of the abyss. This unique magical rune world has nurtured a myriad of strange races, fierce and violent, mysterious and strange, and everything else. Many scholars have discovered that the planet where Runeland is located is a spherical planet with a satellite. The main continents are Valoran and Shurima, as well as the Ionian Islands, the Blue Flame Islands, Bilgewater, the Shadow Islands, Blessed Islands, and many other islands. Because of the influence of the Rune War, the continental plates shifted, and Valoran became the largest land plate, and under the baptism of the long river of history, it gradually became the center of the world. With the passage of time, the people of Runeland called this magnificent world under their feet Valoran. In the silent room, Huo Jixing sat behind the desk, carefully flipping through the book in his hand under the bright light. After the prologue, he could see different and colorful paintings in the book, outlining the scenery of different places on the Valoran continent, and some fantasy places roughly drawn with lines. And on the edge of the text and illustrations, there are some notes and information. From the handwriting, it can be seen that it is the help given by the former readers to the future generations, so that they can better understand the content of the book. World Rune, Magic. Huo Jixing frowned. This is the most mentioned word in the notes. Looking at the information left in the notes in the book, there is a faint same conjecture. It is believed that the World Rune gave everything to the Valoran continent, and magic was born with it. Then the talents of Suzaku and Nanli Fire from the data panel are their own power, completely different from rune magic. Huo Jixing's heart was full of doubts, but he didn't dwell on it too much. The current problem does not mean that it will still be a problem in the future. As his power becomes stronger, there will always be a time to find the truth. Continuing to flip through the book, Huo Jixing saw a rough painting that shocked his mind at the end. The last 2 pages of the book merged together to form a dark red scroll. The overall color was thick, and the text was platinum, like an iron painting and a silver hook, jumping on the scroll. In a trance, Huo Jixing seemed to be in the brilliant river of time, surrounded by many illusory and hazy but vivid pictures. He seemed to see a winding purple dragon wandering in the starry sky of the universe, with its head lowered, and the boundless rune energy permeated its body, creating a fantastic and colorful world bit by bit. Creation of the universe. Endless time passed, chaos and nothingness intertwined. Star-forging Dragon King or Lion Soul created the stars, and the World Rune created the Rune Land with magic. 9000. The First Land. On the island now known as Ionia, mortals fought a great war against a race of giants as tall as a celestial being. Only with the help of Vastayazari, a being said to possess supreme power and coexist in both the physical and spiritual realms, did mortals finally triumph. 8000. The Battle of the Three Sisters. After defeating the ancient gods of the north, a rift developed between the three sisters, Avarosa, Serilda, and Lysandra, which soon became an open conflict. The final battle was fought at Lysandra's gates, where she sacrificed the lives of many of her allies and imprisoned her enemies in true ice. 6000. The Great Migration to the West. The migrants set out from the forgotten lands in the Far East, bringing with them their ancient knowledge and wisdom, landing on the eastern coast of Shurima and Valoran. In time, their descendants would rule some of the most prestigious civilizations in Runeterra's history. 5000. God Warriors Rise. In preparation for the mysterious future war, the Titans guided the mortals to set up the sun disk in Nurimage of Shurima and created the first ascendants. These noble beings were worshipped as gods descended to the earth, and the empire they created would last for 1,000 years. 2500. Ikathai revolts against Shurima. In order to get rid of the tyranny of the Shurima Empire, Ikathai made a desperate move and released the void in the battle. In an instant, Ikathai's capital was reduced to ashes, and the surrounding land was also unprecedentedly corrupted. Even the Ascendant Legion with divine power could not match this horror, and Shurima was forced to abandon Ikathai forever. 2000. The Fall of Azire. Because of his despicable betrayal, Azire of Shurima has lost his godhood and lost the sun disk in the world. People are terrified and sad, and can only turn to the remaining ascendants for shelter. 550. Darken Wars. After facing the void, the ascendants experienced great trauma and lost their meaning. Many ascendants' bodies and minds were distorted by this, calling themselves Darken and gathering armies of mortals to conquer the world. In the end, the instigators of the God Warriors had to intervene and seal the Darken in their own cursed weapons. 400. Hegemony of the Iron Wraith. Warlord Tharnuzul deceived the mages who resurrected him and was reborn as the Iron Wraith. He began his conquest from his immortal fortress. Although it took nearly 300 years, he was eventually defeated by a coalition of Noxian tribes, who took over the empire he founded. 25. Curse of the Ruined. A terrible accident broke out in the arcane vault deep under the Helia of the Blessed Isles. The barrier between the material and spiritual realms became fragmented, and the souls of the dead were imprisoned in eternal torment by the entangled black mist. From then on, the Blessed turned into shadow, and this place became an abandoned place that no mortal with a little sense would approach. 13. Rune Wars. With the fall of Helia, dangerous magical artifacts began to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. In the fields outside the village of Kohalm, the famous mage Tiras and his apprentice Rise witnessed the beginning of the Rune Wars. The devastating impact became Rise's lingering nightmare, forever invading his inhumanly long life. 0. Noxus is immortal. The Rune Wars intensified, and most of the known world was engulfed in flames. After more than a decade of apocalyptic fighting, the last Noxian people were forced to retreat to the immortal fortress, hoping to find shelter from the disaster of magic. When they walked out of the gate again, the land in the distance was already devastated. But they survived, and the survivors merged into a unified tribe. Noxian was replaced by Noxus, and their calendar began from then on. 292. Demacia becomes king. Far to the west, in the country founded by the great hero Orin, their first king was crowned. Demacia was originally a gathering place for refugees from the Rune War. It is said that it has become a holy place that will never be harmed by magic. 349. Noxus imperialization. Noxus launched a series of armed annexations, and Longmen also fell into the hands of the empire. The power of the empire also expanded with its ambitions. The nobles of the empire swore that even if it took 1,000 years, they would unify all the forces of Rune Land under one banner, and they elected a general to lead the empire's war group to victory. 772. Tragedy of the Piled River. The merchant gangs on the trade route between Valoran and Shurima built a large canal and teleporter. However, the process of digging the Gate of the Sun destroyed the ancient port of Zon, and eventually the entire city fell into a dark underground cave. 787. Bilgewater. More and more treasure hunters were washed up on the beach. The messenger of Baru gave the southern island bay to these foreign pink-skinned people as a refuge. Although the culture here has been mixed and difficult to understand for many years, even the name of the Serpent Islands is in dispute. This settlement will eventually develop into a prosperous port city with its own strength. Hey! Huo Jixing closed the book and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Until the cold wind blew on his face, he woke up and let out a long breath, with the divine light flashing in his eyes, looking unsatisfied. This is a great historical chapter drawn by the Noxus Empire with all its time and resources and painstaking efforts. Just from this scroll, it can be seen that the former powerful strength of the Noxus Empire far exceeded other forces on the Valoran continent. And at the end of the scroll, there is also a time written, marked as Noxus Calendar 980. Huo Jixing reached out and touched the words one by one. His heart was excited. The main universe of the League of Legends in the previous life is vividly reflected in front of my eyes. Although this scroll has some differences from the memories of the previous life, it has recorded the long history of Runeland in detail as much as possible. And just as Huo Jixing had vaguely guessed before, the time point he was in was Chapter 29. The time he is at is before the establishment of the Trifari Council, which was also the Council of Three. Brown Dark Will, the octogenarian commander, is still the sole master of the Noxus Empire. So it seems that Swain hasn't launched a coup yet, so what about the Ionian War? Huo Jixing stroked the book and his thoughts came to mind. In the memory of past lives, it was during the reign of Brown Dark Will that the Noxus Empire rose to decline. In order to pursue the method of immortality, the great commander launched a war wantonly, which resulted in chaos on many fronts in the Empire and many contradictions within the Empire. The turning point in the Ionian War directly accelerated the decline of the Noxus Empire. Power, immortality, eternal temptation. Huo Jixing shook his head and gathered his thoughts. He already had some ideas about his power talent Star Spirit Sozaku. It is recorded in the book that runes and magic are special and not everyone can access and master them. Only the chosen ones can become extraordinary. But even the chosen ones, after they have the power of runes and magic, they may be eroded by the runes and magic, which will bring certain negative effects. Huo Jixing carefully recalled the information in the book, and combined it with the previous conversation of Legion advisor Wilson. He had an idea. He must bite his own extraordinary power, which is of the fire magic type. The price of use, or the negativity it brings, is to use flesh and blood as fuel. It's a simple thing, isn't it? Huo Jixing gently rubbed the bridge of his nose, opened his eyes, and the red light disappeared, suppressing the worry in his heart. But such a seemingly simple thing was an idea that came to him after flipping through the books in front of him. This gives an insight into the importance of extraordinary knowledge. In addition, Huo Jixing vaguely confirmed that the Noxus Empire really seemed not to care about the source of extraordinary people's abilities, but focused more on the efficient use of extraordinary people. Social tolerance and the desire for extraordinary power. When Huo Jixing stood up again, the sky outside the window was getting brighter, and a ray of dawn was filling the dark sky. Looking around the room, I didn't know when Gregory had left, leaving him alone. I have never seen myself working so hard in my previous life. Huo Jixing laughed at himself. But it is true that this is an extraordinary world that I have never been exposed to in my previous life. And he is like a dry sponge falling into the vast sea of books, trying his best to absorb the moisture of knowledge. After stretching, Huo Jixing sat back on the wooden chair and continued to focus on the book. This is also the benefit of being promoted to a transcendent. Even if you haven't slept all night, you will still be full of energy. When flipping through the books again, he began to pay attention to the notes left by predecessors and scholars. Although they were fragmentary, there was a lot of very useful information in them. In the next few days, adhering to the habit of a good student, Huo Jixing began to study extraordinary knowledge with Gregory in this exquisite wooden house built by himself and Amarin. Different from what we imagined before, extraordinary knowledge is far less difficult to understand and obscure. Huo Jixing seemed to have returned to the wonderful time before the college entrance examination in his previous life, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to this learning journey of extraordinary knowledge. World Runes. The extraordinary origin of Valoran has been mentioned many times in books. In the annotations and records of many scholars, world runes used magic to create Rune Land, forming the current continental plate and numerous islands. And it has derived many rune systems and magical powers with different attributes. In Gregory's words, he more or less mentioned that there are many extraordinary rune-like items in the current Noxus Empire. In the study room, the lights flickered. Upon hearing the inquiry, Gregory leaned on the wooden chair, looked at Huo Jixing in surprise, and whispered softly, "The essence of extraordinary power." After pondering for a while, he slowly spoke, "In my school of thought, the nature of the extraordinary is understood as the use of the world's power. According to ancient records, the origin of the Valoran continent was the world runes, and finally the land of runes was created under the crown of the star-forging dragon king or lion Thor. But that period of history is too long, and even the predecessor of the empire cannot record it. In addition, the rune war destroyed the essence of many civilizations, and only some information remained in the long river of time, which was unearthed and decrypted bit by scholars from ancient ruins." After listening to Gregory's explanation, Huo Jixing was thoughtful and thought of the many talent runes in the League of Legends game he played in his previous life. He vaguely guessed that those talent runes might be runes and magical power derived from the world runes. Then how to classify extraordinary systems? Is it like skills? Huo Jixing asked curiously. It's difficult to divide. Gregory frowned, seeming to be choosing his words. Rune and magic are like the abyss and the sea. We extraordinary beings are like people on a boat. Even though thousands of years have passed, the exploration of extraordinary power is still on the way. Especially the research on runes, the empire, or the many forces on the Valoran continent, their pace has never stopped, but they have achieved very little. Gregory looked disappointed, looked at Huo Jixing in front of him, and continued, "After many scholars' painstaking research, the empire has roughly divided extraordinary powers, but this is not absolute. Remember, this is not an absolute division." Gregory repeated with a solemn tone. "There are always some people with outstanding talents who cannot be judged by common sense." Gregory seemed to remember something, his face was gloomy, he picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and whispered, "The empire generally classifies extraordinary powers into extraordinary, heroic, legendary, demigod, and god." Huo Jixing listened attentively. This was the first time he understood the extraordinary system of Valoran. Compared to the skills mentioned by Eric, runes and magic are the main theme of Valoran. With Gregory's narration, the veil of runes and magic was slowly unveiled. Extraordinary refers to newcomers who have just set foot on the road of runes and magic, such as beast spirit apprentices, secret magic apprentices, etc. Heroes represent the reputation of extraordinary people who have spread throughout the continent, and have extraordinary strength and amazing reputation. There are many heroes on Valoran today, and they are well known. This kind of people are the extraordinary people who are the most difficult to classify in terms of strength in Gregory's words, and also in the empire. Legend refers to this type of extraordinary person who has walked his own path and left his own unique mark in the long river of history. Gregory paused here, thought about it, and spoke in a deep voice. Demigods and gods are also difficult for extraordinary people to reach. There are not many records in my school. As for the first type of extraordinary people, I have heard that the empire has secretly studied it. They want to use ordinary people's bodies to resist the erosion of extraordinary power, and use runes and magic items to transcend the mortal body and possess extraordinary power." Gregory briefly said it and skipped the topic. "As I have always emphasized, this is not an absolute division of strength. In the numerous records, there have been heroes fighting legends, or legends repelling demigods. Even worse, some residual information has vaguely recorded that someone slaughtered gods with extraordinary bodies. So, the world we live in is too wonderful. In a lifetime, we can only touch the tip of the iceberg." Huo Jixing nodded in agreement with Gregory's sigh, and his heart was full of gratitude. He was learning from Gregory only because of Wilson's introduction. As for how much to teach, it all depends on Gregory himself. But during this period, he could feel that Gregory was teaching sincerely, and some of the questions he raised would basically be answered accordingly. He once asked about the school Gregory belonged to. Unfortunately, Gregory never answered directly, but just smiled and talked about the topic. This made Huo Jixing a little disappointed, but he didn't care too much. After all, the extraordinary path he took was very different from the extraordinary system of the Valoran continent. Chapter 30. Night fell, and it was time for dinner. Gregory and Huo Jixing continued to chat while going downstairs, and they did not stop even when eating. The two talked and laughed. Seeing this, Amaran, who was holding the dinner plate, looked helpless and shook her head gently. Since Huo Jixing arrived, Gregory seemed to have found a like-minded person. He often forgot the time and shared his outstanding insights with Huo Jixing day and night. "Good evening, ma'am." Huo Jixing greeted Amaran when he saw her. Amaran nodded, a smile appeared on her cold face, and with the help of Gregory, she sat on a wooden chair with a blanket. "What are you talking about? You look so happy. Some extraordinary anecdotes in the Empire." Gregory replied with a smile, and tasted dinner with a knife and fork in an elegant manner. Staring at the smile on Gregory's face, Amarin was a little absent-minded. It seemed that after leaving the capital of Noxus and coming to the border of the north, Gregory rarely smiled like this. The last time was when he was pregnant. "What? What are you looking at?" Gregory waved at Amarin, asked in confusion, and then turned to look at Huo Jixing. "Seeing, is there something on my face?" Huo Jixing, who was looking down and trying to avoid the sweet scene in front of him, had to raise his face and said, "It's very clean, there is no food residue." "It's my problem, I'm a little absent-minded." Amarin blushed and spoke hurriedly. Maybe the scene just now was a little awkward. She looked at Huo Jixing not far away and asked, "Seeing, how are you studying recently?" "Very good, Mr. Gregory's teaching has given me a deep understanding of the extraordinary system of the Valoran continent." Huo Jixing swallowed the cooked meat in his mouth and spoke sincerely. "This is not flattery. It can educate the border areas of the Noxus Empire and let the power of Noxus be demonstrated. Gregory's ability is absolutely beyond doubt. Amarin means that if you have any questions, you can ask her." Gregory looked at his wife and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate Amarin. She is a wizard apprentice who has studied in the Imperial Academy for several years." "Wizard apprentice?" Huo Jixing looked surprised. He never expected that Amarin, who was pregnant, would be a supernatural person. In the previous conversations, he only heard Amarin say that she came from a backward village in the Noxus Empire, Fensworth. Then Huo Jixing recalled the recent days together. He seemed to have never seen Amarin use supernatural powers. "Seeing, your ability is biased towards fire magic." Amarin put down the silver cross in her hand, supported her white chin with both hands, and blinked her blue eyes. "Yes, I woke up unexpectedly in a life-and-death fight." Huo Jixing nodded. "This is not a secret. He believes that Wilson has already mentioned his information in the letter, otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to learn this time. I've heard my teacher say that." Amarin turned the knife and fork, and the face of an old woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Thin cheeks, dense wrinkles, a fierce look, stubborn temper and love to turn against, once took me away from the painful place, but also deeply hurt me. You have to learn to deal with your power. It is not an enemy, nor a friend. It is yourself. You have to understand your own power in depth, especially the power awakened by your own efforts. That represents your talent, which will make you different from other ordinary extraordinary people. Of course, what I said is only the knowledge that has been taught in the academy." Huo Jixing listened attentively. Unlike Gregory's teaching, Amarin's words have a certain degree of professionalism, but they are concise and easy to understand, and they directly point out the relationship between himself and extraordinary power. Thinking carefully, after he awakened talent star spirit Sozaku, he seemed to have never deeply understood his own power, but simply used it. Because in his consciousness, the power is his own, and he only needs to exert it to the best of his ability. And Amarin's words directly cut through his inherent ideas. Until the end of dinner, Huo Jixing was still thinking about himself. He hurriedly said hello to Gregory and his wife and returned to his room. Strange and contradictory guy. Gregory looked at the back of Huo Jixing who was leaving and whispered softly. "Is there anything wrong?" Amarin looked at her husband thoughtfully. "No, nothing wrong. He was introduced by Wilson. I believe in Wilson's vision." Gregory shook his head and recalled his contact with Huo Jixing during this period. He has a good personality, but he has secrets in his heart. It seems that he has just made a preliminary contact with the extraordinary world, but he has unique insights into some things, and even some rumors and records are clearer than what he knows. A very contradictory existence. He can't see clearly. Okay, don't think too much, let's clean up. Amarin stood up slowly with a bulging belly and cleaned up the table in front of him. Everyone has their own secrets. Huo Jixing has it, she has it, and Gregory has it too. Huo Jixing returned to the room, half lying on the bed, leaning against the wall, thinking alone. This is a habit from the previous life. When it is late at night and everyone is asleep, people's thoughts will be completely empty and extremely rational. The words that Amalan said in the restaurant just now, like a spell, kept echoing in his mind. Understand your own power deeply. Huo Jixing murmured to himself, is it a mage-like meditation? The talent star spirit Sozaku he awakened was the power given by the data panel. Based on his trust in the data panel, he never thought about deeply understanding his own power in this regard. Recalling the past time, since opening talent star spirit Sozaku, he seemed to have only studied the power of Sozaku's shadow, Jingsu's star, and Nenli fire, but had no in-depth understanding at all. In fact, it's not Huo Jixing's fault. He is like a weed that grows wildly and can only rely on self-exploration. There is a clear difference between him and the Gregory's. Gregory's extraordinary knowledge was passed down through the school. Amaran came from Imperial College. Perhaps in the future Huo Jixing may also enter a certain academy in the Noxus Empire, but now he can only learn the corresponding extraordinary knowledge from Gregory. Close your eyes and concentrate. Huo Jixing saw the unfolded data panel in his pupils, and then he tapped the talent consciously. A red star map appeared in his consciousness, and blazing flames ignited out of thin air, illuminating the shadow of the Sozaku overlooking the world. Where is my body? Huo Jixing, who was standing in the starry sky, lowered his head and looked at his body. I saw the red-gold Nanli fire flowing along the meridians of the human body, faintly corresponding to the Sozaku in the sky. Huo Jixing stretched out his hand and held it in vain, as if a red star appeared in the palm of his hand. Jingsu, the fire of Kenan Li must be weighed by Sozaku. As the words fell, the Nanli fire in the body exploded, as if burning the body and burning away the flesh and blood. Meditation and body observation are what they are. Huo Jixing looked up at the silhouette of the Sozaku with its wings spread, and could clearly feel the intimacy coming from the fire of Nanli. The seemingly terrifying flames clung to the surface of his skin under the control of his consciousness. Unfortunately, this is just the consciousness space within the data panel. He had a headache thinking about the terrifying blood energy required when the fire of Nanli was ignited. He still needed a strong enough body to use the fire of Nanli unscrupulously. However, this unexpected harvest already made him very satisfied. Compared with the rough use of Nanli fire before, he can now reduce the consumption of energy and blood to a certain extent. Huo Jixing, who was about to exit the data panel, seemed to have discovered something and looked carefully at the dark green data flow flowing line by line. Name, Huo Jixing. Quality, 5. Power, 2.17. Physique, 2.25. Agility, 2.37. Spirit, 3.50. Skills, Advanced Warrior, Survival in the Wild, Inner Vision, Photographic Memory. Talent, Sozaku. Having done inner meditation, you have a photographic memory. Huo Jixing looked at the 2 extra entries in the skill with a stunned expression. No, what is going on? Why are there 2 more obviously extraordinary entries? It's really a huge debt of gratitude. Huo Jixing rubbed his face and said helplessly to himself. He looked at the entry inside view of the body, which should be the special state he entered when observing the shadow of Sozaku in the starry sky on the data panel. This time in reality, he closed his eyes again. You can feel the scorching Nanli fire flowing through the blood meridians very clearly, as if it is completely integrated with yourself, and there is a feeling of blood connection like arms and fingers. At the same time, it also confirmed his idea, and the flesh and blood fuel required to drive the Nanli fire was reduced again. The meaning of photographic memory is even simpler. It means that you will never forget what you have read, and your memory is very strong. Huo Jixing's eyes fell on the mental attribute with a value of 3.5, and he secretly speculated. This may be a belated entry after spiritual transformation. In a daze, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Gregory and Amaran, as if he had seen them before, but he just couldn't remember them, and he felt extremely irritable. Damn familiarity! Huo Jixing thought carefully for a while, and found that he really couldn't remember it for a while, so he had to give up and suppress his depression. According to the opinions of book friends, tanks did have some problems in the previous skill division, so they were changed to shield guards, as follows. Apprentice Shield Guard, Junior Shield Guard, Intermediate Shield Guard, Advanced Shield Guard, Fearless Shield and Shield Master.